asked me how I know, but the reason why I could give minimum effort and then expected success, right? I thought the test was going to, oh, it's not going to fail me. I paid money. They gladly took my money and told me to pay again. Okay. So, all in all, you need 750 to pass. Um, and if we learn the things that we need to learn, um, trust me, if you have a issue, if you don't understand something, please ask me for clarification, and I'll try to make it to where we can make it more digestible for you. Okay. Any questions? Going on to the Pearson View link. So now I'm gonna close this out. Now, Pearson View is who actually hosts the exam. So we're not gonna go back to CompTIA a membership here with Pearson View in order to take the exam either in a test location or we could take it um, at our house with a proctor, right? And a proctor means someone's going to watch you take that test. Okay, so in this case, and Chris can talk more to this, is you're going to clear out your area. They're going to ask you to take your camera and pretty much pan your whole room, pan your desk to make sure that you don't have anything there. And then they're going to start the time for you to actually take the test. Um, I find it to be, I pass tests at the house and at testing centers. I don't like going to testing centers just because I don't like to be cold. And a lot of buildings have the air conditioner running even in the wintertime. And I don't necessarily like that. So it kind of throws me off, right? But being at the house is so many things that could be distraction as well. So pick your poison on that. Chris, which one did you prefer? I understand your situation, but did you like taking the test at the house?
I did. I can also say they are very strict whenever you take it at the house. Like I was actually reading the questions, but they couldn't see my eyes. So they paused my tests to tell me to readjust my camera so they could look me in the eyes, make sure that I wasn't looking at any study material or anything else. I was just kind of like this. And he's like, nope, we can't see your eyes. Please look directly into the camera until we can see, and then that's when they let me start taking my test again. So they are very strict. You can't have basically anything in the room. I had a small table to keep my mouse on. Even the water bottle, they had me remove that. Let me see. I had on a hoodie and a skull cap, and it was like I need to take that off. Another time I had on a hat, they had me to remove the hat. So they are very strict about what you can and can't do and how you're supposed to operate within that the webcam window, or they will suspend your test.
Yeah, and I think if you constantly kind of break those rules, they will suspend the test, no refund, and I think you have to you have to wait a period before you can actually take it again, right? So um, to add to that, I remember taking a test, and you know when you get on question 40 and it's another paragraph and you got to read the scenario, I like to kind of whisper it out. If I'm by myself, I'm whispering it so I can hear it. And they told me I couldn't do that. I couldn't read it out loud. Um, and I thought that that was messed up. But I ended up passing. But I just thought that that was kind of like you pick your poison on that. If you go to a testing site, I was able to read out loud. But you don't want to be reading out loud, and other people are taking the test too. So I was kind of whispering, like, but they don't want that as a proctor. So just keep those things in mind. Go back to what we're talking about here with the with the CompTIA, Pearson View, when we are going to sign up to take the actual test, we want to make sure that we find a testing, if we're going to go to a testing center. What's the zip code for Columbia? Is it 29202? Is that one, I think?
Um, Mine is 29229.
Yeah,
Either 29203.
29203, 292223. Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Let's see. So we want to pick one of these testing centers, and what they'll let you do is they'll let you see what available times they have and for that particular test. And then you will, this is directions. But if we went through the whole process of actually saying, hey, we want to take the Security Plus exam, one of these places will actually have a time that you can actually schedule there and then go and take that test. I like to schedule mine on a Saturday, but it's very few testing centers that actually are open for a 3-hour test on a Saturday, right? But this is where you want to do it. Okay. And so we want to go ahead and when your time, just go ahead and fill out a profile in order to actually use that voucher to take your test. Okay. So both of these links are in this slide. Now, when I add this when I added this here, you should be able to open these slides up and be able to click on those links to take you to the things that I've covered. So let's really jump into it. Before we jump into security roles and security controls, um, really quick, what do you guys think cybersecurity is? What does it entail to you? What do you, if you were interviewing with me and I asked you, what is your definition of cybersecurity? What would you tell me?
A protection from hackers.
Okay. What are we protecting? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Chris.
We were protecting your network and our network from and all kind of hacks, worms, just any kind of cybersecurity breach.
Okay. Anyone else?
I would say protecting your systems from threats.
Okay.
Protecting by private information, possibly doing anything bad to it.
Okay. All those are right? We're going to be protecting more than likely somebody's data, whether it's our own or if it's a business that we work for or someone else's that we just kind of a family member, right? So we tell our moms or our aunts or uncles, hey, you might want to change your password on Facebook. Or it might need to be a certain length and have so many characters in it. Maybe you shouldn't have the same password for 14 different accounts. Maybe you want to protect someone from hacking into your credit card and then making some charges on it, which happens to me seem like every other month for some reason. But anyway, maybe we want to protect from that. Cybersecurity is a overall being protective of some type of data and or network, but the data lives on the network. Okay. And when I say network, I mean Wi-Fi, Ethernet. If I can get to the internet, that's my network. Okay. And the things that we want to send back and forth with each other, we want to protect those things. Even this Zoom session right now, we want to make sure that only we can actually get into it. And the reason why I know only we can get into it, I shared this part of the screen here. If you can see up here where my URL is, this little lock up here lets me know that I'm using an encrypted channel to connect to each and every one of you guys' PC. So you hear me and nobody else on my network should be able to hear or to look at our session that we're having. Okay. Now I can't speak for your connection, but no one should be able to get into my network and get onto our session here and see what's going on. And it's possible. And we'll go over those type of tools that can actually sniff the network and see what traffic is going back and forth. Um, so whenever going into an interview, someone asks you, "Hey, what is your definition of cybersecurity?" That's what it is. It's pretty much there's no wrong answer. You're protecting some type of data from not just hackers, any type of disruption, and we'll go over that when it comes to I think a threat actor. So in the next slide. Okay, so let's start off. I think chapter 1 starts off with security roles and security controls. So security roles, I wanted to really emphasize on LinkedIn and Indeed. So let me open up um, that page again. So LinkedIn, we already kind of touched on it as this is a networking platform for businesses to actually go out there and see individuals who could be perfect fit for their jobs. It's a place for you to actually put your resume out there, um, so you can display what type of roles you had, what type of experiences you have. Okay. I would highly suggest it is a must. It will behoove you to go ahead and create a LinkedIn account. And if you have a LinkedIn account, I will behoove you to update it. So let's look at my profile. And so this is where I pretty much, well, let's go to my actual profile. Is this it? Where's my stuff? Okay. This is where I put my experiences at, right? I didn't put uh, I didn't want certain people looking at it, but that's personal. Um, but these are all the experiences that I had throughout my working career. And now I can also put my education down here as well as the certifications. So now if I'm an employer, I can come through and I can see, oh, this person looks like a good fit for the job that I have open. Let me reach out to them. And instead of reaching out to me on Facebook or Twitter or something like that, it's on a business oriented platform. And so you will get a lot of more options to talk to recruiters or actual businesses that they want to actually interview you or talk to you about a certain position. I'm gonna go to my messages here, just because I just saw her put an opportunity for me here. I think this morning, yeah, actually. I wasn't. No, that was Thursday. So I don't know who Mandy is, but this is how recruiters are sometimes they'll come and they'll look at your resume, your profile, and they'll say, okay, I'm a recruiter working for a particular company and I'm looking to fill this position. Lee's look like he's a perfect opportunity candidate. I'm gonna reach out to him in his messages and see if he's able to actually, is interested in interviewing. Now I can go ahead back and say, hey, I'm interested. Let's talk about it. Or I could just say no thanks, which I'll just put right and send. But I'm showing you this because this is the way I think the world is going versus filling out applications, after applications, and only being limited to the type of jobs that we see. Sometimes people don't post their jobs here on LinkedIn or Indeed. Now, to go to that part, you go ahead and pull up Indeed as well. And I had this pull up earlier. Security this time. So to go back to what we were initially talking about, security roles. I pull up these two different sites just because this is where you're going to normally see security analyst, security engineer, a CISO. These type of jobs are what employers are actually looking for. Now, in the video that I put in the Google Classroom, I'll go a bit deeper into each position, but these are what we want to look for and then apply for after we finish this class. So this is an entry level right here for people who are looking to break into cybersecurity. Cybersecurity associates is kind of like, hey, we're looking for the bare minimum of experience, but we're also looking to fill the position. That's what I see when I see associate. Okay, specialist is probably going to be wanting 1 or 2 years of experience, but I'll talk to you about the experiences that you already have. Okay. Now, IT specialists and IT security specialists. So when it comes to Indeed, right, every company is going to put their need out as far as who what they're trying to fill in a different type of way, but it's normally the same type of role. Okay. And a IT specialist is really no different than an IT security specialist. And especially if you put in cybersecurity for the search engine, this is what it's going to come back with. And more than likely, it's going to describe what they want in a security personnel. Okay. Now, you also have CISOs, and that's SISO, CISO. I'm sorry, CISO, CISO. So this is going to be your chief informational security officer. This is probably your senior level. You're going to have at least 10 years of experience in order to even be considered for those type of positions. And they're not actually, they're not always available. All right. So normally when people get CISO positions, they're not really giving them up no time soon. But security architects, these are people who are taking the whole business as a whole and understanding what tools, policies, and other controls that they need to put in place for the company to operate in a secure manner. Also kind of a senior position as well. But all of these positions are available. And I'm not trying to deter you saying that you need experience for it. But once you get your foot in the door, these are the type of opportunities that are waiting for more experienced people down the road. So I jumped back over here to LinkedIn, and LinkedIn has, I think, is a better platform to actually look for jobs than Indeed. Because I believe, I don't know, I just feel like the recruitment department for each company is just more aware about what they're putting on LinkedIn and knowing that they're going to get good quality people for these jobs. Okay. So like I said, an analyst is going to be probably, these are entry level jobs. These are people who we have a little bit of experience under our belt, but they're still coming into a job looking for guidance and leadership, right? So they're not coming into a leadership role or a senior role. And it ranges from company to company on the pay and then the actual qualifications. Okay. So let's say like I clicked on this company because the pay looks really good, right? Now, private companies may be able to offer that, but they may not be in business for too long. Okay. Because they're probably a startup. They're trying to find footing, but they are willing to pay top dollar to bring applicants in and then, get them hired on. But you still have to worry about if the business can actually survive 10 years. So just keep that in mind when you're looking at salaries and things like that. But sorry. Security engineers, that's what I do right now, and that's more hands-off. Analysts, I was doing more help desk tickets and kind of working with the client a lot more. But with engineer part, I'm looking at more of the back end of how applications work. How does the actual how does bringing in our security tools match with what the business is doing? My job is not to actually stop the business from doing what they're doing. I want them to do what they do more securely. Okay. So I don't mind you going to surfing the web during your time at work, but I want to make sure that you're doing that in a safe manner. So now engineers are probably, it's more of a mid-level role. Um, but you're looking more at the inner workings and how does it actually work with the things that we already have in place. So now let's jump back to our slides. Do I have any questions on LinkedIn or Indeed or any kind of roles? So whenever you guys are looking at, I'm sorry.
Hi, Lee. This is Tawanya. I just had a quick question. Just kind of wondering if some of the management roles where it says like leadership and things like that, if they're specifically looking for cybersecurity experience in those roles, or if other leadership and management roles kind of transfer. Excuse me.
My opinion now, no, they are looking for leadership roles, period. Can you lead a team? Can you go to senior management, understand what they're trying to do, prove, and then can you communicate that to your team and then point them in the right directions? A lot of times when I'm working, I work when I was working at my other job at first, um, I had leadership that they technically could not do what I did, right? I could run laps around them, clicking buttons and doggone turning on this, that, and the third, but I couldn't talk to management the way management wanted to be talked to. And that's where the other type of leadership kind of comes in. Can you talk to management and make them understand the tech talk that I'm talking about, right? So if I'm coming in there and I'm talking to say, hey, we need to use this protocol, this encryption, we need to send out the IP packets, and we need to route this number, y'all gonna be looking at me. If y'all was the board, you'll look at me like, show me what you want, and then we'll give you the budget for it.
So they don't
Leadership.
understand.
I'm sorry, say it again.
So you was basically giving them, you was giving them information that you needed, but they didn't understand the terminology. Is that what you're saying?
Right.
Okay.
So a lot of times when you get into this field, we'll talk jargon. We'll use a little bit of a language that if you haven't been around it, you have no idea what I'm talking about. So if I say, hey, what's the IP address of the DC controller in building 2? And I need the subnet addresses for the marketing department as well as the HR department. And if I say that to someone who is strictly in the office and is making decisions on how the business ran, they have no idea what I'm talking about. And they will defer to someone who can make that more digestible. What is Mitchell talking about? Can you break that down for me? I'm just trying to figure out, is it safe to use a password manager? So that's the type of leadership I think that employers are looking for. So if you have that type of leadership, definitely put it down. And let me be clear on this. Any job that you see up here, if you feel like you can do it, if you read the description, if you feel like you can do it, regardless of what your resume says, put it in. Put your application in. And I'm basically saying you never know what a business is looking for and what they're willing to train on the job. Okay. But a lot of us will read the description and we'll say, there's no way I can do this job. And so I'm not I'm not even going to try. At least let them tell you no. Okay. But you'll be surprised at how many people will call you just to see, hey, I think you're a good fit. I think where you worked at this, you'll be surprised at where you worked at previously, how it plays a big part at where you could be working in the future. So updating that resume and then putting in those applications, you have to do that in order to, I think, see some good results. So I know I went around the whole city about that answer, but yes, I think they're looking for any type of leadership, not necessarily just in cybersecurity.
Thank you very much.
No problem. So jumping over to our controls. So security controls could be technical or they could be administrative. Okay. What are technical controls? Technical controls are our antivirus. So Windows Defender. So hopefully this pops up. Now, this is a technical control, okay? This is what a firewall, for anyone who doesn't know what a firewall is, firewall sits on your network and it basically is if you ever been to a club, I know none of us never went to a club before, but if you have dabbed in that little bit of a nightlife and you went to a club and you seen a bouncer at the door of the club, and if you're not on a list or you're acting a fool and you can't get in the club, that's what the firewall does. A firewall looks at each packet coming into your network. Now, if you don't know what a packet is how we actually communicate to each other on the internet. Okay. And in the back end of your computer, what's going on in the back side, stuff that you don't see, the internet sends packets back and forth, right? And it sends so many packets that we need to actually have something sitting at the edge of our network, checking each packet to make sure that they're not malicious and that they won't affect us with a virus. Okay, so this is what your firewall does. It's a bouncer sitting at the end of that network, and if it sees something that it doesn't like, it's going to pluck it from the list and it's going to discard of it. So you'll never get it. So a lot of times we're blocking things that we're not even aware of, right? We just got on and just wanted to check our bank account for the day. But a lot of times we're blocking things on the back end because we're sending out, people are getting attacked all types of time throughout the day. Let me show you a heat map. Info, do cybersecurity heat map. I had one. I should have saved stuff like this on my favorite one, but hopefully this will show exactly what I want you to see. This is not what I want you to see. FireEye, that's it. So this is a heat map, and what it's going to show in real time is attacks going on across the world. Okay, so as you can see, from people from China, Thailand, Egypt are attacking people in Brazil, Chile, United States, France. This is real time. This is happening right now. Okay, this is why you need your firewall on. This is why a company needs you to see a firewall, because even though we're not at work, right? People in Egypt they don't treat Saturday like the United States does. Okay, they don't treat, and we just had this at my job. So at Sunoco, it's a worldwide distribution plant. I don't know if anybody is familiar with Sunoco. It's in Hartsville, South Carolina, but it's a worldwide packing metal company, right? Well, we have a lot of people in Germany, India, China, Russia, Japan, and we get on these Zoom calls and we talk to each other, and we just had the holidays, right? We just celebrated Thanksgiving and Christmas. Well, a lot of them kind of looked at us like, well, it's not no thing to us. We're not taking time off. We don't celebrate Thanksgiving. We don't celebrate Christmas. We're coming to work on those days that y'all going to take off those 2 weeks, right? So I'm looking at it from a security standpoint. Wouldn't that be the perfect time to send out an attack when people are going to be home for the holidays and trying not to think about any type of attack? All right. So it's also a perfect time to send it out on Saturdays. You know what's a Saturday in Afghanistan? And just because I went over there, a Saturday in Afghanistan is Monday to them, or their Sunday is our equivalent of Sunday is their Monday. No one works on Monday at all. They don't do nothing. Okay. But that's the reason, they would actually take that time and say, hey, if I needed to attack someone in America, I'm going to use Sunday, right? Who's working on Sunday? Who's monitoring something on a Sunday? So as y'all can see, you didn't see any kind of, pause when it comes to the threat mat here. It's just going to keep going on like this, right? And that's how many attacks happened today, already over 300,000. Okay. So this is why you need technical controls in for things like that. But we also need administrative controls for the people who are working in the business, right? So we got Lee that's working, that just got hired on, and now I'm just sending emails of sensitive information out to certain vendors, and I'm exposing top secret information. Now I'm putting the company at risk in a different type of way, right? It's the way that I'm putting the company in risk that a technical control can't do anything about. So to give an example, let's say if we all come up with a world leading recipe for cookies, right? And this recipe for the cookies is better than anything Oreo has ever came out with. We make a killing, right? And it's all because of our secret recipe. And Jessica decides to email the recipe to a vendor that is also a vendor for Oreo. Okay. So now our secret recipe for our world famous cookies is now in compromise because of an employee or someone who is in the know, their mistake. But see, if we had an administrative control in, then now we can say, hey, don't send out any kind of sensitive information, especially don't send out the recipe. I'm just picking at you, Jessica. But don't send out the recipe, and we can put that in what we call policies. And we all should be aware of policies, right? Whenever we join a new company, or even if we go to a school and we get on, before we get on their school's network, they want you to sign a user acceptance policy saying that you won't do anything out of the way. You won't hack anybody. You won't look at information that's not pertaining to you or do any illegal activities on our network. These policies are in place. So if we need to sue you, all right, you signed the policy, you knew the rules. Let's go ahead and you decide to break them. This is the consequences. So again, we got technical controls, and it's just not firewalls. We have antiviruses, we got routers, we got switches, we have SIMs, we have any type of tools, web browser proxies, any type of technical machine or software that we can install and put in place to watch our actions is technical. But the things that we can't protect is administrative. Okay. Any questions? Okay. Threat actors. Who will attack us? Anybody who anybody who wants to attack you will attack you, right? They still attacking each other over here. Okay. So hackers. Hackers could be anybody. They could be any kind of setup. They can set machines up to do this on a constant basis. Bots, that's what we like to call them. I don't know if you ever heard of a botnet or turning a machine into a bot. A lot of times we hear about bots being if you're on social media, right? And you could tell a bot is someone who you've never seen before. All of a sudden, they show up in your instant message or private messages, right? Saying, "Hey, whatever they're selling or want you to and be enticed by, that's what they're trying to get you to actually click on." And then in the back end, you may become a bot. And what I mean you, I mean your computer. So a lot of times we use bots to mine Bitcoin. Okay. And when I'm saying mining Bitcoin, like going into a mine, hitting it with a pick, right? Mining Bitcoin. And in order to do that, you need computers that are able to solve computer basically problems at a high rate, right? So basically, in order to do that, it's better to have a multitude of PCs to do this instead of one or two PCs. Okay. Now, in order to do that, if I can write some code to bring you on board and make your computer a bot, then that's fine. I would like to do that. How can I do that? I can send out a mass email and see who actually clicks on that. And then now you're a part of my botnet. Now you're actually mining Bitcoin for my personal gain. Okay. So that's part of hackers. That's not all what they do. They also participate in social engineering, which we'll go over later. Uh, but they also, 9 times out of 10, what we think a hacker is just someone sitting in the basement with the hoodie on and they're just typing away and they breaking into any and everything. It's not that simple, and it's not exactly what the movies say it is. All right. Hackers could be me, it could be you, it could be the people who you least suspect, could be anyone looking to get access to your network. Um, Now that I look at this, who would attack us and then see natural and God made attacks, that kind of looks bad. But let me explain. Natural and God made attacks, right? Remember, we're trying to protect against any type of disruption to our network or to our business operations. Sometimes we have tornadoes, sometimes we have hurricanes, floods, any type of natural event, God made event that we can't prevent from happening. We need, as security professionals, we need to be aware of it. And then we need to have a plan in place. That plan being an administrative control. Y'all see how I tie that in? That administrative control will say, hey, Columbia gets flooded every 7 years, right? So if they get flooded every 7 years, maybe we should have a backup center, a data center in Atlanta. And so if we get flooded out in year 7, then we can push the network over to Atlanta and we can continue to work seamlessly and not be affected. Can anybody tell me what natural disaster? Yeah, I can. I guess it's natural. What natural disaster that just happened to us in the last 5 years that totally control or changed the way we do life?
COVID.
COVID. COVID changed everything. I've never seen so many businesses scramble to try to get their business online, and they're still trying to get it online, right? but these are and it's funny because at Ag First, one of my last month of working in the office, we were actually going over a scenario where we had a worldwide sickness that kind of wiped everybody out. And what we did in the training was we said, hey, this person, God forbid, passed. Who takes up this responsibility? Who's going to be able to monitor here? Right. And we went through the whole scenario. And it seems like 3 months after that scenario of training, we had COVID break out and we had to implement those things. And we just went into, hey, everybody work from remote and we'll just try to implement working aspirations on a daily basis from there. Okay, so that's natural. That's things that's gonna interrupt our day-to-day basis, our day-to-day work schedule. And we need, as security professionals, we need to have a plan for it, and we need to take it up to our leadership and let them understand, hey, this could happen. You might want to budget out for this type of you might want to budget out so we are prepared just in case it does happen. Okay, moving on to insider threats.
Mr. Mitchell, may I ask a question real quick?
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned, you gave an example, and it might have been just an example. You mentioned how they have backup servers and stuff, like, for example, from Columbia to Atlanta or in Georgia. Does distance matter? Like, let's say, could someone put one, in a more further out state?
Good question. All right. So let's say you as the security professional will be the answer on that. If I'm a CEO, I'm going to say, you tell me, right? And then you will say, okay, well, if I said Atlanta, but we all get hit by hurricanes yearly, right? So if we get hit with Katrina category 5, then that might wipe out the backup center too. So you bring up a good point. So this is where the cloud comes into play, and we'll go over later, with the cloud and how it really changed everything, right? But the cloud allows us to be anywhere in the world and access our data anywhere in the world. So we can use a service like AWS. AWS is I think, the biggest cloud computing business out there. Then you have, oh Jesus, what's the other one? Microsoft OneDrive, and you have Google. Oh yeah, Google Cloud. Sorry, Google Cloud, AWS, and Microsoft. They probably going to be your big dogs when it comes to cloud computing. They're going to house all your data. Now, I say that to say this. AWS may have data centers in Virginia, somewhere in the Midwest. So let's say St. Louis, Chicago, out there in the far West, Idaho, Seattle. They have data centers in England, France, all over the world. Okay, so we can put our data center wherever we want to put it at. Here's the problem. Not here's the problem, but you would normally say, okay, well, let's just jump over to the data center that's in England. Well, England has a different policy set up in laws versus the United States. And so putting our data over there, you're under different type of jurisdiction. Okay, some countries don't let you encrypt your information, like places like China and North Korea and Russia. They don't like encryption. They don't like for their people to be able to hide information from the government. So you, as an American, we can't put data center in Russia because they're going to want it all unencrypted. And then what's the point of that, right? So we have to be aware of those type of things. And I think in the first couple of chapters, they will ask you to be aware of those type of policies that's in Europe in other countries. But good question. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, yeah. It will
Okay.
depend on our cloud system and all that.
Yeah. So it would be, you pick your poison, right? You could put it in Nebraska, but Nebraska get hits with a lot of tornadoes a lot of times. So uh, maybe not Nebraska. Maybe you want 2 data centers. Maybe you want to do Nebraska and maybe upstate New York, right? Because if we want to protect against hurricanes, I know a hurricane is not getting out there to Nebraska, but more than likely it can't get up to upstate New York either. So maybe I'm safe that way. Um, but it's also, do we have the budget for it? All this is going to take money to do, and running these cloud solutions is not cheap at all. So it's all about what you're willing to take management, see exactly what they're going to budget out for you, and then you can make those changes then. Because maybe management might say, "Hey, I don't have money for that. Let's come up with a different way of coming up with some backups." And then
Okay,
now you have directions to do something else.
okay, okay.
But good question. Um, any other questions? Insider threats and mistakes. And I want to lump these into the two together. Insider threats are probably going to be your people who are um, they're looking to be malicious against the company. Never know the motivation behind it. You never know. It may be they're asking for a raise, they didn't get it. So you know what? I'm gonna just post all the secret information. I'm taking the secret recipe and I'm putting it on Facebook. I don't care. I'm putting it out there. If I can't get the raise, then nobody ain't getting the raise. Insider threat. You have to put in both technical controls for that, and you need to put in administrative controls for that. All right. So we are the thing that makes an insider threat so dangerous is that they already have access to your network. We thought that they were trustworthy people, but you know, you never know what would turn an employee against the company. And now, since they are turned against the company and they want to become malicious against the company and put in, let's say, a logic bomb, and you will learn what a logic bomb is, um, you have to have your technical control in place for those type of attacks. On the other hand, mistakes are just mistakes, right? If they don't really understand um, the importance of phishing emails and they click on a link in a phish email, it could be an honest mistake. It could be they're drowsy, it's been a long day. I see an email that comes in about gift certificate cards. I know my company gives out gift certificate cards. I click on it. Oh snap! It's a fish attack, right? You have to weigh that out. Again, you want to put in your administrative controls to ward against those type of mistakes. Have them do training and put in your technical controls on their PC so we can actually confine those PCs whenever they are attacked. Okay, moving on to how do we gain threat intel? Threat intel is understanding what attackers are doing, um, getting information, news about it, right? Because it happens every day, right? Remember the heat map. The heat map shows that we were already up to 300,000 attacks to date. Okay, so the place where I go and get my threat intel are pretty simple. I like this company here called Hack5. So they got a YouTube channel and I'm subscribed to it. So they will come out and they have kind of like these little short videos saying what kind of hacks is going on today, what to look out for, what's really hitting the news, right? Hack5 is wonderful. They also have a website. If they don't have it posted, oh yeah, okay. The Hack5 store and they got a lot of tools that you can actually use on a day-to-day basis, right? Now, this is called penetration testing because we are learning cybersecurity. If you're not doing penetration testing, you are a hacker. You are subject to go to jail. Okay, I'm gonna say it again. Using these tools that I'm about to show you, if you're doing penetration testing, you probably signed a NDA, you signed some kind of contract with some company to use the tools. If you haven't signed anything, you are a hacker. If they find you, you don't know me, I didn't show you this, you going to jail. Okay. Now they have different tools that you can get and you can plug in and you can see different types of information on the network, right? So this rubber ducky is going to be a key logger. And so what you do is you plug it into the back of a computer, you walk away. Now, whoever types in anything on that computer, it logs it down, it shoots it out to the internet. You log in on the other side of the console, you see exactly what they're putting in. Great way to get passwords, right? I wouldn't suggest you, mind you, that's $80 if you want to spend the $80 to get it and get some passwords. Hey, I wouldn't suggest it because we're not penetration testing here. But this is where you go and get stuff like this, okay? Now, all of these type of plug-in devices, this is where you go in, and I'm talking from a penetration testing. You're going into a company and you're just plugging these things in and you're leaving them there. And then whatever information that they want to, people plug into it unknowingly, this is just what you get, okay? So they also have things like Wi-Fi sniffers. I'll show you a free Wi-Fi sniffer, but you also have things like this. I'm pretty sure some of these have jamming capabilities to be able to cause disruption, taking away your Wi-Fi signal. But good place to actually see the type of tools that penetration testing use in a day-to-day field. Any questions about Hack 5? I also go to another website when it comes to Intel called Bleeping Computer. And they pretty much stay up on, the day-to-day attacks or things that we need to actually be aware of in the cybersecurity space. I'm just a normal black, nothing special here. I'm not going to spend too much time on that because my favorite one is Twitter. All right. Twitter is social media is the number one place to get the absolute quickest update of anything going on. Right. We had an attack called Log4j that happened, I think, last Christmas. And I found out about it on Twitter before even before Hack 5 and Bleeping Computer was able to actually write up a report about it. People were already tweeting about it and they already kind of had a remediation for it. I'm not saying that you should get a Twitter account, but it's a good way of being up to date, closest to, I would say up to the minute type of updates. Is probably going to be following some of your favorite people in the security field on Twitter. Any questions?
So you're saying that a lot of information is put on Twitter regarding hacks, breaches, and that kind of information, but following certain people or just like in trending information?
You can find it in trending information, but if you want to follow, let's say Hack 5 in Twitter, if you wanted to follow them on Twitter, they're probably going to post it on Twitter before they actually make a video for it.
Gotcha.
So if you got them in your follows, and then it'll probably show up on your post feed as soon as they post it up. Sometimes it 8 seconds out, a minute out, and then now you have a you have a head start. Now you can get your team together and say, hey, I just seen that from a reputable source. Maybe check another source to make sure that it's real. And do we have more than likely you already got a security control in place. But for a place for a thing like Log4j, which was calling on a database, we didn't have anything in place for that type of attack. So we had to scramble real quick during the Christmas break in order to make sure that we were protected.
Will there be a resource provided for suggested follows for social media?
Yeah, I'll give you I'll give you who I follow. I could put that in the classroom as well.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm. How y'all feeling? Y'all feeling okay?
I have a question. I just want to make sure I'm on the same page. Can you
Yes, ma'am.
explain what a penetration testing is? I want to make sure I'm
Penetration testing. So sometimes, not sometimes, annually, you want a business to conduct a penetration test. Penetration test means I'm going to hire a good hacker. No, that's a bad word for it. A good intentions hacker to test my technical and administrative controls. They're going to test it. They're not going to bring us down as far as they're going to hack us, but they're not going to stop us from actually doing business that day. That's why I said you will, if you're going to buy stuff from Hack5 and use it, you need to have a contract with that business in order to use that type of tool on it, because they're trying to make sure that if you're looking at your home security system, you're testing, you're having somebody come through and test the windows, test the doors, making sure that there's no entryway. The only thing we're doing in the cybersecurity realm is we're testing that with those type of tools that I showed you on Hack5. I'm even gonna go so far to test employees. I'm gonna do some social engineering attacks. I'm gonna see if you let me into the building. I'm gonna see if I can get onto your network once I'm in the building. Once I'm on the network, can I hack into your account, your particular account? And then if I'm able to do these things, I'm kind of checking it off in on a survey sheet. And then once I'm done, I give it to the security manager and say, hey, you need to address these issues that I found. Now, once I fix those issues, next year they'll come back, they'll try those same things that they told us to fix. We should have fixed them or put some type of control in. And then they'll try some new things and they'll say, hey, this is what's hot in the streets right now. You need to have a control in for that. So that's penetration testing. It's a whole, going back to security roles, it's a whole nother role, right? It doesn't have to do with the CISO or engineer. This is a whole path that you can take. If you're really into seeing how you're really technical and you want to see how those things work and you like breaking things, penetration testing might be the field for you. It pays just as much. It's in just as much as demand, if not more demand. I would say it's better to start a business with a penetration testing skill set than it is with having engineering skill sets. Did I answer the question or did I run on too long?
No, you're fine. I got it. Thank you.
Okay. So that's penetration testing. All right. And actually that's a good segue. Performance security assessments is exactly, I'm sorry, Tawana?
So will we be learning? Okay. I know we kind of went over the syllabus and everything, but I understand the purpose of cybersecurity, basically to thwart any threats and then provide systems to kind of combat that, keep monitoring and all that kind of thing. Are we going to get into what happens once a threat, like something's breached, and then how we fix it and tracing how the information was used that was stolen. Does that make sense?
No.
No.
The reason why is this is entry level.
Okay.
So that's more into the field of incident response.
Gotcha.
And while you will learn about what incident response is, as you'll see as my lectures goes on, I'm kind of keeping a 10,000 foot view. Like I'm showing you this is over here, this is over here, but I'm never going in and digging deep into it and showing you. I may dig deep in a little bit of things,
Okay.
but I'm not going to show you how to break down malware and see exactly where it came from, and
Okay.
then what do we do? What do we do to remediate it later
Right.
on? I may show you a tool that does that for you,
Okay.
but Security Plus doesn't. It won't go into that realm. That's outside of the scope.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And not a bad question. It's just I think a lot of people when taking cybersecurity, Security Plus, think that that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do firewall rules and go into the SIM and see the traffic. I may show you those things. I may even give you a opportunity to perform those tasks, and which I will because I do want you with some experience, right? But I'm not going to make it to where if you get hired tomorrow, you're gonna feel like, oh, I got it. I know exactly what to do. You're not gonna know what to do after this course like that. You're gonna have to, after this course, you're gonna get hired on, and someone will tell you what you need to do. But they don't want you at a point where they need to explain to you what penetration testing is. That makes sense?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. So going back to penetration testing and then security assessments, it's a good way of showing what flaws do my computer or my business has, right? Is it easy for me to gain access to the first floor, to the HR department? Is it easy for me to just log into a computer? These are performing these type of assessments, and then how are we going to actually remediate those type of things? Performing a security assessment is probably going to be done by a security professional, but you also in a conjunction with a pen tester, which is short for penetration. A pen tester is also going to help you out with that assessment. Okay. We use vulnerability management tools. So to Tawana's point, I know it was kind of maybe disheartening for some people to be like, hey, I'm not going to learn too much technical stuff, but I got an idea that if I can get this training out from Qualys, maybe we can have a little bit more hands-on experience, and we can actually use this for leverage when it comes to having that real-world experience. So to bring back to what is Qualys, what is Rapid7? These are vulnerability management tools, and these are big-time players in the cybersecurity realm. What they do is they actually crawl the network. And when I say crawl, meaning that we have a endpoint on our PC, and they look through all of the deficiencies that we have. And now after finish crawling the network, they give you a printout, and you as a security professional, you will hand that to your IT department and say, hey, these are the security holes that you have. You need to fix these holes as soon as possible to bring our risk score down. Okay. So quick question to the group. Who in here understands the importance of updating their PC and their phones? Okay. So This is more than likely these vulnerability management tools is going to tell people to actually run patches. Patches is running the updates, right? And these updates are actually just security updates, and they actually protect us from attacks, right? So let me show you something. I'm gonna go to start menu. If you got a Windows computer, please do this, as well as if you're not familiar with running updates. You're gonna type in updates, and then it may come up with uninstall updates or Windows update settings. So what we want to do is go into the settings, and then we want to check for updates. What I'm going to show you is the update history. And all of these different types of patches, I'm going to refer to these as patches, right? But all of these patches needed to go in because these are potential vulnerabilities. Okay. Now, some of them are updating my antivirus, but things such as an update preview for the framework 3.5 is probably going to be a security patch for the previous version that was a vulnerability vector or a way into your computer that you didn't know anything about. Okay. So the importance of running your updates is to have your computer be more secure. So if you know of a computer in your house that hasn't had an update in a long time, it's vulnerable to be hacked. Okay. And hackers, regardless of their skill level, they look for different types of computers that don't have the patches involved, and they can have, maybe they can practice on that before they go for a bigger fish down the line. Same thing goes for your phones. If you see the update on your phone and you don't apply the update, then there's a chance that you may be compromised later on, right? Because your computer, your phone is just a computer. It's just in a handheld format. All right. I know some Galaxies out there, Samsung Galaxies, that you can plug up up to a monitor, and it shows the actual interface like a computer. And so there's no need to have an actual laptop in that case, if that's the case. So if the same code that I can run on your computer to hack your computer and see the information there, I can do the same thing on your phone and get more. I think more personal information is probably on our phones than it is on our PCs. So make sure you run your updates. Okay. And that was a great segue. I covered that as well. I'm coming down to the home stretch. Y'all bear with me now. All right. Social engineering and malware attacks. Let's go with the malware attacks first. So in this, your first couple of chapters, you're going to learn what these different types of attacks are. You're probably going to have to know the description of these, right? So we talked about botnets, right? Adware, we're talking about things that's popping up that's selling you something. It's not actually causing you any kind of harm. It's kind of an annoyance, right? They just, hey, there's a sale going on at Belk's, and you don't have no browser open. It's just popped up. That's probably an adware on your PC, and you might want to uninstall it. Spyware steals your data. Sitting in the background, you really don't know it's there. So let me jump into that real quick. I'm gonna pull up my task manager. If you guys don't know how to pull up a task manager, what I just did was I went down to my toolbar, I right click, and then I hit task manager. That's going to bring up a task manager. This is going to show you everything that's running in the background on your PC. Okay. Anything and everything that's running in the background on a PC. This is what I like to show. Cortana, right? I hate Cortana. Cortana is kind of like Siri or Watson. They listen for you to say their name, and then they come up and say, hey, what do you want me to look up? But if that's the case, then it's always in a listening mode. Okay. So if you're compromised, then why not compromise that application to listen to your conversation. Okay. If we don't have our updates ran, then that might leave those applications like that open to vulnerabilities. And now I can take advantage of that and listen to your conversations without you knowing about it. Okay. So I hate stuff like that. That's why you see that pause. I try to disable Cortana as much as possible on all my PCs. But Windows wants you to have Cortana, man. And it's kind of almost a violation of privacy, but you brought the product. So I guess that's how they looking at it. But anyway, these are all the applications that are running on the background. So if we're talking about spyware, more than likely your spyware applications are probably going to be running here too. Okay. And you can see how many things I have running in the background. Spyware will probably be somewhere around here, somewhere where I'm not going to take the time to go and look for it. Okay. But that's an easy way for hackers to get onto your PC and just kind of chill out and wait until you type something that they want to see. Say something that they want to hear, things of that nature. So this is what your task manager, going back to what Tawana asked, if we were to be attacked, I'm probably going to use applications like this to actually see what's talking, what's actually sending information out and what's coming in. So a lot of times when we're sending out a lot of information, when you're being actively attacked, the memory is going to be kind of maxed out to 100%. Your CPU is going to be up there above 80%. Your computer is going to probably kick on that fan and it's going to run hot. It's going to give you the signs that I'm doing a lot of work, right? This is where you look at, you come up here, come all the way up to the top. Jesus. Come up to the top, and then we're going to sort our highest used application up to the top. So I turn that little carrot upside down in order to show me who's using the most memory. And for me, it's Google Chrome because I have my Zoom session going, and that takes up a lot of memory, right? But I can also drill down into see how many sessions of Google Chrome I have open. Now I want you to ask yourself something. Y'all ain't seen that many Google. Do you see that many Chrome sessions open for me? I don't have that many windows open, right? But that's how much Google Chrome is actually communicating behind the scenes. Okay. So just kind of, giving you a little bit of insight on that. That was good stuff. Ransomware. Ransomware is a lot of companies are scared of this type of stuff because this is where, they lock down your computer and they ask for money. They ask for Bitcoin. We just had the example I always give is up here in Charlotte. The school district was attacked with ransomware and they had to pay a total of $24,000 to get back the students' information. And they had to pay in Bitcoin. The problem with ransomware or being attacked with ransomware is that you don't really know if you got the ransomware virus off that computer until you wipe it. You have to wipe the PC in order to know that the person is gone. Okay. So once all right, I'm gonna jump right into it. Ransomware, you click on a piece of malware, it locks up the whole computer. What it does is it say, hey, pay me so much money, so much amount of money, and I'll give you the encryption key, which you'll learn about next month. I'll give you an encryption key to unlock the actual ransomware. You will pay that ransom or you won't get your data back, right? You won't be able to do nothing. You can't do anything but wipe the computer. So a lot of times, if you don't have a backup system, if you don't have your files in Atlanta somewhere, then you have to pay that back, especially if you got that recipe up there, right? And if we want that data back, we're going to pay that $24,000. You pay the ransom, and then now the hacker will say, hey, here's the key. The problem with that is that the hacker can still be in the application in the background. So while you get your data back, he can wait maybe 2 or 3 months and then reactivate the ransomware and say, hey, I want another 24,000. So on and so forth. So in order to beat ransomware, it's nothing like backups. You got to have backups. Never ever pay the ransomware. Worms and Trojans, I'll let you guys read up on worms and Trojans. But more likely, we're not going to see worms in real life unless stuff just get really bad. But Trojans, you're probably going to run across those a couple of times in your cybersecurity career. Now, phishing campaigns. I have been pwned, right? Pwn means it's a cybersecurity term for being owned or being hacked by someone. So let's go to this website. And what it does is that it looks at so many companies that have already say our company, Yahoo, have been compromised, and so many emails were leaked out to the dark web, right? And what this site does is that it looks in a database to see if your email is actually compromised. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna show you guys. I'm gonna type in Lee Mitchell at mitchelltechnologies.org. This is my business website email. Let's see if I've been compromised. Good news, I haven't been hacked or not hacked, right? So there's this website is not going to show you that if someone has actually been in your email. It's going to show you if you were part of a breach. If someone got your email and maybe they're sending you unsolicited emails, right? So let's go with Lee Mitchell 15 at Yahoo. Now, I had this email since 2002. I know it's compromised. There's no way that is not compromised. Oh no, my email has been part of some type of breach, if not multiple breaches when it comes to Yahoo. Okay. So that just goes to show you, the type of information that we put in our emails, but also it shows you that once you're putting that information in someone else's database, such as Yahoo, they may be subject to be breached, and now your data is at risk of being looked at by someone else. Okay. So if y'all get a chance, just go in there and see if your email has been compromised. More than likely, I would say nah, I hope not, but you never know. This is where I work at now. Good news. I'm good. I'm good on Sunoco, which would be a problem if it was part of a breach, because more than likely, once a company is part of a breach, they have to come out with a legal document, not a legal document, but some kind of formal statement saying that we have been breached. This type of information was leaked out. And if you have an account, you might want to change that password. Okay. Now, this goes into phishing when it comes to social engineering, because that's what social engineers want to do. They want to actually get you to click on a button or some type of link in order to affect your system or that platform that you're using. So I wanted to show you, and this is my last 2 slides. I wanted to show you some phishing emails that I got, so you guys could you'll know what to look for when it comes to phishing emails. So this is in my Yahoo account, right? That terrible Yahoo account that I got. And I got both of these examples from my spam account. If you ever want to see a phishing campaign directed for you, go take a look at your spam account. More than likely, somebody's trying to social engineer you with the fish there. Now, do not click on anything in your spam account. You can open the email. Do not click links in that spam account, okay? It will behoove you not to click links, because even if you click the link, they're could be some type of software that this installs in the back end that you don't see. Okay, so don't do that. I took a screenshot of these. So anyway, what I want you to see is on a phishing email, you can see that they saying, "Hey, thank you for shopping with us. This is how much you charge. We charge your card." The first thing that I want to look at is that I know good and doggone well I didn't spend $900 and not know about it, right? So that's one flag, one red flag off the rip. Okay. My second one is to look for who sent me this email. And the email, 9 times out of 10, phishing campaigns is not going to come from a legitimate source. It's going to come from it's going to have a funky little email to it, right? It's going to be gibberish, or it's not going to line up with the company that they're with. Whenever you have a company email, more than likely that company has bought up every domain that has to do with their emails, right? So if it came from the HR department, it's a hr@yahoo.com or sales@macys.com. It won't have this type of verbiage here. Okay. So that's another red flag. Another red flag is um, just kind of knowing if you knew you made a purchase or not, which could also be some type of it could trip you up a little bit too, because maybe if they hit right, they might send it from Amazon, and we all shop on Amazon, and it might kind of make you say, hey, maybe I did do something like that. Let me click on it and see. But you have to, I would say your 9 times out of 10, your best bet is to look at who sent it and to call in if you have a problem. If it's so good to where you think it may be a problem, call the help desk for that particular company, and then they should be able to see who sent you an email if they sent you one. Another thing is to see uh, grammar errors. So if you see here where it says your order is on, comma, and is no longer to be changed, that space between on and comma and then another space after that kind of is a dead giveaway too. A lot of, and this kind of goes into stereotyping a little bit, but a lot of people, a lot of phishing campaigns come from overseas, and their English is a second nature. Second nature, a second language. So it's not as buttoned down and clean as it should be. So you want to look for those type of uh, points as well. That's the first phishing email. This is the second one. Well, one more thing. They always want you to click on something, right? They're always going to put a link there for you to actually see. If you need a return or a shipment management or other orders, please visit it here. This is where the malware is going to probably sit at, right? If we click on this, or if our employee clicks on this, this is where we need to actually stay away from. So this is when I say, hey, don't click on anything, this is what I mean. Last slide. All right, so this is the last email here. This is trying to get me to look at my Netflix account. The problem is that I don't have a Netflix account. They got I would normally use my Mitchell 15 as a logon, but I don't have a Netflix account. I actually use this someone else Netflix account. So I know this is it's a phishing campaign. But also I look up here, you see the person that it came from is not right. You can get it now. The only problem with this phishing email is that they forgot to put the link in here. So whenever I hovered over it, I didn't get my little pointer in order to click it and select it. So they're kind of trying this out. They sent me several emails like this, and you just got to be mindful of phishing campaigns because they can be very good. If I get a chance to see a nice one, I will take a clip of it and make sure I put it in the Google Classroom for you guys to see. Okay, that's all I have for today. Is there any questions?
I have a question.
Yes,
So
sir.
everything just about what you said, you just got finished explaining in your spam folder about email is mostly where the phishing is going to occur, or can it occur in some of the other parts of our email?
It can come in, well, trust me, it will get to your inbox. One eventually will get to your inbox, and you're gonna see good ones. I was just saying, if you wanted to see one pretty much today addressed to you, look in your spam box. You probably will see one now, right? But every now and again, it'll be so good to where it gets past that filter because your spam box is a filter, right? It's kind of like that firewall that's looking at all the email that's coming in and it's saying, Willie doesn't need to see this. I'm gonna put it in spam. Or no, this is legitimate. I'm gonna put it in his inbox. Some of these phishing campaigns can be down to the T and it'll fool you and it'll make it into your inbox. So it got past the filter. Now they're hoping that they have chosen the right service that you use and they get you to click on that link. And the really the party starts after that is if they're gonna send you to a website or are they gonna try to sell you something? Are they gonna try to install something in the back end?
Mhm.
Any other questions?
Okay.
Dr. McBride?
Okay. Wow. Very interesting session. Did you enjoy your session? Wasn't it beautiful? Wonderful? Lots of information. Okay. And I just love the way he um, looked at the practical side of it, you know. So hopefully you've gained some additional knowledge today that you will take with you and that you will continue to, expand upon. Um, so with that being said, Ms. Mitchell is going to drop this presentation. I believe it may already be there in our classroom. And so we get to go and review it. Well, the
Okay.
Share your screen whenever you can. And I'm gonna step away for a minute. I'll be right back. But go ahead and share your screen.
Yes, sir. Oh, you gotta disable it. Hmm. Oh, oh,
I gotta enable it.
yes, sir.
Go ahead, try it now.
Okay. Um,
All right, so let's look at the email. All right, so this came from the service desk, which I had it set up to do. I hope it gives you the right role, but we'll see. Okay, that you're now registered at a hot desk. So yeah, you're gonna use the email for your username and then copy and paste that password in. Thinking about it.
Yeah, it don't seem like it. Yeah.
Not authorized. Go back to the login and switch the tab over to I am a staff member. Right there. Crap. Go to my tickets at the top. I don't understand that. What's under my profile?
Mm.
It seems like it already registered you. Let me refresh it on my side. I don't see you in the staff. That's what I wanted you at. All right. So right now I have you registered as a user, as if you were working for a company and you needed to put in a help desk ticket. You use this profile to actually submit a ticket. You'll see that at the top. I'm gonna go ahead and stop sharing your screen. I'm gonna share mine and try to get you set up as a staff member.
Yes, sir.
So this is the service desk. This is what I'm trying to get you to. This is the regular version. Can you see it? Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is what I want to set you up with, so you can get that service desk experience. So you can see how I do tickets, open tickets, tickets that are actually assigned to me. We were going to go over this one today, unassigned tickets, and then these overdue tickets. But what I want to do is be able to get you on as a staff member. That's not right. You know what? Let me just add you as an admin. Let me see it.
So I'm someplace up here. It just ain't
I might need to go in there and delete you from the users. That let's go over to victory. Over to manage. Maybe they didn't want to add you as a staff member if you was a user. Maybe. I'm still trying to learn it myself.
Yes, sir.
What's your Mitchell Tech email?
Hold on. I think I got it on my phone. Been a while since I used that one.
Are you able to get to it on my email just to see the?
It's charman@mitchelltech.org. I think I can still get to it. I put it on my phone, so it should be. Let's see. Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. So hopefully that's in your Mitchell Tech email. Don't know why I didn't want to add that Gmail, man.
I try to remember how to get to, because it's in the other Chrome browser.
Okay.
There you go. Now, do I even remember the password to that? Let's see.
Might have to forget it. I mean,
I think I got it. It's been a minute. Give me 1 second. What this is? There we go. All right. I'm in there.
okay. I'm gonna unshare my screen. You share yours back.
Okay. Was this set today? Yeah. Okay. Why is it paused?
Say that again.
Let's see. Let me know when you're ready for me to share the screen.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah, it says my screen sharing is paused.
Maybe it's something I did on here. Do you see a pause button at the bottom when trying to share?
It's a I was trying to hit resume share, but it don't want to. When I do that, it doesn't come off pause. This is a it's not the screen I want to share anyway. Okay.
I see it now.
All right. Is this what you sent me?
Yep. Join the team. Accept the invite. So when you get the job, your remote job, that's how it's gonna come up similar to that, right?
Yes, sir.
Now we're gonna set your password. Go ahead and use a decent password. Yeah.
12.
Nothing too simple.
Said nothing too simple.
Yeah, nothing too simple. I think at least one uppercase, some letters, and a special character. But this next part, I want to see if we need to walk through it or not. But
Oh, the caps lock on. um, it's the Mental Tech email address, right?
yeah,
Okay. Uh,
your, the screen paused again. Okay. And then-
yes, sir. I need to relaunch Chrome, but I'll do that after we get done.
All right. Now, two-factor authentication. This is what I have set up on it. Do you have a authenticator on your phone?
I do. I had to have one for Ori Georgetown.
Okay. So go ahead and hit configure authentication and set that up real quick by scanning that QR code. While you doing that, I'm gonna try to get my Xbox back on.
Oh, this is different.
Say it again.
Said this is it's not generating the code.
Which authenticator do you have?
This one is hold up. My nope, that's not Microsoft. It just says authenticator. I'm guessing it's
Is there a little blue lock with the white
yes,
background?
yes, sir. Yep.
Okay, that should do it. When you took the QR code, did you see anything that says open EDR? Or not open EDR. It'll say Exidium.
Yes, sir. Hold on, let me do it again. Um, says O2, I guess PA. Anyway, yeah, it's taking me to open with. Let me try Duo. I used that before too. There we go. Let's see. Why does it want to connect to Google Drive for?
Mm.
No, we're not doing all that. Yeah, it's just a dry run right now. But we having all
Oh
sorts of
yeah, I mean that's the reason why we're doing it. You know what I'm saying? Just to get the because I'm not saying that you need to do this at a particular speed at work, but you know, whenever you see something like this or somebody says, "Hey, can you help me set up my two-factor?" Normally I'll take them to that Microsoft Authenticator and scan that QR code and see if
Yeah,
we
that's
can
what
set
I'm
up.
using.
Uh,
It's, that's what I'm using. Yep, it's a Microsoft. Hold on, let me try this one. I had to have 3 of them up here, so nope, that's ID me. This is for
that's the
the
government.
IRS.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's giving me a link, and every time I try to I go to authenticate it, it's not generating. Scan this barcode with your authenticator app to generate the. Let me try these. Let me try because I scanned it with my picture. There we go. I got it. Took long enough, baby. All right, here we go. There we go. Man, they ain't want to play with me.
Now that's tech, man.
I'm talking ain't want to play.
I don't know why it's like you got too many. You ain't got enough dashes for the lines.
Yeah.
It's weird.
1, 2, 3, 1, 4. Let's see what happens. Nope, because it ain't gonna light up. All right,
You
here we
get
go.
5 digits. You don't have 3 and 3.
It just gave me that just now. I don't know why it
All right, now this is the backup codes, right? So what you want
okay.
to do is you want to download this to a text file and put it in a place where you can find it. The reason why is that if you lose your phone or you lose your app or whatever the case may be, and it's asking you for a 2-factor and you don't have it, you can always go back to these one of these files codes and put it in and be able to authenticate and then set it up somewhere else.
Okay. All right. 6, 7.
Because if not, like you do, like how I did the other week, I forgot it. I couldn't get back in. I tried the 2-factor and everything, and I had to end up putting in a help desk ticket with Insidium to reset the whole 2-factor for my account. And they was pretty good with actually getting back with me, so I like them.
Well, I put it in my folder, my home screen folder, so I'll keep it
Yeah.
in there.
It's just in case, because I can't reset it for you if you lose it. So
Yes, sir.
and I don't have these files. So yeah. All right, continue to the platform, and then let's go ahead and get into real quick, just go ahead and knock those security questions out, because if you forget them, or that might be another option other than a 2-factor.
Yes, sir.
Doing authentic. Like I said, man, I tried my best to make this platform as intuitive, as not intuitive, but engaging as possible over the holiday weekend. And I think you're gonna learn a lot from it, man. I'm gonna have a lot of fun just kind of building it up. So it's something that me and you can go in there and check on a daily basis just to kind of, get things going. So
Yes, sir.
all right. Welcome to Mitchell Technology Service Center. My name is Lee. I will be your guide. All right. So go up to applications at the top. And let's go into, you see Service Desk, and then you see Service Desk version 2.
Yes, sir.
Open one of them up, and then the other one in another tab. So just right click on one and just open it up in another tab.
I'm using what am I using? The MacBook. What my
Oh,
mouse
okay.
is. Yeah.
No
And
problem, no
now,
problem. We could just, because it's gonna be the same thing, just one looks different, right?
yes, sir.
But this is what I was saying, how you got the open tickets, the unassigned tickets, and then all your other categories off to the left. You got different categories at the top that you can use and navigate to. And I'll let you just, whenever you get free time, just go through everything, see what you got questions on, and just let me know.
Yes, sir.
But this is your typical help desk, service desk queue. I think it's CUE, Q. So if they, you get into a business and they say, hey, we done put 2 tickets in your queue, this is where you're gonna go at and check those tickets, update those tickets, and then close those tickets.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now go to version 2 real quick, just to kind of show the difference. It's just the updated version. It looks a little bit more appealing to the eye with the little user icons off to the left, but nothing. It doesn't say anything different. So either you'll run into one or the other. You'll run into ones that we saved a little bit of money, so they gave you version 1, or we spent a little bit more money and we get a little bit more features with version 2.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But it's typically the whole same thing. Now, users normally don't see this side of the ticketing system. They see what you were logged into the first time.
Okay.
First time. That hey, you could submit a ticket here, and then they're able to check their tickets in that type of platform. But here, this is where IT people, we go and we check our tickets and then we update them. This is what you call the back end. I guess you could say it like that. Some people may use that terminology, the back end. Let me go and check my tickets, things like that. Any questions?
No. I like this. This interface, version 2 interface, look a whole lot better than. Well, I'm not saying a whole lot better. Yeah, it's more streamlined, I guess.
Yeah, it's more appealing to the eye. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, if we were shopping this off, and which I'm hoping to do, I'm hoping to take this platform and shop this off to more clients for Mitchell Technologies and show them that, hey, we can put the endpoints on your PC, and then we can give them the link to the help desk, and they can put in the ticket from wherever, and me and you can see them, and then solve them, and then keep it moving.
Yes, sir.
Now go back to applications, drop that down, and go to RMM. This is the work I've been doing. So I got some clients for us to look at, and these are the agents that I have out there that's actually on machines, and some are running, some of them are already reported issues. And we'll get into this as we go along with these sessions. But you can, I got these there, so now you can click on the ones that I highlighted and just look at it'll let you drill so far into like file locations.
Yes, sir.
It'll let you remote into them, which I would not suggest. But
yes.
Unless you get permission from that person, because this is not just me and my household. This is, I think, 2 other households. Yeah. Oh yeah. This is real. No.
Okay.
You about to get this work. You about to get this work. So whenever I say, hey, we have an application out there, we need to make sure this application is off all PCs that's under our care. You can go in here and we can look in the application part of them and then tell that endpoint to take it off.
Okay.
So we'll get to that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. whenever those names, those computer names are highlighted, you can click in them and then, you know, drill down into them to see the information that the endpoint has collected. Okay. So
Okay.
this is your typical dashboard. Well, this is my dashboard. Your dashboard is at the top, and I'll go over that in a minute. But this is what I go and look at my agent, see what's actually going on. All right, this is what I'm gonna check every morning to see who's out here wilding out, what I gotta do. You know, I got some mobile devices. You see a couple of iPads in there. I even got a couple of Android tablets in there. So, and I got geofencing on them, so I know the locations of those tablets, those mobile devices. That's crucial for MDM management, mobile device management. So, all those things we talked about in Security Plus, this is putting the rubber to the road here.
I like this.
All right. Now, if you want to put an endpoint on your machine, let me know, or you can just go ahead and download it. I did put this endpoint on some of my virtual machines as well. So,
Okay.
Because remember, your virtual machines are, even though they're sitting on VirtualBox and may not be turned on, when they do turn on, they're connected to the internet, and they may be up to date and patched. They may not be. So it'll be good if you had an EDR system on it or an endpoint on it to be able to look at it from a high glance, from a high point to see what's going on with it.
Okay. What I do then is I use the HP to spin up a virtual machine. Because the MacBook, I don't have enough memory of it. Even with a solid state hard drive, the extra one, I just don't have the extra memory. So I'm gonna spin it up on HP. I think I can create a server and a regular machine, and we'll put
Okay.
endpoints.
Did I lose you?
Oh no, I was saying I'll spin those up and then I'll let you know, and we can put endpoints on those two.
Okay.
All right.
All right. So let me go ahead and go to your. Go back up to. No. Go ahead and unshare, and I'm gonna share mine, and then we'll go through some more settings.
Yes, sir.
All right. So. Now this is the good looking version of Acidium. It's the same thing as what we just looked at over here. So it's
Okay.
not the enterprise. If I go to the device management platform, as you can see, it's just kind of bland, but you know, it tells you everything you want to know.
Yes, sir.
This right here. Now this is where, you know, you can get the endpoint, and I'll go over that in just a second. Matter of fact, I'll just copy that, and you are seeing my screen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll just copy that, hit next, finish, and close. All right, so this is the sexy version, if you will, of the same platform over here. You know,
Okay.
this is what you would want to, you know, boss walk up behind you and it's like, oh, okay, yeah, man, the dashboard looks great. And this is what, you know, CISOs, IT directors, they're going to look at these, they just want to see the big numbers with the graphs, and that's going to indicate to them that they're safe or not, right? Because they don't have time to dig through this stuff. But you as a security professional, you're going to go through and see, okay, I got 10 alerts. What's going on here? And we'll get to this on why this is wilding out like that.
Okay.
But this is, when you look down into it, this is your threat hunting at a glance. This is how you dig into what's actually going on with the vulnerability. What is the hacker trying to do? Not saying that this is being actively hacked right now, but this is how you threat hunt. This is how you look through and you see what processes is happening on that computer to
Yes,
see
sir.
exactly what is the hacker trying to do.
Okay.
Okay. Now you can get a lot of information here. Time. We can see what's going on. Where is it? What's the location of it? Right. And then we can actually, what a lot of people want to do is they want to, I think I can show them. At least I don't know where it's at just yet. But they'll show like this work tree or like an event process. And it's just basically arrows pointing to this happened and then this happened next.
Yes, sir.
That's a lot of selling points that a lot of security tools use. But this is probably could be cleaned up just by changing some settings on this server.
Okay.
But I left it up here so you could be familiar with it. Now we can go into the event case over here. I think this is where I wanted to show that work schedule. I have to find it. But anyway, I'm not trying to go. I will make a session for us to dig deep into this. But
Yes, sir.
just right now, I'll give you a good overlay of what's going on. And I'm going to jump back over to this platform because I like it better. This is more, it's too much going on for me.
Okay.
But if you want to be over there, that's fine too. It doesn't show any less than what this shows.
Okay.
So the dashboard over here is a little bit different. But you still get your, you get your little nice graphs.
Yes, sir.
Things to print out to people, getting an overlay of the network overall. So in our network for Mitchell Technologies, we got 2 Androids, at least 5 iOSs. Not at least, but we have 5 iOSs, at least 2 iPhones. I'll say that, and mostly Windows machines. But I like this that it also breaks it down over here into device types too.
Yes, sir.
When people ask you what's in your network, it's nice to say, hey, take a look at the dashboard and say, okay, yeah, man, no, we only got 1 server in the that we're tracking. So if you see another server that's out there on the network, then we need to take a look at that because we should only have 1.
Yes, sir.
I'll go over ownership whenever we get to that, but it's basically you could set up different types of ownerships as far as let's say if it belongs to the legal department, HR department, so on and so forth.
Yes, sir.
And then the all important, what versions are we on? A lot of IT directors, CISOs will want to know what versions that we're on. A key note to remember is that you probably want to be on the 1 version back than the latest version. Just because if we haven't tested out the new version, and let's say the new version is vulnerable, then and we already pushed it out to everybody, there's no way to really roll back until the new version comes back out. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, because you get hit with a 0-day exploit, and if you're on the new version, you have to wait till a patch comes through to try to fix it.
Right. So we want to stay 1 behind. and then, you know, whenever that new one, because we know a new version is going to come, right? So
Yes,
we
sir.
just, whenever that new version comes out, we'll make a way and make sure that we're not vulnerable for the one that we're going to jump to.
Okay.
At least have some type of mitigation in place that if we're going to move up, that we can have something in place just in case we become, that vulnerability makes us more risk aware to risk acceptable to what we're comfortable with.
Yes, sir. Now,
All right.
let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
In that regard, that is for like operating system, iOS's or Windows operating systems. What I'm looking at here is regarding Android, Windows, and Mac OS operating systems that you want to stay one version behind. Is that what you were referring to?
No, no, not in regards to that. But you can look at it. So we'll have a conversation about it, right? So if we're like in our network here, let's say we call this give me a business name. Harmon Enterprise.
Okay.
So for Harmon Enterprises, we got these clients out here right now, and we're saying that, hey, we're on Windows 10, but we know Windows 11 is out here, and they're talking about actually moving up after Windows 11 soon. Well, me and you will sit down and take a look at it and say, hey, all right, can we move up to 11 because 11 is more secure? You'll say, yeah, we can. Any applications that can't work with 11? No, ally applications can. Okay, then it'll be better for us to just go ahead and eliminate the vulnerability of being on a later version of Windows and just move up to Windows 11.
Yes, sir.
Now, in certain cases where, like, I'm working for the industrial industry, a lot of our equipment, those conveyor belts, a lot of machinery can't work with anything but Windows XP.
Yes, sir.
So what do? We don't want to move up. Yeah, we can move up to Windows 10 or Windows 11 and leave XP up behind, but then we can't use the conveyor belts no more.
Mm-hmm.
So me and you will sit down and say, okay, all right, since we have to have XP, they can't be on the internet. All right, because the application could probably work without the internet. The application just needs to tell that conveyor belt just to move to the left, left. That's it. It doesn't need the internet for that. So we could just leave that computer on XP and, you know, cut off the network card for it. Make sure it doesn't have any network connectivity. Or segment it on the network. Put it in its own VLAN. Make sure it can't get out. But, you know, you still run a risk of it being connected to the internet.
Yes, sir.
All right. So we'll go over all of this other stuff in upcoming sessions. We did the device list. Good stuff here that you can click through. User list. Everybody here. All right. Now the configuration templates. This is like GPOs. This is how we tell the device how we want them on our network. Okay. As you can see here, and the word of advice, if you're going to put one on your iPhone or something like that,
yes, sir.
To revise iOS. Don't do the first one that I had, which is down here.
Okay.
That's going to have you change the password like every 2 minutes. Feed me off. But you can't go in here and change them. You got to make a new one and then change it. So if you go here to revise, this is what I mean. We tell the device what to do. So you go to edit, and then you can find what things we want, but then we can go in here, we can edit these rules. These are rules that we set. So in Harmon Enterprises, if we don't trust our people, hey man, let's just make sure that we give them a minimum of 6 on the passcode.
Okay.
Things like that. And we can tailor our policy off of these configuration templates. And then once we're ready to, well, let me get some more stuff. We can even do this. You know, lock it down if you really wanted to. No, you can't install nothing. No, you can't uninstall nothing. No, don't use the camera. No FaceTime. None of that. I don't want no hotspot or nothing. We can do all of that here by editing and pretty much just unclicking.
Okay.
But then once you do that, the way you get it to go to that computer, that iPhone, you have to download that app. So you have to download this endpoint. We'll go over that in just a second. But anyway, you got to download that endpoint on that device, and then you have to tell that device to look for this profile. And once it goes under that profile, then it acts the way I want it to, because this is the configurations I want it to have. Okay.
Okay.
So if I didn't want anybody to download Netflix on a company phone, hey, I might have to say, is it just Netflix I don't want? Oh yeah. Well, okay, maybe I don't want to block any and every app from the App Store. Maybe I should go in there and have it look for a particular app in a different section. But maybe, this is a widespread profile here. So this is going to hit everybody. And so if we're just going to say is this certain things we want, we're going to probably manipulate this profile to show that.
Okay.
Yeah, this is how it works right here. This is MDM.
I like this.
Right. Yeah. And so what I would suggest to you, you can go in here to these profiles, and just like how I got this test here, highlight it, and then clone the profile. Clone it, and then you rename it so I know it's you. And then you build your own profile on how you want it. Then test it on a machine or test it on a device that you want to put it on.
Okay.
And see if that's the type of reaction that you want. So if you had a nephew or a niece or something like that you ain't want them to, have stuff on their phones and stuff like that, yeah, throw this on there. This is a great way to do that. Same thing when it comes to devices, Windows machines, Mac OS, same thing.
And I can do this on virtual machines as well.
That is correct.
Okay.
So let's jump to, go ahead.
You can you go back one screen? I want to make sure I get the right profile that I'm supposed to use. You want me to use the revised iOS profile as the template? Or it could be any of those.
You can do any. Once you clone it, it's yours. I don't care.
Right.
It doesn't matter, because what you're going to do is you're going to come in here and do this. Let's say we want to clone this Linux one, right? We're going to click this little, we're going to select it here in order to give us the options at the top.
Okay.
It's great out here. So we're going to select it. Then I say, okay, I clone it. It's going to automatically drop that down. I say this is these tests. I probably don't like the apostrophe. Testing out this new clone it. Now it automatically throws me in, but now I can go through, and if I had me a Linux box that I wanted on this profile, I can go ahead and throw it in here. I can go ahead and configure my antivirus to scan whenever I feel like it. This is what I'm going to do. Schedule scan. Real nice stuff. Go to my updates. When do I want it to reach out for updates? Find access control so that we can do enable the password protection. This is what we do whenever we're gonna, let's say we got a new client. Let's say, yeah, like you just joined the company. This is what I'm gonna do to your computer before I send you the computer. This is why you can't just do whatever you feel like doing once I give you the computer.
Yes, sir.
Because this is what we call locking down or hardening. I'm going to set the configurations up to what's the standard of the business. And then once I give it to you, and let's say you put in a ticket and say, I can't install iTunes on my my MacBook. Well, yeah, that's because it's not an authorized application for the business. I prevented you from doing that from the get-go.
Okay.
And it's done all here with these profiles.
All right. All right. I like this right here.
We'll get into data loss prevention too. This is good too.
Yes, sir.
But yeah, play around with these profiles whenever you feel like it. Or you know, if you got a question and you want to go through one next time, let's go through one, and then we'll throw a couple machines in there and see how it reacts. See how long it takes for that machine to actually talk back to this server and say, okay, no, I'm not going to allow screensavers to be put on this machine. Then we go test it out and we see if it works or not.
When do you want to do the next recording? I asked because during that time I already have the servers and the Windows virtual machine configured, but I would also like to put the endpoint up there in real time and then create the profiles for them.
Do it. So you want to put the endpoint on there and do a walkthrough of it?
Yes, sir.
At the same time? Okay.
Yes.
When you want to do the next one?
We do it on Sundays, right?
Yeah.
Let's do. I was looking at the wrong month. How does the seventh sound? Is that good?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
At the same time?
Yes,
3?
sir. Yes, sir.
No, we did 4 today.
Yeah, we did 4. Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Right.
Let me finish running through this real quick.
Okay.
And
Yes,
then,
sir.
if we run over, is it cool if we run over a little bit?
Yeah. That's fine.
All right. So the security part of it, the endpoint, and this is where the antivirus is highlighted here the most. I think this is a highlight of this Exidium platform, just because it's a response tool that not only can it scan and look for a virus, it can also respond to it and isolate the machine and so on and so forth like that. People are paying hundreds of thousands of dollars for companies just to have this type of technology on their machines. So having that endpoint there, man, it's a big thing. I think this is if I can get this into a school system or a small business, and we could see this on a larger scale, you'll really get to understand where I'm coming from when it comes to the value that comes along with it.
Let me ask you another question then.
Okay.
I have Trend Micro and Malware Bytes on both my computers, laptops. Now, with this, does it interact with Windows Defender or will it interact with Malware Bytes and Trend Micro?
It will treat it as its own separate application. So it's not going to fight with those applications, but it's not going to work in conjunction with it.
Okay.
So those endpoints, a lot of endpoints can be on your computers at one time. So like
Okay.
here, I got Muninet on here, and it scans, right? But at
Yes,
the
sir.
same time, it doesn't talk to Obsidian. And then the reason why I don't like it is because I can't look at it from any place in the world. It's just like how you're logged into the platform and you could see the endpoint that's on this computer that I'm sharing with you right now. And say, hey,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Mitchell, I think we need to take a look at it. Something's going on in the background. I can't get that much information out of here. It's just pretty much, hey, did you do a scan today? Did you find anything? No. All right. Well, this does that too. It does the scan, but I'm also able to dig like we seen in the earlier listing of it in the, what was it? What was it? That was in, my bad for the silence.
It's all right. We're learning as we go.
I just seen it. We was just on it, right?
Yes, sir. But I'm trying to. Is it endpoint stats?
No, I was talking about the where it showed the threat hunting piece.
Oh, is that not the? Is that not one of the other tabs?
It was over here. Yeah, you're right. All right. So like your regular EDR, malware bytes, things like that. The company of whoever works for malware bytes or Microsoft Defender, they will see something like this that could be able to dig further into the files. But us being able to see this type of stuff right here, gold, man. And then you can investigate. And once you start putting all this stuff together and, you have a case on, you have a hunch, you see something in your firewall rules that says that, you have some strange activity, and then you get to, isolate that one machine. Let's take a look at the strange activity from the logs. Let's see if we can look at it here on the endpoint security portion of it. What did the endpoint see? And start digging down into it. Because more than likely, your regular AV scan is not going to see this deep into the files.
Okay.
Hey, you actually got a memory leak, or this doesn't look this for some reason at some point in time. This amount of traffic is always leaving from this directory, leaving out and going to this particular address on the internet, which says that somebody has already infiltrated, and telling that that directory to send some information out to them. Your regular AV is probably just going to scan and look for signatures that they already know. Signatures are kind of like fingerprints of a known virus.
Yes, sir.
And that's what it's going to do. Hey, I don't see anything that I already know, so you're clean. This looks a little different. This looks deeper into it. And then, if you had some people that know what they're looking for, then actually start to realize if you've been infiltrated or not.
Okay. All right.
All right, so
How do you,
let's go
all right,
back to
did you go back, get to that second tab? Did you go from the first tab? Is something on the first tab to get to the second tab that you open it up with?
this right here.
Yes, sir. Is there a tab
Uh,
on the first tab or a link on the first tab that opens up the second tab?
uh, what tab? What tab are you talking
And
about?
so go back to the first tab, the on top, where they say edit meeting Zoom, and then the first one.
This
Yep,
one?
that one. Yes, sir. So what did you
Oh, how did I
click?
get to the enterprise?
Yeah.
Okay, hit right here, Exidium
Oh,
Enterprise.
okay. All right. Okay.
Let it do its thing, and then once it generates, you'll be able to go through.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
No problem. All right. Network management, we're probably not going to get much out of it just because we don't have real routers to be working with like that. But it's there. Now the applications, this is how, like I said, if let's say you read something and you say, hey man, I heard that the Zillow app was vulnerable on this version. Let's check to see who has it on their machines. And now you get a quick rundown of all the iPads that have Zillow on them. Now we take that, highlight them all, and then we could probably say, probably drill down into it and then remove those apps. I want to say.
I saw something on there that's, oh yeah, bulk installation package.
That's more on the how was that this bulk installation package is okay. Let's say if we were working at a big university.
Yes, sir.
And we needed to put these endpoints on 500 machines.
Mm-hmm.
We can come here and work with a package installer called SECM, or the new term is oh Jesus, I forget the new term of it. ECM EMMC, I think.
Okay.
And anyway, SECM, software management system. They use that to take the endpoint that we will give them and then push them out to like thousands and thousands of connected computers. And
Okay.
they do this pretty much overnight. So this is how if you had like a hospital, right? New hospital just been built, you had 500 machines get put in throughout the hospital. You're not going to image each and every machine. You're going to put that machine in place, plug it up to the network, and now it's going to be listening on the network for that SECM to give it the command to install Windows 10 or Windows 11, whatever. And then with that, it's going to also install this endpoint on each machine.
Okay.
So that's where the bulk comes in. That bulk installation package comes into play at.
Okay.
But with this, these applications, we could possibly go into each device and then probably modify the profile to actually take these certain applications off. But let me look into that and make sure the actual process.
Now it tell you everything that's on that iPad. Crazy.
Yeah, like I say, man. Hey, and that's just the first page. All the way down.
That's wild. Will it
So,
also allow you to go into my files as well?
no, I don't think it'll drill that deep because then it gets into privacy.
Okay.
Privacy laws you're going against. So, just seeing the being able to see that much information is already intrusive enough.
Yep.
But to actually go into a particular device, you probably need to, if you need to see further into it, then we'll just run the remote tools.
Okay.
You can do all of it. Yes,
That's wild.
They'll come over to something like this. Your administrator needs to remotely access your device, perform routine security maintenance, which will not interfere with your work. Please click allow to start a remote session. See how it works. So from here, now I don't see any changes to my desktop, right? But
Yes, sir.
here on the platform, now I'm able to actually drill down into this is what's actually on my actual file directory.
Okay.
Let me show you here. If I were to go to, let me see, that is program file. So see, you'll see how these kind of match up with each other. Intel, OEM.
Yes, sir.
This
Yeah.
is how, if I wanted to see those files, but I don't know if I can actually open those files.
Okay.
So then you go into, do you have something that can read it? All that. I can download the file. I downloaded the file. Now that's risky. I'm gonna just tell you that up front. When
Yeah,
if you're doing this, right. So you want to do this and know exactly what you're looking for when remoting into someone's PC. Now this is just the back end. So even though it's just the back end and they can still continue their work, they were prompted that you connected to their PC and they had to give you control. But like I said, if you download the wrong thing that was, above your pay grade or sensitive, let's say you got a secret clearance and you downloaded something that was top secret, now we got issues.
Yeah.
So always be careful on that.
Yes, sir.
But good for you is that you get to play around with this stuff, see exactly what you're doing, because you don't want to learn on the job when it comes with this. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Don't want to get started.
Right. So you want, you know what I'm saying? And the funny thing is that a lot of companies that I've seen, they don't even have endpoints that can go that far in between, like the remote session of it. They might have what I use, TeamViewer, or they might use Microsoft Teams to share the screen and stuff like that, or Zoom.
Yes, sir.
But when it comes to like those type of applications, when it comes to executing, installing applications, you're going to need that user to help you along with actually getting things installed. So,
yes, sir.
But I think there's still good stuff to look at and to learn. That's just one version of remote control. I think you can actually you could download this piece right here, and this actually let you remote into it and take over as if you're in that machine. So
okay,
this is a good thing too. right. That's all. Well, reports. We'll go over reports later. Real later. These are more tools that you can look into if you want to. I haven't looked into them just yet, but they're here and they're free.
Okay.
So, yeah.
I have a question for you.
Yeah, my bad.
Do companies make rules about remoting into computers? Because like at a bank, I used to work at a BB&T a long time ago. You couldn't just randomly open up somebody bank account and just be like, yeah, let me send some money to this person. That is an automatic fireable offense. Do companies also make rules like that? Is it like if we catch you just randomly remoting into people computer without express permission, or if you have any like if that customer didn't give you permission to contact them to remote into the computer, that's an automatic termination.
No, it's a little bit not a little bit lax, like you could do it, just, whatever. When
Yes,
you get your job in, you'll fill it out of, hey, I got this ticket for Emily. Emily she ain't been at work for 2 days. I need to get this thing closed, because the one thing about tickets is that even though Emily put this in, the time starts on these tickets whenever she puts the doggone ticket in.
okay.
So if she's not there for you to get consent to remote into a PC, you got to do what you got to do. Okay?
Okay.
But pro tip now, if you do that, you log all of that stuff here in this response. Or
Okay.
some of them have notes. You'll say user was not in, remoted into her machine, fix the issue, close the ticket. You cover yourself yourself by doing stuff like that. Now,
Yes, sir.
let's just go ahead and just jump into this one real quick. So
Okay.
this is a ticket, right? Your normal ticket, right? So
Yes, sir.
Emily put this right in, and she put it in on the 26th. So we late on this ticket. The reason why we late is because of SLA time. So SLA is service level agreement. Service level agreement is a agreement that the higher ups have already made on your behalf to open it for users to open a ticket, and then for you to actually work that ticket and then close that ticket.
Okay.
When you get into this field, you will get to understand that SLA times can be a pain, because they normally don't start once you get these tickets. Okay?
Okay.
So you're going to be coming in at a higher level than help desk or service desk. So help desk, normally those guys, they just answer the phone and then they type these tickets up, and then they assign them to you. Okay?
Okay.
That's help desk entry level. Where you're going to be coming in at a security level or more of a desktop support role or what have you, you're going to be one level above that. So a lot of times your SLA time has already started, and when you think you had 4 days to close a ticket, you may have 2, a day and a half, 30 minutes.
Good. No.
But you cover yourself, because you see here, whatever, you know what I'm saying? It's already going to let you know. And before you get out here and start freaking out, just say, hey, I received said ticket at this date. The ticket was opened up on the 26th. I did not receive my account until the 31st. So, you just putting that in there. Is it going to count against you? Yes, it's still going to count against you. But your boss will know that it's not your fault. Okay?
Okay.
Now, let's see what she got going on. Where did I read this thing at? Did I not do it for her? Oh, okay. So you go down here. This is the issue. having trouble setting up my work email on my iPhone using the mail app. Okay.
All right.
Now, that's just troubleshooting it. If me and you working through this issue right now, I would say, all right, Chris, have her call you up on a different phone or talk to her on Teams or Zoom or something like that with the iPhone in her hand. And let's see if we can walk her through actually setting up the email.
Okay.
But we also, before we call her up, we probably want to go over here to the platform and see if she has the right profile on her iPhone. Because remember, we can set them up with different profiles, right?
Yes, sir.
And so we may have a profile. Let's say, I can't. This is why I don't like this one. We set them up with different profiles here, Will. Right? And let's say if you were testing one out and you accidentally threw her phone into this test profile, and now she can't set up her email because of it.
Okay.
So we want to just, double check, see if it's not in there. And if it's not, then you call her up and say, okay, walk me through what you're actually doing. And if you got it, more than likely, you're going to have the processes on a piece of paper, on a cheat sheet, and you're going to understand what's the proper steps to setting up an email. She's going to probably be missing some point. Maybe her email address needs to be changed. Her password is not right to her email address.
Mm-hmm.
And you just simply walk her through it. Once you walk her through it, and she says, oh, it's populating now, because I guarantee you, it's going to be probably a password issue. You tell her to calmly type her password in one character at a time.
Yes, sir.
She gets it right. It populates her email. She'll probably say, oh, you know what? I don't know what happened, but it just started working, right?
Yes,
She
sir.
says that, hey, it's all good. You say, all right, if you got any more questions or any issues, just give me a call. Glad to help you out. Put it right here in your response. Close the ticket.
Okay.
You see here. Well, come up here, type your notes in, save the ticket, post a reply, right? And let me say no more and all that good stuff. Right? And, right. And then close on reply. Post. You can just go to your next one. Got Sarah. We overdue for this joint. The Sarah talking about. I wish it showed here. I'm gonna see if I could change that. Because normally I just scroll down a little bit and then I see the issue right here in the middle.
Okay.
This is same login, forgot my password. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So you tell me what you should do.
All right. So once again, you go and wait. Do you see if she's in that? No. Because she shouldn't be in there. So you give her a call, and ask her what was the last password. Do she remember putting in? Have her try that one more time. If that's not it, then you're gonna have to explain to her that you're gonna have to reset her password.
Yep. You'll reset her password on a Windows machine where?
On a Windows machine. Oh, now, do I remember that? In settings. You know what? I don't know. I'm gonna have to play around with that. I don't know that one.
Yes, you do. You do know. If we're in an enterprise, we at Harmon Enterprises, we're remote. He's using a Windows machine. More than likely.
Access and identity management. In the what's the thing called? We built these things on the thing. I know where to do that now. But I can't call it out. I can't call it out of my head right now. But I know where to do it at.
Yeah, if you know the application, then that's the only thing you got to do.
Okay.
Reset her there. You make sure she log in, update the ticket, close it out.
I know what it's on the tip of my tongue. That's gonna bug me right now. Active Directory. Yeah. Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
And there you go. Now, we'll go over the printer next time.
Okay.
That's pretty much it. Now, timesheets and all this good stuff, this is, you might see that, you might not. Some places might take them off, but, you know, if you're salary, you're not going to be worried about time. But some places may want you to still put in your salary. You may be salaried and you still got to put in time that you worked because they want to show that they have productivity.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Something else I was about to ask you, but I forgot what it was now.
Oh, let's go over this real quick. So the installation on this enterprise. So when you go over here to the enterprise application and you just refresh it, it's always going to come here with this. Now you can click this, don't show this time, next time.
Mm-hmm.
But the reason why I don't do that is because I don't like trying to find the installer. But
Okay.
it comes up with this installer first, and you can drop that down, and then you can pick whatever OS that you want to install that installer on. And once you do that, it'll switch it up. But then you want to hit this copy paste board, copy that link, and then throw it into a tab up here. So whenever you get your server up and spun up, you
Mm-hmm.
want to go ahead and have this endpoint ready to go to where you can either download it onto that server or maybe go on to the internet on that server and then pull it from that link.
Okay, that's what I was about to ask you. So I need to have that copied, and then once I get on the server, go to, I guess it's gonna be what, Microsoft Explorer, input
Yep.
the link, and then download the the endpoint.
Yep.
Okay, all right, I can do that.
All right. So make sure when you're doing that Windows server, you just pick the Windows configuration, and then
Yes, sir.
should be easy.
Okay.
And it shouldn't do a restart, so you should be good on that too.
Okay. I think I took all that stuff off because it was eating up memory. I'm gonna have to download Windows 2016 server and another thing for a Windows machine and spin them up.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot to have up there. I ain't gonna lie.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
But that's all I had, man. Any more questions before we conclude? I'm sorry we
No.
went over.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to Sunday. On Sunday we get to do everything in real time. And the more I practice with it, I think the more comfortable I feel about doing everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like this. This is a gold mine right here. You just happen to find this?
Yeah, I don't know. I forgot how I came across. No, I was looking for open source applications to do videos on, and I've seen Ethereum before, but then I was just like, something just said, man, just dig into it. And when I opened it up and went into the platform, I said, oh, this is it right here, because I was looking for something else to replace Ostra with.
Yes, sir.
And Ostra went and changed up the profile. I was like, nah, I don't want to go back with them because I.
Okay. Could you give me just a moment, please?
So last week, talked about encryption. This week, we're going to talk about identity access and management. So that's setting up accounts and getting passwords set to those accounts, permissions given to those accounts, different sets of groups that we can put people in based off of their roles, based off of the rules that we have in our business. We can pretty much stay in this realm of cybersecurity. So in my job, we have an IAM team, and we have a security operations team or security engineering department. So in the IAM team, the Identity Access and Management team, their whole objective is to bring on new employees as well as off-board old employees. They set up their permissions as far as what can they see. If they are a HR employee, then they will set them up for the folders that's all in the HR department. Or if they're a shop worker, for in this case, I work for Sunoco, so it's a industrial company. So if it's a shop floor worker and they work in a warehouse, maybe they don't need all the access to the different types of servers, applications that we have, but they need access to Workday, which is that to show their pay stub. And so before they even get onto the campus or in the building, the Identity Access and Management team is going to set you up with things that you need in order to make your first day kind of smooth, right? So when you come onto a company, you're looking for that username, and then they'll ask you to set up a password. But IAM is more likely going to set up your password before you get there, and then it's on you to change it. So let's go into it. When you start working in the IAM department, you're going to be dealing with subjects, objects, identifications. These types of elements make up a user account. Okay, so easiest way I can explain this is when you think about a Twitter account or a Facebook account, the subject will be you. You know, you would go ahead and fill out your username, but the objects that you can do will be the things that you can touch in Facebook. So you can post videos and photos, but you won't be able to take down any other Facebook users' posts. Or like a famous one for Facebook is like there's no dislike button. Well, as a user, you don't have the object to create such a element and then give yourself that permission. Okay, so the objects are the things that you can do, but the subjects are the things that, you know, it's really just giving a name to whatever it is using that network identification. Identification is just that, right? It pretty much shows you who you are to other people. But this is a way that you can also validate yourself. So 9 times out of 10, we link those subjects to a password or some type of token in order to identify who you are. Okay, so just because you're on the network, let's say you went into the building, you got onto the Wi-Fi, doesn't necessarily mean that you are a authorized individual. So we'll go in a little bit into how do we actually vet out who's supposed to be on the network and who's not. We would also, we'll go back into that a little bit later on, but for right now, I just want you to understand that you have subjects, but you also have identification in order to validate or to show the validity of that subject. Okay, objects, remember, those are things that they can do. Can you print on the second floor? Can you print to the HR department? Can you use their printer? Those are the objects that you can actually touch and actually, well, virtually touch, right? Just so you can actually use it. All right, going into these last 3 bullets here: authentication, authorization, and then accounting. So let's just go over accounting first, and then we'll jump into the differences between authentication and authorization. Accounting is just basically having an audit of the users that we have on the network. So we have an auditing team that they work in conjunction with the IT department, but they're not a part of the IT department. What the auditing team does is they keep the IT department honest on the type of users that we have on the network. Okay, so we can have, let's say if you're working with me and I'm having you create accounts, I'm trusting that you're making the right account and you're not making any kind of rogue account that you can give a lot of permissions to, and I know as a supervisor nothing about. Okay, so an auditing session will come through and will double check the things as a supervisor I don't double check. Okay, they have these compliance that they're normally working with. In the banking industry, you have different compliances and laws that you need to apply by. If we're selling things and using a credit card or a debit card, we need to apply by PCI DSS, which is the payment card industry data security system. I think I might have butchered that, but it's basically PCI and DSS means we're selling items that are purchasable by debit card or credit cards, and we are securing those people's accounts by firewalls and then making separations when it comes to their account. Now, the difference between authentication and authorization. Authentication means that you have the correct credentials in order to operate that account, but authorization is that someone higher than you gave you the permission to actually do such a thing. Okay, so you don't want to give too much authorizations to people who don't really need it, but we want to make sure that everyone is authenticated for whatever user account that they use. Okay, so if you're the only one that can log into your Twitter account or Instagram account, then we want to make sure that you have the authentication to do so, but we don't want to give you enough authorization to delete someone's post off of Instagram. Okay, we want to just give you enough information or enough permissions to see their post, like it or don't like it, comment or don't comment, and then carry on. Okay, so those are the difference. It's kind of, they're not really confusing like that, but on your test, you can be reading so fast, or you may be a little drowsy in the middle of the exam, and authentication might get confused with authorization. Just remember, whenever we're talking about an author, we're talking about someone giving someone permissions. So, in conjunction with those user accounts, we have, of course, passwords, but also, it's so prevalent for someone to have their password hacked, or just because we're not making strong enough passwords, we have to put in two-factor authentication. So what does two-factor mean? Two-factor means I'm not only using my password, but I'm using some kind of external device or software to authenticate that user account. I think in the videos I showed you some RSA tokens in there, and we also have soft tokens from Microsoft Authenticator. I think stop sharing for a second. Y'all see me, right?
Yes, yes, we see you.
So if you look here, this is a soft token authentication software. So as you can see here, I got all these accounts that require, these accounts are linked to some type of account that I use that uses two-factor authentication. So what it does is that, as you can see, every 50 seconds, it changes the numbers. If I can get that glare to go, changes the numbers every 60 seconds. And so what that does is that if I can put in my authentication two-factor number in the same amount of time that the server is looking to authenticate me, then I'm able to get into my account. It's always, in the business world, it's always great to have a two-factor authentication waiting in the conjunction with your password. Because let's be honest, we're not going to make strong passwords. Let's just be honest and let's just let the cat out the bag. More than likely, you do not have a strong password. Or maybe I'm wrong. Do y'all have strong passwords? Do y'all believe that? Anybody got something that's 12 characters long, mixed uppercase and lowercase letters, numbers, special characters?
I do at my job. Actually, it's a 6-digit password with mixed up characters and symbols.
Okay. Do you have that for your personal account?
I don't.
You don't have to answer that. I'm sorry. Say it one more time.
I'm trying to have more stronger passwords for my personal accounts.
And it's tough to make them up, but we're going to go over that. I think I went over that in the video, but we're going to go over it again here. But making strong passwords for every single account that we use is cumbersome, and I get it. When you make one that's really good up, and Lord forbid you got to go to a government website and they go by a whole different standard. They may want you to use a special character, but not. And my favorite thing is to make a special character twice. I like to do question mark, or exclamation mark. But a government website doesn't want you to do that. And you get tired of doing that, and it causes us to make weak passwords. But hopefully I'll show you something today, two tools that we can use that can hopefully keep us more secure. But in the same sense of not making strong passwords, sometimes we make a strong password, but then we use it for all of our accounts that we have out there. I'm guilty of doing that. But I'm pretty sure that you won't be able to crack my password. And if so, I don't care. But it's not a great practice. And on your test, make sure on your test that you don't follow what I just said. Okay? I just did something that was, not best practice. It's frowned upon in the cybersecurity realm. I use a strong password for a lot of accounts. Okay, so what does a hacker have to do? Just find out that one password, and then they could probably figure out what accounts I'm using for, right? So we don't want to do that. What we want to do is try to have something that we could have strong password for every account. But I get it, and I'll show you something that could help out. But in the match of those strong passwords, we also want to have that two-factor authentication. So that software I just showed you, that's one thing. We can have a physical key fob that our IT department may have given us, and we can use that in conjunction. But it doesn't necessarily have to be those two factors, those two things, that software and the hardware. It could be the questions that you normally see, right? So I'm right here on the two-factor authentication on the slide, something you know, something you have, or something you are. These are conjunction that we can use with the password in order to authenticate someone. So something you know, and then something you have. So something you know, word, right? But something you have could be your authentication piece, your RSA token. Something you know, your password, and then something you are. So that would mean more, what's your job title? And if you remember in the first slide here, I'm giving you an identification of maybe you're a marketing analyst. And so something you know is your password, but you are authenticated also by being in the marketing department. So now, since you're marking your work, you're logging onto a marketing machine, I'm able to authenticate you, right? Those two things should match up. Now, this is important. You will see this on the test. It's not something you know, and then something else you know. So a lot of times we'll see the hey, you log in with your password, but then they'll say, you remember the security questions we gave you? What's the security question? Where were you first born? Where were you born at? What was your dog's your first dog's name? Those are in the realms of something that you know. So only thing a hacker has to do is just have a good idea of who you are, then they probably could answer your security question. Okay, so we want to stay away from thinking that those security questions are a two-factor. They're just, just another step, really. But it's not another factor to authenticate with. The reason why that's not it, because let's think about, if I have to authenticate with my software here, I have to have my phone. So more than likely, a person is not trying to lose their phone. So even if I have my password hacked, someone would have to have my phone in order to authenticate me. You know what I'm saying? So if you're somewhere you are, not only do they need to get your password, they need to be on the campus or in the business office in order to get onto that machine. That makes sense? So that's ways that we can strengthen authenticating people onto the network. Just to kind of, and maybe I should have put this one first, but going to some more two-factor authentication. Again, knowing something is always good, but having different forms of it. So not just a password, we can use a PIN number. We can use those 3 questions, security questions that I said earlier. In the mobile realm, we can have the swiping pattern. So if you have an Android phone, a lot of times they have that, I know in earlier phones, they had the swipe pattern. Now, you were talking about something that you have. We can talk about the ownership factor, you having your phone on you with that authentication software on it, or you can have the physical fobs and tokens. And then also, you have something you are or something you do. So remember, something you do could be your position. I'm a HR consultant, so I can authenticate that way, right, in conjunction with my username. Or we can use biometrics. And I think we'll get to biometrics a little bit later, but biometrics is, a lot of times people don't want to mess with it just because there's a fear of having the big brother syndrome, the government finding out who you are and everything like that. And my answer to that is that the government already knows who you are. So biometrics is, I really think it's going to be the end of all passwords. Just because us as humans, there's only so much that we can remember until we start to cheat. Like I said, using the same password for 17 accounts, or making easy passwords and then using that same password for the 17 accounts. So eventually, we need something to make us unique among each other. And what better way of doing that is by having fingerprints. We've been told since elementary school that our fingerprints are all unique to each other, so why not use it? But I get the fear of being tracked. And I'm gonna go on and say it. Yes, the Face ID on the iPhone does count as biometrics, right? What they do is they scan your retina in your eyes and somewhat of a face outline. They also I think they get the shape of the lips and the nose. And the reason why I would say that is because the iPhone is very good with authenticating you, letting you into your phone with shades on.
But if you have on shades and a mask, it won't let you in, right? Because I would think that it would need to get the outline of the face as well as at least two of the three, right? So either it will say, hey, I can see his nose and his eyes. That's him with the outline of the face. Or, normally when I have my mask on, I just have to bring my mask down past my nose in order to be authenticated. But what I wanted to bring up the fear factor in that is that your biometrics is being recorded to either a database within that phone. I wouldn't say it's necessarily being downloaded by Apple or Samsung or Google. I think that would be a real breach of privacy. But I would imagine that they would take an outline of your whatever biometrics that you're putting into that phone, taking a hash of it, and then storing it somewhere onto your phone. Okay, so remember what a hash is. The hash is when you take that data, we're applying it by algorithm, and then we're saying, hey, anything that deviates from this hash is not deemed to be true. Okay, so when you're putting your face onto those phones and opening your phone up like that, it could stand the potential of being stolen. Not saying that you shouldn't do it, right? Because I believe it's a perfect way to actually have a two-factor, right? It's something that you are, along with, hey, if you had to log into a PC, right? So two-factor would be, I know my password, and then it's going to scan my face to let me in. But in a case of a phone, it's more of a one-factor authentication because it's just going to look at your face or your thumbprint and then let you in, okay? Bad points about that is that sometimes your phone can if your child looks similarly like you, they could probably get into your phone. I've seen also sometimes if a child puts their finger on that fingerprint scanner, it may confuse it and let it in too. But those are failure rates, and it's not perfect, but it still is more. It's still more effective than just having a pen on your phone, so somebody can look over you and see what pen or what pattern you're putting in. Any questions on biometrics? I know we'll jump back into it, but okay. Now let's jump into the where you are. So remember I said you can go to the business. Let's say you go to the bank or you go to the school, and they say, hey, okay, this person has the right username and ID, and we're only authenticating people from this range of IP addresses on the school campus. So since that we deem that to be correct, we're going to let this person in. Technically, that's right. What's wrong is that, or what the risk factor is that I can remote into that network, steal someone's username and password, and get in the same way. And so it kind of defeats the purpose if I can remote in from an outside IP address. Sometimes we call that spoofing. I haven't gone over spoofing with you guys because it's sort of out of the range of this exam, but it's more in the range of actually attacking, being able to tell your PC to have the same IP address, the same private IP address as a big corporation or whatever corporation you're trying to attack. And that way you're somewhat inside of the network walls. And now you can try to break into an account that way. The one thing that I wanted you to see is, I explained the geolocation. The IP location is, let me show you this. So we have private IPs and then we have public IPs. Here's my IP. I Google that. This is my public IP address. So this is totally different than this.
CMD, and CMD, I'm gonna go IP config and just pull that up. So I showed you guys the CMD, the command prompt before, right? And I want to go to my wireless because I'm using my wireless Wi-Fi. And remember, I said that 192.168.1.0.1 will be probably the gateway to your router. So this is what I'm kind of looking for when it comes to my private IP address. So let's put this side by side. So let's say the middle part of my, okay. The black screen is the internal network. This is the network that I'm using within this, we in a beach house now. So this is the internal network for the beach house. Everyone in this beach house can see my IP address being 192.168.1.18. Okay, so potentially there's 17 more devices that have similar IP addresses on this network. Let me know if I'm losing. Okay, so well, how did I get 17? If you might be asking, is that well, this last octet here shows that the first 3 octets is the network ID. This is going in, this is out of the scope of this exam, but just stay with me. So everybody behind the firewall in the black window is getting this type of IP address. Now we have the firewall that sits between this black window and the white window. Now the firewall is sitting right here on this line, right? And so everybody that's on the outside of our internal network will see this IP address. Okay? 206.195.90.167. Okay, so public IP addresses mean that I can ping that IP address and I'm going to that particular firewall that sits in between the public and the private. And then what the firewall will do if you wanted to get in contact with my particular PC is that it will convert your PC into a private IP and then is able to get onto the network. Okay. Now, let me run that down one more time. The white box means public IP. If it comes to the line here, it meets my firewall checks it. It does what we call a network address translation, which is called NAT, NAT, N-A-T. And then it translates it into an internal IP address. And then it's in the black box. All right. So I said all that to say this, to go back to my IP location. If I'm on the outside, I'm in the white box here, and I wanted to hack everybody in the black box, I would have to find a way of getting onto the network and becoming a 192.168.1 IP address. That's not so easy. It's easier said than done. This is where your hackers, some hackers may get a little bit of a challenge of how to get past, how to spoof their IP addresses on their regular networks, public networks, in order to get into private networks. Okay, so going back to the example of you're going to the bank or you're going to the school, you can be somewhat okay with the security that you have because you know that people will have to get past your firewall. And that's why the firewall is so important, is because they're gonna go and check to see, oh, we never have this type of IP address linked here into our private IP. Okay, private IPs and public IPs only go to a certain amount, and then they have a cutoff. But again, that's out of the scope. But I just kind of wanted to really drive home how IP addresses can be safe, but also can be spoofed at the same time. But spoofing is not necessarily the easiest thing. So we don't really have to worry about that. I might have lost some of you on that. Any questions? So moving on, we have something that you can do. Some action that you can perform. Think of those CAPTCHA websites where they ask you to, hey, click on all the pictures that shows a stoplight or show a fire hydrant. Something that you can exhibit, but we really won't see this in the corporate world. Something you'll exhibit will more likely be in the military type of DoD area, and you don't really see those two factors going being in your local business like that. And then someone you know, so a web of trust. We really don't use web of trust. If you see web of trust on your exam, it's more likely going to be linked to PGP, which is PGP, which is a email system. We don't really use that type of email anymore, but just remember, if you see web of trust and then you see in the ABC order, you see emails, that's what it is. It's the old system that we don't really use no more, because we're more getting to that zero trust of IT products, where we want to authenticate everything and we don't really want to trust nothing. Okay. So let's go to going back to our passwords, right? Let's create a good password. So what makes a good password is going to be the size of it. So we're talking about 8 to 12 characters. If you're talking about having an administrative password, we're talking maybe 12 to 16 characters. Complexity, so we're talking numbers, special characters, upper and lowercase characters, and then normally you want to stay away from words. You want to make it unintelligible, so kind of stay away from dictionary words, so no names or anything like that. But I'll show you something where I do it, and I think it always helps me with it. So so that's character combination. We got age. So we want to make sure that we change our passwords every 3 months. We want to change it. I'm pretty sure that we don't change them every 3 months unless told so. But as a security professional, you want to put that into a policy and make your users change their password. So you have them, you give them a warning maybe 2 weeks out before it's actually 3 months is up, to actually go ahead and get a early jump on it and have them change that password, because using old passwords is just it's an easy way for someone to get something that's old, and it's maybe a previous site that you were on was compromised and they got that old credential there. They just don't know if it works here in this new environment that you're in. So changing it on a 3-month basis will always kind of keep people up to par when it comes to that. The first thing that pops into my mind is that now that our parents and our grandparents are on the social media sites with us and got emails and stuff like that, are we going about changing their passwords and helping them with that? And I know it can be tough. I look at my mom's emails and it's just like, man, I don't want to change her password. At the same time, I don't want her to be compromised on the factor that someone else at Yahoo was compromised, and now her account was in that whole pile that was leaked out. So you kind of need to take on more responsibilities when they're helping others get onto the internet and navigate safely. And being a security professional is, it's part of your job. So we also want to put a
feature on there to not be able to reuse old passwords. In some cases, I've seen where you can't reuse the password that's no more than, I want to say, 12 months old. And I think I've seen the most of 3 years old. But I think 3 years may be too much as far as the wait time. Again, like I said, humans, we got so many things going on in life. We're not trying to keep up with it. A password you used 3 years ago. It's just easier to go ahead and put a thumbprint on it and call it a thing. NIST guidance. So NIST is a framework, a company that helps guide security professionals and security teams and departments when it comes to the best practices of how we should operate in a business function. And they put out guidance on any and everything that you could think about when it comes to security. And using their requirements when it comes to making a good password is very much applauded. But you don't really need to. It's just, like I said, if you use a 8 to 12 character mixed combination and change it every 3 months, you should be fine. Password hints. Again, password hints is kind of going back to those 3 security questions that I talked about earlier, where if you know that person fairly well, then it's a good chance that they could probably answer those security questions too. Thinking about your security, next time you run across them, if you got siblings or you got someone who grew up with you, ask yourself when you're answering those questions, can your closest person to you answer those questions as well? If so, then maybe you might want to put another factor to it or pick a harder question. So before we go to the password vault, let's go ahead and write us a good password. So here, just your notepad, and I want to put what I tell people to do is to pick phrases, little short phrases, and then change your vowels into numbers, and then put your special characters somewhere in there. So okay, and we want to make sure changing the vowels to numbers will change that word into something that's not a word, right? So now you get that check mark for that feature as well. So I'm going to say, I love Jesus. Exclamation point. That's my password. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 11 characters. So I'm in that range of 8 to 12. Let's go ahead and bring it all together. Let's take out the space. And then let's change that vowel to a 1. That I to a 1, that O to a 0, that E to a 3, this E to a 3. What can we change that U to? And that'll more likely look like the negative 4. No. You got a mix of lowercase and uppercase. You have something that's not in a dictionary, but once you go and log into your account that you just have to remember the phrase, I love Jesus, exclamation point, and then you're ready to go. If you really wanted to, kind of get in there and just say exclamation at the front too. And the more characters you have, the more you can, it'll take before it actually is able to crack. So I can take this password right here that we just took maybe 20 seconds to make, and someone can take their Cain and Abel, which is a password cracker on Kali Linux, and what it's going to do is it's going to look at all the words that's in the Webster's dictionary, and then apply that to your password, right? And then once it applies that, and it gets so many correct hashes on that word, it's going to then jump into the numbers.
And then, you know, you only really got numbers from 0 through 9. So it doesn't take that long to figure that out. And then it only has so many special characters to go. But now, if that's the case, if it's going to go about it that way, by us just changing it, changing that I, or even putting the exclamation at the front, and then putting that I to a 1, it throws everything off. It's not even a word. It's just, this is, you know, it's not encryption, but it has the effect of encryption, right? Taking something readable and then making it unreadable. So that's how I would suggest you all write passwords. And this is not going to be on the test, but I think it'll be an easy way for you to remember your password, come up with new passwords, and then make them complex at the same time. Any questions? Let's go to KeyPass. KeyPass is a password vault. Now, this is the other tool that I say that we can help us with our passwords and keeping so many of them. KeyPass will basically keep the username and the password in whatever site that you need it for in a secure application. So we can come up with new passwords, put them in KeyPass, and link that account to it. So whenever we go back to that account, we just open up our vault and then look up that account, see what password is associated with it, copy it, paste it into our website, and then we keep moving. What's lovely about that is that it's encrypted on your local machine, so we don't really have to worry about someone getting in there or seeing anything from the snooping standpoint. Okay, so I already downloaded mine. If you wanted to go here, I'm gonna throw it in the chat real quick. If you wanted to go here and download the application for yourself, make sure you download the right one for whatever machine that you're using. Let me know if you need to know which one. Well, either it's going to be Windows or you're going to be using a Mac, which I think you have to go to keypad Mac. So, but let me know if you got any problems with that. So I'm going to just go into it because I already downloaded pre-class and open it up.
Mr.
Mitchell, there's a hand up. Yeah.
I got a quick question for you. Using KeyPass, does it import your passwords from, say, Apple Keychain? I think that's what it's called. Does it import your already password, username and password that you already have stored on your on my machine, or is that something I have to go in and manually put in after I download KeyPass?
I would say, thinking about it, no. It would have to learn what you put into it. But once you asked that, I clicked on the import side of it. Now, if you created a notepad or some type of simple writing processor file for it with all your username and passwords, you could possibly import it. But knowing these types of softwares, it'll just be better for you to just manually put it in one by one and then use it later on whenever you need it to get it that way instead of importing it. That's what I would do.
Okay.
Keychains is different on Macs. And from what my experiences was that keychains are normally local to that machine. I hate keychains because in the working environment, a lot of people they're using their machine just to use it. They don't really know what they're putting in, or they don't really kind of read the prompt, and then they just, hey, I know it needs a password, I'm gonna put it in there. So me as a technician, I'll go there and say, hey, what's your keychain password? They have no idea. And I don't know about y'all, but changing a password in a Macintosh is, man, you might as well throw the whole thing away and just get something new, in my opinion. But from a security standpoint, that's great. From a is it efficient? It could take some time out of the day just to get a keychain password. So long story short, I say just put it in there manually, but I'm pretty sure there's a way that you can import it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
No problem. Any other questions? Okay. Sorry about that. I have VirtualBox open. This is KeyPass. New database. I had a database already. Now, never mind that Madden. Master password. This is how it encrypts it, right? So I'm gonna use my password that I use for everything. You know what I'm gonna do? You know what I'm gonna do? Where's my notepad? Already erased it. So we had what? Hello Jesus. We're gonna change this to 3, 2 to a 4, 2 to a 3, change the 2 to a 0. We got a 1 and then a exclamation. Take this, copy it, back here, paste it in there. Is here, okay. Are you sure this is the master password? So basically, whenever I click on this to open my KeyPass up for my vault, it's gonna ask me for that KeyPass, that master key. Now, it will give you somewhat of a it gives you keys to it, encryption keys. And if you ever have an emergency and you need, let's say if you have some real good passwords in there that's over some real important accounts, you will need those. You'll need to print that out in a case, and just in case you have a computer crash or something like that, and you take it to, let's say, Geek Squad, in order to have it recovered, they will need that in order to get back in. So just be mindful of that. But this is basically how we do KeyPass. Example here. So this is the username, right? And we could put the title. Let's say this is our Twitter account, and this is the password. Let's go ahead and go. I'll master KeyPass. A master password in there. I'll repeat, and then we can put notes. This is for Twitter. Twitter.com. And you could say, hey, let's have it expire 3 months from now. Put it on the 22nd. Okay? Now we had it change up here. See how easy that is? And then we want a new one. We come over here to the little paper with the sunburst on it. Not a new database. I don't want that. Right click, new entry. So in this box here, we're going to put right click, add new entry. We're going to put US Bank. Username and our password. Now, the lovely thing about that is that it's already given us a password here. It's already generated. We can just take that if we're creating a new account, and we can just put that into our account that we're creating, okay? And now we have a strong password in our key vault
as well as on our website that we want to create an account with. Okay, so that's a good way of doing it too. We can keep that as the same way, and we can say main bank account. Go to the expire. We want that expire in May or April 22nd. Okay. So on and so forth. Okay. Any questions about KeyPass? Won't see this on the test. You won't see this on the CompTIA security test, but you may see it in a real life environment. And it can come out to be very helpful when you got so many servers that you're working with, so many accounts to be, that's not regular accounts. So people, sometimes we reuse accounts throughout a whole department. And everyone uses this account, or this account is only there to run a certain operation and is not really owned by nobody, but we need to recycle that password every now and again. Any questions on that? Smart cards, NFCs. So we all know what smart cards look like, right? A lot of banking industries are now pushing this little chip on your debit card or your credit card. And what that chip holds is, it holds your profile as well as, any kind of important information, account balance, who you are, how long you've been with the bank, or any major things that will tell you apart from anyone else. In the conjunction of that smart card, you would normally need what? A PIN to go along with that. And normally this PIN is going to be 4 digits, but I've also seen it to where it could be 6 digits. But more likely, banking industries are going to keep you at 4. Smart cards, smart cards in the military hold your profile as far as you getting onto a computer system. So you will plug your PC, your card into a PC, and then you're able to put in a PIN, and then that acts as your username and password. But you also had a two-factor, right? That was you was in the possession of a card, but then in that possession you also knew the PIN. Give me 1 second. Sorry about that. So you had that PIN and you had the card to go along with it. That brings me into NFCs, near field communication. This is the new stuff. And it's not so new because Samsung has been doing it for, I want to say, about 10 years now, and probably even more in the Asian community, the Asian nations like China and Japan, where you're taking your tap to pay, you take your card and you tap the card reader, or you tap your smartwatch to that card reader. And then what it does is that it transfers that important information, account balance, and the authentication of the account over to the card reader. It transfers now to whatever merchant that you're trying to pay. What's the problem with this? Is that let's think back to man in the middle attack, someone sniffing the network. This works the same way, but more than likely it works to where it's using a Bluetooth technology to communicate back and forth. So the one thing that we as security professionals we hate about Bluetooth is that there's really no security around it. It's anybody can connect to it. It really doesn't vet you out. You have some Bluetooth, like you get into a car sometimes, and before you connect, they will ask you, "Hey, do you see this pin on your device? If so, confirm that you see the pin, it'll let you on. But a lot of times, let's say headphones, for example, man, headphones are just looking for something. It's looking for anything to connect to. So let's say if I have some special headphones, right? Or I'm able to put out a special signal, like a Bluetooth signal, and I'm looking for a phone that is looking for any type of device. This way, you know, if I have that special Bluetooth device, I can pull information from you. I think they call it snarky, blue snark. I'm pulling that information away from you. NFC is just kind of like the, I did about wallet. The NFC on your cards are kind of like that. So let me stop sharing. You can see me, and this is my credit card. You see my little chip right there, right? Well, that chip, along with, I got three cards like that, right? And someone can come up to you, matter of fact, 4 cards. Someone can come up to you, sit beside you, and pull that information off of you. If they have these kind of like these radio transmitters, something like that. If you've seen some commercials where they have these wallets, and the wallets have kind of like a metal in it to stop any type of transmission, that's what they're trying to stop, the transmission of the NFC communication between devices. Because someone could just sit up beside you, let's say we all sitting in a park, and they could sit on a bench right beside you and then pull the information off that card without even talking to you, okay? So while you're just being nice and letting them sit there, you know, they can get in contact with your bank card, and then go and use your bank card to spend money somewhere else. And, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if that's what's happening to me, because it seems like every 2 months, knock on wood, every 2 months, my USAA card gets compromised and somebody's spending my money at Target every time. It's I don't understand it. They don't have any kind of protection against it, in my opinion. They just notify me whenever it happens, that someone in Greenville or Texas, they use my card number to buy $30 worth of stuff at Target. I really don't get it. And it happens every 2 months. But you never know. Someone is probably, you know, walking up to me in Food Line or something like that and taking that information off of me. Now, am I saying don't get these cards? No, I don't say that, but make sure that when you get your banking card, that you have your phone information up to date, or you have your application giving you notifications, just in case unauthorized purchases have been made on your credit card or debit card. Any questions on that? Same thing kind of goes for, not kind of goes, the same thing goes for these smartwatches. Smartwatches, they put off that doggone NFC too. And it just, you know, think about when we put in our Apple Watch or our Samsung watches, we're putting in bank card information just to go like that. And it's convenient, right? But somebody else sees it as convenience too. So just be careful of that. All right. Biometrics. So we already talked about biometrics, and I talked about the kind of people don't want to really buy into it, just because it's a little bit scary to some people that someone would know about their fingerprints or how they look, how they change. You know, if you just Google yourself on Google, you'll be amazed with what comes up, how you're already on the internet in some type of form or fashion. But now if you have biometrics, some people feel like they can put a face to the actual information that's out there. But biometrics is, you know, It comes in many different forms, and let's talk about these three. So we already talked about face unlock with the Apple phones and mobile devices, but voice recognition. And this is really quick if you really think about it. Think about how many times do you have to really say, "Hey Siri" or "Hey Google," and it picks it up automatically. It kind of has your frequency of how your voice sounds already somewhat preset. And then, it's able to set up in a matter of seconds. But then you got to think about, and this is, I'm kind of feeding into the anxiety about using biometrics. When you're using things like "Hey Siri" or "Hey Google," these devices are always listening for you to say that. They just don't kick on to hear you say it as soon as you say "Hey," right? They are always listening in some form, fashion. So I would be mindful about putting in that type of device in our homes, and then you saying some reckless stuff because your device is always listening. Okay, that's not on the test. That's just my opinion. Your device is always listening. I believe the NSA is always hearing things. Okay, because those, like I said, in order to bring that on and bring Siri forth, in order to listen, have it listen to you. In the beginning, we used to have to hold the button a long time in order to bring that feature up. But right now, since we put in that biometrics of, hey, calling his name and then bringing it up, it would always be in a listening mode. Another one that's kind of down low, but no one really knows that it's there, but it's there listening. It's Katana. Katana on Windows products is always listening, and it's annoying because you can't turn her off. You can uninstall the whole software on the Windows product, and somehow, some way, Katana is still listening. And it hasn't even caught on. Like, it's not even a hot product for Microsoft like that. It's not like Dell's Watson or Alexa or Siri. Katana is a failed project, but for some reason, they still put it on every Windows machine. For some reason, it still runs in the background. So moving on. Any questions about that? Moving on. So signature recognition. Some biometrics will have you. It will take the signature, the hand movement, the strokes that you have with your fingers, down as a pattern, and then it will use that for authentication. Same thing goes for typing. The typing recognition is that sometimes when we type, everyone types at a different speed. Some of us are more fluent. Other of us may hit the back button a lot of times. Some of us may misspell words all the time. And these types of characteristics are recorded and then put down in our profile as a way of saying, hey, this is Lee, because I know Lee takes 0.7 seconds to write down his type in his password that he used for a 17 account. So if someone comes in there and now they're taking 2 seconds to actually put in my password, it's probably not going to let them in just because it doesn't have that speed recognition. It knows that I know my password a lot faster than that. Okay, Microsoft Azure. Let's go to Microsoft Azure. Let's go to Microsoft Azure is a portal that is for Microsoft AD. This is Microsoft AD Active Directory is a main tool that we use in the real world to create username, passwords, and apply those permissions that I first started off talking about in the beginning of the slide. Active Directory is a necessary tool, I believe, in the IT realm as well as the security profession. I believe that we all need to, in some form or fashion, need to know what Microsoft AD is and how does it work as far as creating accounts, and then we're putting those accounts in the right sectors. I don't want to show you this one. I don't want to show you that other one. Yeah, bear with me one second. Is going to go to this thing there. Now, I'm going to the cloud, and I'm going to show you. Matter of fact, I'm gonna pause the recording just because this is my my work stuff. So give me 1 second. All right, give me 1 second. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's finish up. Background checks and onboarding policy. So when we have new employees come on, we want to make sure that we perform a background check and we have an onboarding process that will vet out any type of questions that we may have about. So that background check is pretty much filling a form with the police, the local police department, to do any kind of outstanding checks on felonies or any type of warrants that may be out on that particular person. Some government jobs I've seen do credit checks, and all of these determinations factor into if they're able to proceed with giving you an offer, or if they want to actually disqualify you from a job offer. Okay, so but that background check, what that does from a security standpoint is that if we're doing it from a banking standpoint, and this person has a history of stealing from local Walmarts and Targets and things like that, shoplifting, then maybe they may be a little bit untrustworthy to be around large amounts of cash. Not saying that we shouldn't hire them, but we need to understand if we're going to hire this person, then the risk may be a little bit higher, and when it comes to someone actually taking from the bank in that case. So how do we want to discriminate a little bit, or do we want to go ahead and hire this person, but then separate their duties enough to where they can never be in the vault without one person to be there with them. So they can still work around, let's say $1,000 on hand, but if they ever need to go into the vault where there's $10,000 cash, then they need to have a manager there. They need to sign in, and we need to have a camera placed into that vault to see if anything conspicuous will be going on. Not saying so. The background check is there to let us know of the risk. It should not terminate someone from actually getting the job. It should not. But we all are aware of the type of world that we're living in, where a stereotype may precede someone before they ever are actually in that environment. So just know that these background checks are put in some people's hands, and they may make a decision based off of whatever information comes off that background check. Onboarding procedures. So onboarding policies pretty much is going to set you up for what you're going to be doing and how you're going to be doing it. Now, my latest onboarding procedure for Sunoco was terrible, but I'm not complaining, but it was terrible. And the reason why I said it was terrible because I literally did not know what I was doing until it had already been done. Or someone asked me, did you work on this? And I had no idea how to work on it. So the onboarding process is, we want to make sure that they're given the right username, password, and then we let them know who is their frontline supervisor, what assets do they have when it comes to the computer systems. In some cases, you may have to come up with directions on how to actually use it. Some people, they may not be that computer savvy, so they may be looking for you to help them out, even though that may be a help desk issue. Sometimes they may look at you from a security standpoint and say, hey, well, I don't want to be in trouble with any type of important classified information. You as the security professional, please let me know what can I do to stay safe. Okay? But these onboarding processes should be sectioned off, okay? So like I said, whenever we're putting people into certain groups and applying those permissions to the group, whenever we pluck that person out of that group and put them, whether they're going cross department or up in the ladder or out of the company, then they're not taking that permissions with them. The one thing that I didn't show you in the Active Directory is that when an account is enabled and that it's active, it has all these permissions with it. Now, we didn't put them in a group, we just added the permissions to the actual person. Then let's say if they leave the company and we deactivate that account, it still has the permissions to it. So now from a hacker standpoint, the only thing I need to do is get to the Active Directory, re-enable that account, and now I have all the permissions just to that account. And no one's looking at me because they think that person is gone, right? And if that person is gone, then I'm kind of just hanging out on the network and just looking at, whatever permissions that they had. So you may say, Lee, then why don't you just delete the account? And when you delete it, then the permission is gone too. That is true, but they may have some important emails that we wanted to go back and look at. They may have some important files on their laptop that we wanted to go look at. So the best practice is not to delete an account, it's to disable an account. Okay? And when you disable an account, you can always have that factor of going back, looking at what was on that person's device or email, and then maybe helping someone else out, okay? Offboarding policies should be sectioned off again, right? Just like onboarding. When someone quits, leaves, fired, passes away, whatever the case may be, when they are no longer a part of the company, what are we doing as professionals, security professionals, to make sure that their account is secure, but then the devices that we gave them is also secure? Did we give them an iPad? Did we give them a mobile phone? Did we allow them to use, like my personal laptop? This is my personal laptop, and I showed you guys Azure. So that's part of the company's property. If I'm no longer part of that company, how can they make sure that I don't log on to the company's Azure site tomorrow when I'm not part of the company? They need to immediately disable my account, change my password, okay? Because then that lets them know that, hey, at least
we can't take his personal laptop from him, but we can make it, we could disable him from going to our product online. So very important to know our onboarding process is just as much as important as bringing someone on to the company. I would say a little bit even more important because when someone leaves the company, we can tend to forget about them almost instantly, maybe a week, maybe two. But after that, they're pretty much gone and forgotten, and we move on as a company, but their permissions may stay the same. They may have access to important documents and no one knows about it. And so, like I said, as a hacker, I'm just looking for the stale account, an account that hasn't been used in 2 or 3 weeks, maybe years, and let's just see what they have access to. You know, if I'm a CEO and I retire from Microsoft, I'm the CEO of Microsoft and I retire. Let's say I'm the vice president of Microsoft, and I decide to step away, and it's 2 years after the fact. Everybody forgot about me at Microsoft, but then someone is actively trying to hack Microsoft, and they find my old stale account. Now imagine as a vice president, I probably have access to all types of folks, all types of services doing my job description. Well, if I can find my way into those, then I can go ahead and just say, hey, no one's thinking about the old vice president. Let me just hack into his account. Oh, they didn't change the password. They didn't disable didn't change the password, so it's a stale password, right? And they didn't disable an account, so I'm able to use his account. And let's just see what he has available. What can I get into? And I'm not really doing any type of strenuous hacking. I'm just looking at the probabilities of did they do their due diligence, and by correcting these things while somebody was off-boarded. Normally what happens is that when someone quits, HR is supposed to email security immediately saying disable this person's account. They are no longer a part of the environment, and they're being escorted off the premises. So when you get escorted off the premises, we want to take your badge. We want to take any type of belongings that we have. At one job, I had someone take my notebooks. Not saying that I was escorted. Well, I was escorted, but I didn't get fired. But I was escorted off the premises, and they kept my work notes, which I didn't need them anymore. So it made sense for me to give them my work notes, but it was a security measure that they took, because if they felt like I was disgruntled, then I could use their work notes, and I had all types of information in there. IP addresses to workstation names to email addresses. So onboarding, like I said, is very important, just as onboarding. We set them up correctly, onboarding, but then when they leave the company in some kind of form or fashion, we need to also keep the data safe as they leave. Now, I hinted a little bit earlier about shared accounts, kind of these generic accounts, and we have these accounts pretty much everywhere in the professional environment. If you're working on a network router or a server, sometimes you have these service accounts that they come generically with the device in order to set it up for the first time use. Well, sometimes, in some cases, those service accounts cannot be deleted or password changed, and so in order for it to work, it just needs to have that service account constantly working. This is a major problem, because if someone gets to that service account, now they probably have administrative rights across the board with that device. And that device is probably hooked up some type of way to the private network. And so we could see where the hacker will see what can they get to, what can they actually get access to. So as security professionals, in order to combat against that, we want to put those service accounts in kind of like their own network. We call it a VLAN or a DMZ. This is kind of, you remember I had the example of the white box and the black box being a public IP and a private IP. That DMZ will sometimes sit in the middle with that firewall. And it's almost like a safe point from the outside, but it's also a safe point from the inside as well. And things can go in there and live and not be seen by the public IP, but not be it cannot get easy access to the private IP. Okay, so having these things sectioned off like that will give us an extra layer of security, because sometimes those service accounts we need, in order for us to run as a business, we need that service account to actually be running. In other cases, we just need to be precautions of it, and we need it to run, but we also need to apply the most security as possible. Another thing about generic accounts is your router at your house. I know in the first, I think one of the first classes that we had, I said to, go take a look at your router that your telephone company put into your house. See if there's a generic account on there, printed on there somewhere. And if you can, log into it, use they should give you a URL on that router. You can log that in, put that into your URL, and then use that generic username and password to go in there and then change your password. A lot of people don't do this, and then, if like a case I heard about was baby monitors came with the generic password, username and password on the back of the baby monitors, and the hackers will then go around, after stealing the information from the company, go around and remote into people's baby monitors, and then scaring the babies by cutting on the intercom, talking to them at night and stuff like that. So it would behoove you to look to see if you have those generic accounts, and just go ahead and change the password on them. It would just be best practice. Now, another step we could take as security professionals to put restrictions on accounts is that we can use, again, the IP addressing, geofixing, and geotagging. We could put in a log-on time duration, so we can put you in a group within AD, and we can say, hey, you can only log on to your computer from 8 o'clock in the morning to 5 o'clock in p.m. And anything outside of that time frame, you're not allowed to log on to the internal network. Okay, and if you do log on, then it'll automatically be a red flag, something's going on. Or we could say, hey, we can only let you onto the internal network for 3 hours straight, and then we'll kick you off and we'll have you re-authenticate. Or the time basis restriction will be, like I kind of stated in the first one. Well, we'll give you normal business hours, but we'll give you an hour buffer before time and after time. So whether you clock in at 8, but we'll give you a buffer time from 7 to 8, and then we'll give you another buffer time after 5 to 6 o'clock. Geofixing and geotagging. This is where we're talking, our devices are constantly talking to satellites orbiting the Earth. And I wanted to show you an example of that with my good old friend, Google, who's constantly watching all of us and our actions and where we go. So let me show you this by copying that. Actually, I gotta go on. Okay. So put in my timeline. Let me see that. My timeline, and this is my mobile devices as well as my phone, constantly talking back to the servers, the satellites orbiting the Earth, showing you my whereabouts with Google. Google tracks all of this. This is not, and like I showed this to the last 3 classes that I've taught, and I constantly say, I did not know that this was running on my profile, but they're tracking you. They could be tracking you if you have this feature turned on. And a lot of times, I think that this feature is turned on automatically, and we need to go into our account and turn that off. But as you can see here, it's tracking anytime my device can catch a good shot to the satellite, it'll check in on the time and places that I went. And it got 289 places that I have been. And it also gets down to the point of showing actual addresses. So it likes to see that I go to Blue Line here a lot and Cherry Park. I go to Cherry Park just about every day just to go walk during my lunch break. So it sees that I like to go there. And then it sees that I like to go to the Bank of America Plaza down there on Main Street in Columbia. This was where I was working at Ag First. So this is an example of geofencing. Well, this is not an example, but it kind of sets the basis for it. Let me scroll up. So geofencing will say, we're going to outline everything in the city limits of Columbia. And if you're in the city limits with these red dots here, anything in this space, we're going to let you onto our network, because we can, along with your IP address, your IP address also gives an idea to the phone company of where you are in the United States. And if you're in the UK, it will give a good idea where you're at in overseas countries as well. But geofencing will give you an invisible fence and say, if you're in this visible fence, you're able to log in. But if you're over here in Lugoff and Camden, then you're not able to get in. Okay. Some people like that feature, but at the same time, you can see how easy it is for just someone to just get into that geo fence area and then be able to get onto, now have the opportunity to get onto the network. Just because you're in the area doesn't necessarily mean that you have a permission or you have the user account to get onto that network. But I just wanted to lay the principles down that, hey, if I'm going to the Ag First, the Plaza Center, let's say if I worked at the Marriott downtown Columbia, if I work there, then I have the access to get onto their network. That's the geofence is the actual building for that company. For that network. So it'd be the actual Marriott. Any questions? So let's slide. Let's talk about diversity of technique, training techniques. In giving information to people is going to be your strongest defense against cyber attacks. We can't stop we can put all the firewalls in place that we want to, all the appliances that we want on the network. We can put all those things in place, and we can make people use two-factor authentication. But until they understand how cybersecurity is actually ran, when it comes to how people are actually going about hacking each other, then it really doesn't make any sense when it comes to spending all this money to try to put in these appliances. We need to train our individuals in order to recognize a phish, recognize social engineering, have our security
analysts and engineers understand more about the tools that they're using, but more importantly, understanding how the business is ran, and then how do we use it to secure it better. We can do things such as phishing campaigns for the regular users. We can do capture the flags for our analysts. Capture the flags is more of when you become a security analyst and you get in on that, getting on red teams, blue teams, penetration testing. This is where we're talking about reading clues and then looking for the red flag, so to say, and seeing, okay, what's vulnerable here. Now, vulnerability management is similar to that, but these type of vulnerabilities won't show up on a scan. The vulnerability management is normally going to bring up what patches we're missing and then what we need to do to actually patch these machines. But a capture the flag may be a code is missing in a website, a particular code that allows, that defends against buffer overflows. And if we don't have that in there, are you versed enough to see that code and then point it out and then send it back to our coders in order to get that code implemented in? We have computer-based training. So that's basically what we're doing now. It's just the fact that, I give lectures, but it's still, once we turn it into a video and we put it back on the Google Classroom, this is a computer-based training classroom, good way of learning security tactics on the fly, on demand. We have scenarios, branching scenarios. So those branching scenarios are coming up with scenarios of, if this was to go bad, what will we do in order to remediate the problem or to eliminate the problem altogether? The funny thing about that is that in 2020, in the beginning of 2020, at Ag First, we had a meeting going over the worst case scenarios, and the scenario was a worldwide disease broke out, and now everybody was dying off on the team. And when someone passed away from the disease, who will pick up their duties and then keep the business running? And we had to go through this to kind of understand, where does my duties lie if we go down to only a handful of people? And just funny that, just months after that, we were all going into the COVID, the first part of COVID, and staying home, and we never really returned to the office after that. But I thought that was kind of, it was the good training at a good time, because while nobody, thank the Lord that no one became ill enough to, they become detrimental, but we did have to learn how to work differently and be able to still have a security presence away from the office. So having different types of training and techniques to train your employees, train the people that you're talking to understand that the things that they put on the internet is susceptible to being captured and then reused is very important, and it's probably your best defense against any type of adversary. That's all I have. Any questions about what we went over today? We hit record. And so let's start talking about the single points of failure. Single points of failure is when you set up a network. Hold on, I got an echo. That echo just me, or everybody else is fine? Okay. So when we setting up a network, we want to make sure that we have a redundancy throughout that network. So our clients can always reach the internet, reach the servers that they need to get the documents that they need to get.
Because if we have one thing go offline, or let's say if an attacker attacks a server, then it becomes money that we lost in the business. People can't do their jobs for that day. Not only just, it may be sensitive information that they're getting to. So not just the sensitive information, but can we actually keep the business afloat if we don't have this particular service running? So give you an example. Let's think of Netflix as our business that we're working for. And let's say Netflix servers go down and now people can't watch their favorite said new movie or show. Well, that tends to go into the banking or the account revenue for Netflix. Netflix can't show you any movies, then clients become frustrated with them, and so now they move over to Tubi or they move over to YouTube TV. Okay, so we want to make sure that we have a redundancy of whatever we're having in our network. So if we have a bunch of movies for Netflix on 2 servers, we want to make that turn into 4 servers or maybe 6 servers. In a case like them, in a real world scenario, they probably have hundreds, if not thousands, of servers all over the world that's constantly giving off the same catalog of movies that they have. So if one attacker takes down 2 servers, it's not really affecting a business like Netflix. You're still able to pull that movie from another server. Now, where we see that as affecting us as the consumer, if you remember in the early days of Netflix, they had a tendency of buffering. You'll pull your movie down, but then it would kind of buffer. Even if your network is pretty fast, it will kind of buffer and kind of want to load the movie up. That's because it's pulling from a longer distance, and it may be not pulling from the shorter distance to where you're located at. So we want to make sure that as security professionals, we want to map out what's in our network, and then how efficient are our clients, whether it be users or people from the outside business, actually are contacting those services we offer. Now, our first bullet point here is load balancing. Load balancing is just being able to, have those multiple servers or have those multiple desktops there to actually take the load in that they're getting, or a request. Let's look at it like a request. So I'm logging into my favorite banking account, and not just me, but think of millions of people logging into Bank of America and then wanting to check their bank account at the same time. Well, that's a mighty big load for a daily task on a simple computer. Well, we have these load balancing machines that are take in and distribute those requests out to the different types of servers that we have lined up. Okay, so we're not overwhelming one PC or one server. If we overwhelm that one server, then it becomes slow. Like in the example with Netflix, it becomes laggy, it spins and buffers. In the case of your favorite website, it may take a long time for it to load up. It may time out. You'll see a lot of pages give that timeout page and saying that request couldn't be fulfilled at this time. Those are, examples of being overwhelmed and creating a denial of service attack. It's not really an attack. It's considered an attack, but it's not given by anyone else. Sometimes we can create these issues on our own. Okay, so we want to make sure that we have these load balancing machines in place in order to give off those type of requests to the different servers. So as you see here in this example, I'll blow it up a little bit. Let's say we have our clients here on the outside, and we're always going to have our clients go into the internet. And then when you cross that threshold here, after this side of the cloud, the right side of the cloud, you're coming into an enclosed environment, the network. You're going into an enclosed private network, and now that network is being distributed, that request is being distributed out to the different types of servers that's delivering that request. So, okay, so for you guys who've never really seen topologies, we're going to go over a bunch of topologies today. So there's a lot of icons, and you need to know what they mean for the test. So a lot of them you can figure out, you know, your desktops and your laptops and your mobile phones, but this cloud is always going to mean the internet, okay? I want you guys to remember that. This cloud is always going to mean the internet. Now, this load balancer may be a router, it may be a switch. It's not necessarily a particular device. It may be something that's distributing the network, okay? But in this example, we want to call it a load balancer. It's looking at what type of request you're making, and then now it's saying, oh yeah, okay, you want to go check your email. So we have 3 different email servers over here. These are servers, okay? And I'm going to have Dr. McBride check her email here. I'm going to have Lee, you can check your email on the second server, and Chris, you can check your email on the third, okay? So that's a load balancer. That way, we're not overloading the first server here until it's filled up, and then now we go down to the second. It may go in a round robin type of distribution. Okay, great piece to have. If you get in a real world environment, you want to ask your networking team, do we have a load balancing solution in place in order to distribute that traffic out? Okay, now I'm gonna pull this over to the side. Let's look at this next diagram here, the single point of failure. So I wanted to put this up because a lot of times we'll see multiple.
Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Mitchell, excuse me. I'm sorry about that. I had to step away. You were asking? You were saying something?
No.
You're good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I was in the trying to explain this next speech.
Sorry about that.
Oh no, you're fine. Okay. So this single point of failure here for the router, I like to put this because we see a lot of you know, desktops and servers repeated throughout the network. But a lot of times we don't think about our network provider, our actual, who's giving us the internet, who's providing that internet, what telephone company do we have a subscription to, and are they providing us great or redundancy in internet capabilities. Now, here in Rock Hill, we have one telephone company, and that's CompTIA. CompTIA basically runs everything from the 3 counties that collectively surround Rock Hill. The problem with that is that if CompTIA has a problem, which they have had over the past 5 years, and everybody internet is down who's on CompTIA, well, that means my business is down. So now CompTIA has just caused a denial of service on my business because now my clients, my users, they can't get to my website, or I can't talk to them and have a meeting because my internet is down. So a lot of times that router is your main source of life, really, when it comes to being in a network environment. If I take down that router, then now I've created a denial of service. Your business can't function until you have that router back up and running. The way we want to fix this is that if we're living in I think in Columbia, you guys may have 2 distribution. You might have a dish company that can provide internet, and I'm pretty sure AT&T is down there. So you can have 2 subscriptions to the internet, right, for your business. You can have it for your home too, but I'll explain that in a minute. You can have 2 internet providers for your business. You can have your main one as AT&T, and then just in case AT&T were to have an issue, let's say a fiber line was cut for the company, then you can have Dish Network with a very limited network subscription with them. So it can be just enough to get out to the internet, but you're not able to handle a heavy load. And in that case, if Corporium's down for, let's say, 4 or 5 hours, we can already switch over to our second network and be able to hold business function until AT&T is up and running. Okay, so a lot of times I want you guys to remember that is that in the real world, we want to have at least 2 internet providers if possible. If not, then we need to come up with other ways of coming up with different ways of providing internet access. Now, in a home environment, you may have one, you got one internet provider, but if that internet goes down for your house, then we can more than likely go to the internet that's on our phone. And until we're able to have our internet back at the house boot back up or come back online, then we'll have to rely on our internet on our phone, pulling that data, just for a limited time. Chris.
So best practices for when dealing with businesses is to have a redundancy plan. So what you're saying is, say you would have AT&T fiber and dish network. If AT&T goes out, your redundancy plan is dish to keep the business operating until fiber network is restored, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
That's the ideal. Your pocket, if the business can handle it. So these subscriptions for your normal business is going to be a fairly higher bill than what me and you get for our internet bill. So you're talking maybe $300-400 a month just for internet, and that's for basic. If we're talking about the T1 line or having someone put fiber at your business, maybe talking $1,000 a month, maybe $1,200 a month with these businesses. And if you're a startup, if you're a cookie shop, you probably don't have money allocated for that. Maybe you want a T-Mobile hotspot just for your cookie shop or your coffee shop, and I'm not going to give it out to anyone. I'm not going to have an open internet so people can actually join onto it. I'm going to have it just for my coffee shop. But you got to realize that if it goes down, then if I'm doing something important online, then I'm down for the count until my internet gets back up. So it's a single point of failure, and you're going to see that on the test. Any questions? Good question, though. So you're going to see that on the test. They're going to show you diagrams like this, and they're going to ask you, what is the single point of failure here? And it's more likely, I wouldn't narrow it down to one line coming out of it. Okay, let me go back to the diagram here. So you see your end users. These lines are normally indicators of networks, right? They are saying, hey, this desktop is connected to this router, whether it be Ethernet or by a Wi-Fi adapter. Same thing goes for this laptop. Same thing goes for these mobile devices over here. Okay, so these lines are indicators of networks being able to be connected to these devices via IP address or IPv6 addresses. So that's single point of failure and load balancing. So let's talk about the best practice design. When we're talking about segmentation, we're talking about having different types of appliances in our network, but we want to segment them off. So if we ever have a snooper or someone sniffing the network, we can confine them to just one network. Okay, we don't have to. Okay, to have you think about your router at your house. Your router at your house is connected to every other device in your house. That's laptops, phones, doorbells, whatever. If it's connected, it's going to one spot, right? In a business such as this diagram, and we'll just go ahead and jump down to the diagram here. In this diagram, we're talking about a hotel. This hotel has 4 different routers. Then on top of that, it has multiple switches, as we see here, right? These long pieces here are switches, and then we have access points. These are the wireless points that you see in the hallways, or you may see them mounted up in the walls. Now, these routers may be in a closet somewhere. And here's the thing. When you're looking at this topology, it looks like, now I said the building was a hotel. It will look like these different routers will be on different floors of the hotel, right? But in the real world, we'll have all this in one closet, okay? And now the configuration allows us to put this in a segmented format, okay? So going back up to the front, remember we have our cloud here, and then we have a internet switch, okay? This internet is the open internet, anybody can connect to it, but it goes into the switch, and then now it goes into the router. And you may be saying, Lee, why are you skipping over the firewall? Because more than likely, the firewall is virtual and it sits inside of the router. That's more than likely, okay, in the real world. Now, on the test, they may say, this is a real appliance, which you can get an appliance, a real box that's its only function is to be a firewall. But more than likely, that router is going to have a smart firewall on it, and it's going to be able to provide protection that way. Okay. Now, like I said, all of these routers. I'm sorry if you hear that. Now, all of these routers may be sitting in a closet somewhere, and their switches may be in that same closet, or their switches may be on different floors or different parts of that hotel building. Okay. Now, in a hotel situation or in any kind of corporate building, we like to put everything in one spot, all your appliances, and then we will take Ethernet cable and run it throughout the building. The problem with that is that with your Ethernet over 100 meters, I think, it starts to degrade the actual performance. So you can only go, I want to say 100 feet. 100 feet, it will start to degrade the signal. So we want to make sure that we keep our Ethernet cord to a certain amount of length. But then if we need to actually reroute a router or a switch, we can just do that. So let's just say if I needed router C and router D to be on the dining area and the conference room, which are normally on the first floors, then I can mount that switch, their managed switch, not too far away from the router closet, but I could just run the cable out to the routed switches and then have them talk to the access points, which is wireless, where I can have all of these in the same closet. Okay, hope I made sense on that. You can put the routers wherever you want to put them, but we just want to make sure that we're not running them too far apart with the Ethernet to where now we're creating a slow network because it's too far apart. Okay. Now, when we're talking about the segmentation part of it, we're talking about you have a room area, and then you have an office area, dining room area, and then a conference room. So staying with the example of a hotel room or a hotel building, all of our access points would be on the 3 different floors. Let's say these 4 different floors, I'm sorry. So we will have these access points in the hallway giving out Wi-Fi signals to everyone that's on the different floors. But then in the office, let's say we have 4 offices for the staff and for custodians to, use for everyday use, we can have different access points. Okay. The dining room for people coming in, eating, sitting down, want to browse the web, is a different access point there, as well as the conference room. Now, when I say these access points, all of these are different networks. We're using different addresses to confine the users to just that particular router, this particular firewall, okay? So if I have a snooper come on and they get on this third floor, and they use this access point right here, then they're not able to go over to the office side network and see the important information such as credit cards and who's checked into that building. That makes sense? So we're just going to confine them to this area here. Now we're going to make the office access points invisible. I'm not going to show that as SSID. I'm going to make that invisible so only my coworkers and my employees can see those access points and connect to them. Okay. Whereas I'm going to make the dining area and the conference area visible. Anybody checking into the hotel or an employee can connect to these access points. But they can't be on this conference room and then hop over, snoop on this network and snoop onto the dining room area versus especially going into the office area. Because in the office area, you see here, we have our access points, servers, I'm sorry. So we can have everything confined here and keep it invisible to everybody that's on the network, that's on the overall network at the top, right? But they're segmented off to where they only see people here in this design segmentation of the network. That makes sense? So if I got that snooper, if Sally comes on and she wants to use Wireshark and see, James who's sitting in the dining room area, she has to, one, get out of her network segmentation and then somehow, some way find out the encryption for router C and getting onto that network. It would be better if she just walks over to the dining room and then get on that same network, right? But the most important part is what I'm saying with the office area is that if we're making that invisible, then no one should be able to see that unless we give them permission to. Okay? Any questions? DMZ, demilitarized zone. So the DMZs are places where we have, I'm going to go back to this segment on this topology. The DMZ sits on the outside of our routers and in line with this internet. So it'll probably sit out here with this public network switch, and it's not protected by our firewalls, and it's not segmented by our switches. Okay, that DMZ is going to sit out here, and it's going to take on any type of request from the outside world. So let's say if we had the public server that we need our customers to actually upload things to. Let's say if it's I just did some work with Rocket Lawyer. It's a place where you can upload documentation for a lawyer to overlook it, and then they give you some type of proper paperwork. Well, Rocket Lawyer doesn't know who I am, but they want to trust that I'm uploading something that's clean to their server in order for them to take a look at it. So what they'll do is they'll put a server out here on this public switch and call it a DMZ, and it's segmented off, and no one from the inside of the company cannot access the DMZ unless through a particular protocol, and it's only it's not, you're not going to see an interface or anything like that. It's only through the command prompt. So remember what I showed you what the command prompt was with the CMD prompt. You'll see it here in just a second. So this is the only way we'll probably be able to access the DMZ, okay? And we'll type in commands in order to pull down information from the outside. The reason why is because we don't want anybody logging in to an internal switch and being able to upload things, even if that's part of our business. So a DMZ is normally going to be put out there as a kind of like a safe zone for the company, but it's also an entry point for the consumer or the client. Okay? To give a better topology, I got this topology here. Let me zoom out. So with this topology, you'll see a bunch of segmentations here, right? But we see our internet, and this is also to go back to the sign. It is not a cloud here, but it's a globe. So if you see that, it's normally meaning the internet, okay? But we'll put our DMZs out here, and we'll have our people or our clients check into the DMZs. They'll go into our internal router, which now, we can check them with our firewalls whenever we have them come through the DMZ or they check in with the DMZ. And now we can pull whatever they have put in the DMZ through our router, okay? But we don't want them, let's say, over here with our guest wireless or our VLANs down here. Now let me explain VLANs just for a second. When we're talking about our segmentation, our VLANs, our virtual LANs, are the way that's how we make the actual segmentation. We will, let me pull up a notepad. And what we will do is, well, as security professionals, we're not doing this. Your networking team will do this. But let's say our internal IP addresses are 10.0. And we will say this network, everything that has an IP address that has this IP network ID, this is called a network ID just because of the way it's going to give out the IP addresses, given the fact that everything after the .10 will have a different number. So it can go from 0 to 255, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to say everybody in this network ID is going to be the office, or let's get better yet, let's just say it's marketing, right? Now, everybody on 192.168.11.0 through 255 is going to be sales. Okay, everybody that's on 192.168.12 is going to be HR. Okay, y'all get what I'm saying? So everybody that's on this network is going to be on a different VLAN than the .11 network versus the .12 network. We're going to use VLANs to separate these things. So this will be VLAN. And this is all happening virtually. This is not happening. We don't buy a different physical box in order to create this VLAN. This is happening on your router. Okay? We're just going to say, hey, everybody that's on the third floor is going to have this a IP address that's similar to 192.168.12, and then there might be .12.75. Okay, we'll know instantly by seeing the first three objects is that it's an HR personnel or HR device, or it's on the third floor. We can instantly tell that in the real world.
Okay, so these VLANs is how we actually separate these things. Yes, I separated them by the IP address, but it's actually, once we go into the configurations of our router, we're actually separating these things by creating what we call a VLAN. Okay? So with that DMZ, it's going to have its own VLAN, its own separation from the network, and the only way it's going to be stripped down we're going to strip down all the features of it to where we can only FTP into it, use an application called PuTTY. And we want it to be something that our users can upload a PDF file, or let's say a copy of their insurance, to that server, and now we can go out there and see that. So to give you a good example is that if you're applying for a loan, a car loan, they want to see your last two paycheck stubs. So we have to scan it, and then we have to upload it to their servers after we fill out the application. So we're on their website, but now they have a piece here and they're saying, hey, upload this, your file here. Now, they don't know if I affected, let's say if I affected that file with some kind of virus that will shoot back information back to me. Well, they don't want that inside of their internal network. Because let's say if it's a worm, and now it gets out in the internal network, and it starts to corrupt all of the different VLANs. Because even if we have segmentation, a worm can jump from PC to PC, okay? And if it can jump from PC to PC, and it can jump from router to switches to router, then it could possibly affect our whole network before we actually get a hold onto it and be able to stop such a thing. So we want to, have a safe point for us as a company, but we also want to have a safe point for our clients and keep them away from our network and put it into the DMZ. Okay, so that's going to be outside of the network, but it's a safe way for us to go in there, pull whatever information we need off of it, and then bring it inside. Okay. Now, here in this topology, you'll see that our core distribution, our routers and our switches, everybody is pointing back to them, but then we will have, in order for our clients to go out to the internet, we'll have them go out to a DMZ out here, and then they're able to go out to our internet service provider router. So let's say AT&T installed this router right here from the internet, right? This is what we call a DMARC point. They install that router, but before we just click into our internal, we click that our routers into their router, we want to put up another, it's a particular word for it. We want to put up another barrier, so to say, and say, hey, we're going to create a DMZ out for our web servers, and we're going to have our users go out that way before they actually just go straight to our ISP out to the internet. Because maybe we want to put an appliance out here and have them checking their website to see what websites they go to. We want to put a CASB. A CASB is an appliance that we use in order to scan different files to see if you're uploading anything to Google Cloud or Dropbox that you're not supposed to be uploading to. So maybe we want to put that out there so we can see that. This is what you'll hear it called a lot of times in the conjunction with the DMZ, you'll hear it called an edge. So just think of it as it's sitting at the edge of your network, monitoring everything that's going from the inside out, and vice versa. DMZ. Any questions? Now, we put all these things in place, segmentation, DMZs,
redundancy to ward against the man in the middle attack. Remember, that man in the middle attack is going to be more likely your Wireshark, people getting onto your network and then running this Wireshark in order to run that interference. If I can pull it up. So remember that Wireshark is going to be able to read your network and be able to pull down the packets to see exactly what's going on. Go on Wi-Fi 2. Double click it to run it. And this is pretty much what your man in the middle is going to do. He's going to sit here and watch this traffic go by, and then we're going to decipher this traffic and see what's talking, see if I can get connected to that. So if, you know, if I see the source of it right here, 192, 168, 163, then maybe I want to go over to, you know what, let's do that. Let's go into our router. Remember, I'm going to my gateway in order to see my network router. Log into it. Have any one of y'all logged into your local router and changed your password yet? If not, I would suggest that you do.
I got a quick question about that. If I change when I change the password on my router, all the appliances that's using the old password, I would have to go back and update it to the current new password, right?
That is the different. That's two different passwords. So,
Okay.
So the password I'm talking about here for the actual admin, the admin is an account.
Oh yeah. I know what you're talking about.
So change that password.
Okay.
What you're changing, what you're thinking about changing is the password to get onto the internet.
Okay.
Or get on, that's the term we're going to use, right? To get onto, to connect to the router in order to have internet access. That's the problem.
Because what you're showing us now is like the standard router on the back. They normally, what you log on, be like the username is admin, and then the password is whatever the 16 digits on the back of the router. Type in and let you log into this right here.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So if you go on there and you can log into your router, but then see if you have an account management section, or see if you can. What I would stay away from is your gateway section. I know it might be different because you have a different router, but if you go into these sections here for the actual SSIDs, and we change the password here, then yes, everything that's connected on drop, and then you have to re-add them. But if you can find your user account, then you're not going to be able to change the username. Well, maybe. I wouldn't change it. Well, maybe I might. I mean,
yeah, because I thought you're supposed to change the username, because all of them are admin. It's just 16 digits. That's how they was getting hacked.
I would change it, but here's the reason why I wouldn't change it. Just in case I want my internet provider to route in and take a look at that type of stuff, they're going to want to know your username and password. And like I said in the last class, we got so much to keep up with, you might not even, think about what you're changing this username and password to. And so now they might have to default reset your whole router.
Okay, I got you.
So that's why I would kind of stay away from it. But best practices would be changing that username to something that you would know, and then changing that password to, definitely a tough password to crack.
Yes, sir. Okay.
All right, give me 1 second. My feed dropped. I'm gonna have to share my screen again. Give me a thumbs up if y'all see the screen. Appreciate it. So, what did I say with the? Didn't I have an IP address? Oh yeah, Wireshark. So we wanted to see 192.168.0.163. What is that? Can we find that in our router? Who is that assigned to? 163. 163 is the. Is that this computer? I think so. System name. So this is my computer that I'm using right now. Wireshark sees it and is talking to. This is the source IP, right? This is me. This is another thing we have to go over when it comes to networking. And when it comes to firewalling, changing those firewall rules, you will see this on the test. So understanding your source IP, where is it coming from? Where is it going? 149, 137, 64, 163. I can say now that 149, 137 is probably outside of my internal network. So let's do this. Let's see if we can track that down. Let's do a NS lookup. Right? Remember, NS lookup is where we can use our DNS records to find what IP addresses are associated with what domain names. So we're gonna plug in 149.137.64.163. Now, mind you, what I'm doing right here is a kind of a man in the middle. I'm seeing what device I wanna attack, but first I wanna see what are you talking to. Hey, maybe I wanna snoop in on that information, dig into this packet a little bit more to see if you put any kind of passwords, any kind of important information in that. So let's look up. We got our source, right? I know it's Lee's PC, but let's see who is he talking to on this 149. See if we can find it anyway. IP address can I have? Okay. None of the DNSs know what this address is. I go to it, to the website. Probably not. If I don't have a DNS for it, I probably can't resolve it to a website. So let's go back to our Wireshark for a second. And so it doesn't have any kind of way of, showing any kind of interface. So what do we know as a man in the middle? We know that Lee's PC is 163. We know that for sure. Let's see who else I'm talking to. So I sorted the destinations. And now, just to say, and I think I have a slide on this, just because this doesn't resolve to a website, it doesn't mean that it's not resolving to a service behind the scenes. Maybe it's a updater, something looking for updates for a particular software. And that's the IP address that it's resolved back to. It just means that the DNS service cannot resolve the IP address to a particular name. But let's see if there's anything else I'm talking to that I can show you guys. Let's see. I have a reset here for that, and it's just using TCP. Was that a question? which is funny because you see, this is the IP address we just looked up. It's talking back to me, so we're having conversations. I wonder what it is now. We're having a lot of conversations. This is when you double click on a entry in Wireshark, it opens up this packet, and this is a particular network packet that goes across your network. Whoever is communicating with me from 149, 137 is receiving the same type of package. Just in a reverse order than me. The destination is the TP, and that's my network device. Oh, you know what that is? No, that's not it. It's using source port 443. 443 is what port? Anybody? Oh, y'all know it.
Yeah. Hold on, give me a second. HTTPS, I believe. I think I'm going.
So I'm using. So it has to be. If something's using HTTPS, that means what?
That
What
is the
application?
secure internet address.
Correct. So I'm somehow I'm connected to a site that's using this IP address, but it's secure. I'm wondering if it's Zoom. But then again, I do have my Windows 10 running in the background here. Might be this. Give me 1 second. Trying to find who am I talking to and why am I talking to them. But I'm using a secure channel. So if since I'm a man in the middle right now and I'm trying to do research on who's talking, I can't see that, right? I stressed before how we wanted to see this little gray lock here when going to different websites and not seeing a non-secure area that keeps an encryption over our communication. And that's what we just seen here in the Wireshark packet. I'm not able in the Wireshark packet. I'm not able to see what's going on here because we're using a secure way of communicating, which is HTTPS. So let's go back to my virtual machine. Go to NSA. And let's look up. And you can see how it's dragging. And it's not dragging just because of the network. It's dragging because this is a virtual machine, and I got my original computer doing a lot of things. At the same time, I'm browsing the internet within a virtual machine. We'll go a little bit further into that when we get into virtual machines. So let's see what IP address this comes back with. Maybe it's the same, man. They ain't doing nothing. All right, so that's a failed attempt. I wish Google had their own thing. And plus, it's just dragging out. So I want to keep this open because I want to show you guys later. But let's get back to the man in the middle. So this is how they're going to pretty much do that. Which, if we're thinking about segmentation in your everyday life, you're segmented off from your neighbor's Wi-Fi versus your Wi-Fi. I see everything here within my household, but I can't see everything on my neighbor's internet. Because the first thing I have to do is I have to get connected to one of these routers here. So the Scott family, I would want to see what's on their network, but I would have to figure out what's the password to get onto it. So that's why we want to, avoid open environments such as this hidden network here that's open. It doesn't have that little lock on it. But if I, going back to the hotel example, if I'm able to get onto one network and then just pretty much just walk to the other room and get on another network, then now I can see everybody that's here on that network, okay? But segmentation just allows me to just see who's on my network at this point in time. Now, there's really no way of stopping a application such as Wireshark. I haven't seen. And I haven't seen any type of applications that will tell you when someone is using this application. Only thing you want to do, if you don't want this to happen, you probably want to lock down your network and not have it actually broadcasting out to say, hey, come and get on this network. Okay, we want to make that hidden. Let's go ahead and close this out. Quit what I say. Before I get out of my router, I do want to show you guys a bad certificate, which is, so remember when I said when we're using HTTPS, it will have that little lock up there. But if we don't have a legit certificate, or if it's an expired certificate, we're going to get this not secure error up here, okay? And when you click on that, it's going to say, hey, you can connect, but it's not secure, okay? And it's not vetted by any of the CAs, the certificate authority. So whatever information that you share on this will be able to be seen by attackers using Wireshark, okay? So what does that say? Chris?
I got a quick question after you get finished showing us this. Can you show us how to hide the SSID so that it doesn't broadcast out? Say like if I'm leaving my house, if I'm driving down the street, I can still see my SSID, but I would like to try to hide that, and but I don't know how to.
Okay, 1 second. So when it says your connection is not secure, you should not enter any sensitive information to this site. For example, passwords, credit cards, because it could be stolen by attackers, right? Somebody who is sniffing the network with your Wireshark could see the password that you put into your router that we took so much time to change. Somebody could see it and could be sniffing the network and just see it anyway, right? Because the router interface is not secure. That's not your fault. That's your internet provider's fault. And in my case, that'll be CompTIA. And I can't do anything about it because CompTIA is the only one that provides internet access for Rock Hill, which is a doggone shame. But anyway, to your point, Chris, how do we stop the broadcast on our network? I want to go to it. So we want to click onto our actual Wi-Fi, our Wi-Fi connection. And I don't want to enable because it might shut me off. But if you can see here, you see broadcast network name, SSID. It says enable. So
yes, sir.
It says enable, but I don't have this turned on all the way. I have my 2.4 and my 5 gigs turned off. Okay. So because I'm going to a different router. But if it was enabled and I could change all of this stuff, only thing I would want to do is disable this SSI, the broadcast network name. Broadcasting means I'm going to put it out there. This is how you connect to me. Come here, click on me. And then now you put in that security network password. And
Okay, so sorry.
No, you fine.
So I'm using Spectrum's modem, but I have Eero's Wi-Fi mesh network. So what I would have to go into is the Eero user interface and find broadcast network name SSID and disable it.
When you connect to your internet, you're connecting to the Eero?
Yes, sir. It's through the Eero through Spectrum's modem.
Are you able to log into Spectrum?
No, sir.
Okay. Yeah, go into your Eero, and it should be a broadcasting option for you to disable.
Okay. All right. I'll play around with that later.
Yeah. And so we can rename it whatever we want, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's how you saw the funky britches down here. This is how you see everybody else that's in I want to say, a half a mile radius. You can pick it up, which is just, if I ruled the world, every community, I would have one internet router on that street, and it just kind of like gives the internet to everybody in that community, and we all just share the internet bill instead of everybody having a different router and, really just kind of overpaying for services. But the internet companies will never tell you they can do something like that, but that's what I would do. I would just set one up in the centralized environment and then have everybody kind of connect to that. But going back to the security mode, if you can see, I got AES, which is a ill-advised encryption, but some routers are only going to come with a certain amount of encryption implanted on them. You can always check with your internet provider to get an upgraded router box. It should be free of charge. So it's something that they won't send to you on your bill. They won't say, hey, we got the new latest and greatest. Call up there and see if they got something more faster than what you already have. So that's another thing that you can always look into. Any other questions on routers, man in the middles, things of that sort? Remember, we're doing man in the middle. We're probably going to be sniffing the network. In order to sniff the network, we're probably going to use a protocol analyzer or a network analyzer, which is a Wireshark. All right. Going back to our slides. Let's talk about spoofing real quick. So spoofing is also a way of kind of like having that evil twin and rogue access points. So if we go back to our hotel topology here, remember that we had a bunch of access points here, right? But let's say if I'm a hacker and I have my own access point, matter of fact, so I got it with me, yes, right here. And I might bring this, y'all can see that. I might bring this to the in-person class. And let's say I can have this offender plugged up and then giving off the same SSID as I see around in the hotel. So now people think that, oh, okay, this is just another access point that I can connect to, and then I can get on the internet. Because that's what our normal clients are probably thinking about. But if I'm a nice hacker, I can have you connect to that rogue access point, and then now I should be able to see all of your traffic as you're going through my router. Okay, so I may not have no type of encryption on it. So I can see the type of traffic that's going back and forth. Okay, going back to my screen. So that's a way of kind of spoofing your wireless access points that you already have there. You can also spoof IP addresses to trick your network devices, your routers, and your firewall. If we're going back to our VLANs here, you know, for this VLAN for marketing, I have 253 different types of IP addresses that I can put out. You never give out 0 and you never give out 255. That's why I said 253. Okay, you never give out those two. So as a hacker, I can always spoof my IP address and change it to where I emulate this VLAN, and now I can get onto that network. Let's say if I have a rule set in that's saying, hey, nobody can't get onto our sales department unless you have a network ID starting with these 3 numbers. Well, I can use a application, not an application, but a OS called Kali Linux, and now I can change my IP address to be whatever I want it to be. And if I know for a fact, if I've done my research, my due diligence, and seen that people on my sales department have that network ID, I can change mine to be as such, and now I can go ahead and connect to the sales department and look at different information there, snoop around that. Maybe, you know, once I'm on that network, I can now run my Wireshark to see exactly what's going on here on this network. Okay. Any questions? I've got 2 more slides and then we're going to get a break. All right, DDoS. So we already talked about DDoS and denial of service attacks. So DDoS is more of a distributed denial of service attack. I'm targeting one thing. I don't necessarily care to attack the whole building or the whole network. I just want the servers that's collecting applications to be affected. And now people can't put in applications. In the gaming world, I just want Microsoft servers to go down. So I don't want nobody playing online at this point in time. But I don't care if you're able to use Microsoft Outlook. I just don't want you gaming online. So I'm distributing all my attacks to that particular server. Okay, so how you normally, well, these are 2 examples of a denial of service attack, but do not confuse that with not the denial, but the single point of failure that we talked about earlier, and the load balancing issues that we had earlier too. Those are still, you know, they could be very much denial of service attacks that we could commit on ourselves. But the ones that we normally see from an attacker is MAC flooding or ping test or ping flood, SYN floods. This is where they're sending an attack to your PC, telling it to constantly talk back to them. All right. Let's see if I can do. I want to show you that you may see an example of this on your yes. So we say ping yahoo.com, right? And so what this does is by sending this command, I'm going to reach out to Yahoo servers and I'm going to say, hey, this is Lee's PC. Please let me know if you're online and ready for service or ready for a request, right? And what it does is it checks, it runs through DNS, it runs through my service provider, and it gets a reply back from the Yahoo servers, and it comes back with this reply, and it lets me know that Yahoo is up and running, and is ready for a reply. If I put, I think it's /T, and that should go forever, maybe? Okay. Now, what you're seeing here is a constant pinging, or just kind of a constant watch of my PC talking to the servers at Yahoo. And it's constantly seeing, hey, nah, we got a reply. Hey, we reached out, we got a reply. We reached out, we got a reply. Oh, we reached out that time, we didn't see a reply. It timed out, it was too far away, whatever the case may be, right? Now, this is simple for a server to actually come back to my request and say, hey, yeah, I'm here, I'm up, I'm ready. But if I have a zombie network or a multitude of bots doing this command to a particular server, I can overwhelm that server and I can break it down to a crawl, if not stopping the server altogether. This is a simple ping flood. Now, one PC is not going to hurt it, right? A lot of times we use this in the real world to see if we have any kind of connect issues with our servers within the network. We just want to see, how many times are we dropping network packets. But having one ping go out to Yahoo, check to see if this server is up and running. But if I have, let's say, 200 PCs doing this all at the same time and never stopping, it could overwhelm the one server that we're going out after and bring that server down. Now, in a ping flood, well, you may say, Lee, why won't you just have, isn't the server smart enough to see that you're just asking for a ping? You'll just put that at a stop, or stop with answering that PC. Servers are meant, PCs are meant to actually take in requests and then answering those things at that particular. Do it at a different speed, but that's what I do. So if I have a multitude of ask a question of, hey, are you up and are you running? It's going to constantly try to answer me back. Okay, and in some cases, this is using TCP, the protocol. In some cases, I may set that protocol up to never give an acknowledgement back. So in TCP, I'm giving a, hey, are you there? You're giving me, yes, an acknowledgement and sending it back to me, and I'm acknowledging I received your request or your answer. A lot of times, not a lot of times, it will not drop the communication unless I send an acknowledgement back saying that I've got your request, I've got your statement saying that you're up. We can finish talking. In some floods, we can take that acknowledgement out in the packet. We can take that acknowledgement out, and now it's constantly listening to see if you're going to answer back, so it can stop the communication with you and go on to the next person. Okay, so this is how some attackers may go after your servers, may go after different things on your network. This is why it's so important to have that load balance, so it can deal with certain things like this. Because this is not going to stop me from going to Yahoo and trying to log into my PC. Log into my account. So I can minimize that and just go to Yahoo. Hey, I want to check my email. And the servers on Yahoo is not going to stop, or it will be a bad business move if I'm running a ping request over here, but at the same time, I can't check my email, right? So they want to put multiple servers up, multiple lines of communication, so it can handle different types of requests like that. I'm going to stop that.
Loop prevention. When we're talking about loops, this is more on the networking side, so the networking team will have to make sure that this is not the case. We have a IP address, so going back to IP10, when we have a 192.168.11.255, if you ever see a 255 IP address on anything, it's probably a broadcasting address or a loopback address, and it's constantly giving out that address to say to other devices, hey, I'm here. You can connect to me, I'm up and I'm running. But in the networking world, if you ever get into a loophole or if it's constantly checking in with itself with that address, it can create what they call a loop storm, and it constantly basically is like a dog chasing its tail, going in a circle, telling itself, hey, are you up? Yes, I'm up. And it constantly goes into the cycle. And breaking it is terrible. I've done this one time in my career where I didn't know they had a particular port set as a callback port. And I plugged the Ethernet cord in the wrong port, and it caused that switch to constantly broadcast to itself, creating a broadcast storm. Broadcast storm. And it's a form of denial of service on yourself. The only way we were able to get out of that is unplug that Ethernet cable, and then I think that stopped it immediately, if not resetting the switch at that time. So you want to be aware of MAC flooding or any type of flood attack, ping, MAC flooding, SYN requests. These types of overwhelming information to that server could create a DOS attack. All right, last slide before the break. Wireless access point placement. We already talked about the rogue access points and the evil twins, but the placement could create a particular denial of service. So when we're talking about a router, we're talking about an access point. We're basically talking about something that gives off radio waves, and that radio wave could be hindered whether we're talking about 2.4 gigahertz or 5 gigahertz. And 2.4 gigahertz is probably going to be a wider range, but it's going to be on the same wavelength as your microwaves, your TVs, and other things that use radio waves throughout your household or in the building. So we want to make sure that we have them in open spaces. So if you're thinking about your router at home, make sure that it's not clouded up or bundled up behind, out of the way, stuck in a drawer somewhere, or it's covered up. You want to have that out and open as much as possible. If you have it in a corner of your house and you're having a hard time connecting to it on the other side of the house, then you might want to consider having it moved in order to have a better broadcast within your house. In the business aspect, we can have a wide range, but say if we don't want that to be broadcast into the parking lot. If we're having we can get onto the internet in the parking lot, then someone can just sit in the parking lot, not go into the building and connect to your network that way, and then see be able to snoop around and perform that man in the middle without even showing his or herself in your business. So having the right placement is key to making sure everyone can get the internet, but at the same time, we don't want it to permanently broadcast so wide to where someone can sit across the street and still get onto your network and snoop on it that way. Any questions?
Yes.
Hmm? Yes, sir.
I have AT&T Wi-Fi for service, and they got it in the corner of my house too. And my reception is kind of bad when I'm talking on the phone. So if I bought a router, does the router have to connect to the actual box, or can I place the router somewhere like near where my computer is?
Now you can do it. Do I have that slide? I ain't got that slide. All right. So what you could do, if you had a long enough Ethernet cord, you can plug that new router into your existing one from AT&T and run that new router wherever you want it to. If you can, if you have the skills to run it through the walls or wherever you want it to, that's fine. But you can also use a feature on that new router as well as your existing router called WPS. And I thought I had a slide on that. But anyway, you're on the phone, so you won't be able to see this. You'll be able to go back in the recording and see what I'm showing here. It's a button on that router, the one you're gonna buy in the AT&T box, that has a WPS button on it. And what you do is you hit those buttons one at a time, but within a 15-second range, and it performs that connection for you automatically. And so once you have it connected, now you can put that new router wherever you want it to. So
Okay.
You make sure that whatever router that you're going to buy, one, that it has a strong enough bandwidth to cover your house. Two, that it has WPS capabilities. Okay?
That's important.
Also, before you do that, check with AT&T to see if they'll move that router for you.
Okay.
Oregon they charge me about $120 to actually move it from my bedroom into the living room. But your provider might do it for free, given the fact that how much they charge on a regular basis. So it may be thrown in.
Yes,
they're not going to say anything to you though. Just call them up and ask them if that's possible.
All right. So with the Ethernet cord extension, I can just take that router out of my room and just run that wire into my living room, right? Without even contacting them. Would that make it better?
It would if you're not connected coaxial. Mine is a coaxial, so I'm using a television cable to go into their router, right? And that's how I'm pulling the internet from my provider. And then you can use the Ethernet cable to go anywhere else. So what I said, to go back to your example, if you're using a coaxial cable, you may want to get a longer cable, television cable, and run that wherever you want to run it, and then problem solve. Okay? But if you want to use a Ethernet cable, if it's coming from outside of the wall into that AT&T box, if it's using an Ethernet cable, then buy a longer Ethernet cable and run it wherever you want to run it at.
Appreciate you.
And if you have any problems with that, give me a call, and we'll get on a kind of like a FaceTime or something like that, and just show me your setup, and I'll give you my opinion on it.
That'll work.
All right. Any other questions? All right, y'all want to take a break? Nothing like that?
Yes, that's fine.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Someone has a question?
I do. And it's about the 25th.
Okay.
I actually have to work on that day.
Uh-huh.
And I know y'all may not make any provisions for one person, but I would really like to attend. But I work the early morning hours on that Saturday, and I may get off around 12. So what time is the actual meeting set up for?
So it's set up for to start at 9.
So network compliances. Now, the things that I was talking about with the first set of slides were actions that these appliances are going to actually perform. So, of course, we talked about firewalls and routers and switches, but they can also be proxies. They can perform tasks such as network address translation, and have the access list, the access control list. So who can get in, who's blocked, what are we looking for? Are we looking for this particular IP address? Are we looking for this particular MAC address? These security appliances is going to be all over the test. So knowing what they are and what they do will be vital to passing the test, because if they ask you what is a proxy, or better yet, what is a gateway, and you don't have a slightest idea of what a gateway is, then they can throw you a multiple choice question and it can throw you off, because you will try to go with what sounds best. But a gateway in this aspect is something that allows you to go to the internet. So it would be another name for your router. A proxy is another name for a DMZ or a router as well, where it's telling you to go here. You're wanting to go here, but it kind of diverts you to go a different route. Going back up to our topology here, you see you'll go here to our core distribution of switches. It will point you up to your edge, your DMZ. It will then proxy you to go out to your ISP router. It will then tell, instead of going out to the internet through your DMZ, out this way, going straight, it will then turn you and say, hey, go here, and we'll keep a track on you. At this point, we'll keep you safe here, but this is where you want to go at to go out to the actual internet. So that's a proxy. Now, these could be done by one appliances, or it could be done by multiple appliances. More likely in the real world, you're going to have it done by multiple appliances, so it doesn't bog down one appliance. You could actually have firewall just do firewall things. We can have our gateways and our routers just do routing stuff, but we're not going to have it doing switching things. It's smart enough to do switching, but why bog it down when we can have, remember, if we're bogging it down, then we go into that denial of service aspect, and we're creating that on ourselves. So why have that do that when we just wanted to do routing things? So a lot of these big time corporations have an appliance for each and every one of these tasks right here. Even though your router can do firewall, routing, access control, and NAT all at the same time. But we might want to just, separate those things out. Same thing goes for a network, IDS and IPS. Going to be on your test guaranteed. They want to know what is a intrusion detection system, and then what the difference is between an intrusion prevention system. And it's simply this: one will detect, the other will prevent. You tell the difference between the D and the P. So intrusion detection is just going to detect, hey, we see a problem, somebody's snooping on the network, they're actually taking in a lot of packets, or they have changed some things, they actually are active.
but it won't react to it. It will just kind of give you a notification. You might want to look into this area. You might want to check your firewall. You might want to check the endpoint on this computer over here. That's a detection. Prevention will go a step further, and not only will it detect, it will actually prevent further actions of that actual attack. So it will, normally you see these in EDRs, what we call endpoint detection response. So EDR, and we'll go with Red Canary as one of the most, well, Red Crow is the same thing. They're kind of like the new age, anyway, they're kind of like the new age antivirus. The antivirus is, they would use a particular database to see if a virus was malicious, and then it will prevent it from actually doing anything by shutting it down or putting a quarantine on it. So that's a IPS, right? Well, the new age of it is an EDR, where you can actually have the detection, and then we can isolate that workstation on the network. We can put it in its own little VLAN. So now it's segmented off from everybody else, and now we can do analysis on it. We can see what is the attacker looking for, what is it trying to do. We could do that analysis, and now we can become smarter in our response to attackers. So having an EDR is the new wave, but it's an expensive solution right now. A lot of people are still going to just go with the regular antivirus solution right now, just of seeing viruses out there, and then putting them in a quarantine state, putting the virus in a quarantine state, and then deleting the virus later.
Mr. Mitchell, I have one quick question for you.
Mm-hmm.
What's the difference between the malware bytes and the malware bytes EDR? Is that the same thing, or is this two different things? Because I have malware bytes, but
it's just kind of like the new age kid on the block, or it's a more robust antivirus application. So think of it like, okay, so your application now could probably run a scan. It constantly scans any kind of changes onto your environment, and it's just really looking for the files. Where EDR is more for a business type of aspect. So if me and you we have a client and we have an EDR on their machine, that EDR reach out to you and say, hey, Joanne just downloaded a file. We believe it to be malicious. How do you want to react? And then now you're able to say, okay, Joanne, I'm going to isolate your machine from the network, but you're still able to, do your work or whatnot. I'm going to isolate your machine though. So
okay,
with regular antivirus, we would have to call Joanne up and tell her to unplug her machine, unplug it from the network, and now she's done for today.
I got
you. Can't do any more work. With an EDR, we can say, hey, you can still check emails, you can still do your data sheet. It's just you won't be able to print, and you won't be able to do a lot of more network things. But you should be able to stay at work, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now me and you can go in there and we can remote into her machine on the back end using a command prompt and look at the file that is isolated, do some kind of analysis, maybe have Malwarebytes do a scan on it and see what we need to do. Maybe it's a false positive. We can unisolate her machine and she can get right back to work as if nothing happened.
Okay.
So that EDR is just the main point into it is just the R part, the response.
Okay.
Endpoint detection response is going to give you more of a there's more features that you can actually do when it comes to responding to an intrusion. That's
Yes,
what
sir.
you're paying for.
Okay. Thank you.
Mhm. So network IDSs are going to be, remember, is going to be a system that just detects. It's not going to actually quarantine anything. But the main thing I want to say is you have a network IDS and then you have a host IDS. So a network IDS may be sitting on your router, your switches. It may be sitting on a server somewhere, and now it's running that application on the network. It's scanning everything on the network. Your host IDS may be it may be some type of endpoint that we put down here, and it's not necessarily scanning the network. It's scanning everything that comes into your personal PC, that work PC. So that's the difference between, pay attention to that. When they say host, we're talking what you're actually, the client is using. But if we're saying the network, it's out there sitting on the router somewhere, maybe sitting on a firewall. Okay. Next gen firewall. So let's talk about the next gen firewall. There's a unified threat management. So that next gen firewall is going to be more of a virtual set firewall instead of a actual appliance that we put here on the network. So I like to go back to my topology here, the hotel. So that firewall. So that firewall is going to sit up here, and that's going to be separate. Let's think of it. I remember, on this slide, I said that it's probably going to be sitting in the router. But let's just say, for argument's sake, that this is a separate router. This is an ASA, a Cisco ASA router, and it's sitting out here as a separate appliance. Well, that virtual that virtual firewall may be sitting on a switch somewhere. And so now we have put even more defense in depth by having another virtual firewall checking information that's coming from our access point into our switches before it sends it out on this physical firewall into the internet, and vice versa. It goes from the internet, from the outside, and it gets filtered out here. But just in case it slips by, it can get checked again on our virtual firewall here on our switches. But now, in modern times, it doesn't necessarily have to be on a switch. It can be on your application. A lot of times we have our Microsoft products, such as Outlook, or our smart applications. Their suite of applications such as Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Access. They have their virtual firewalls running in the background, checking the information that's coming in, because their suite of applications always is looking for updates when it comes to fonts, pictures, the contents for the designer. This is strictly from the internet. This is coming up from an outside source. So you may want that virtual firewall sitting on the back end of your suite of applications, checking the information that's coming through. Okay? So that's a virtual firewall. Your content and URL filters, you don't normally see this in a small business environment. You're going to see this mostly in a big enterprise environment. So this goes into, what do you want your users to actually view or surf the web with? It saves the company when I can dictate what you're seeing at work if you're going to gambling sites, you know, especially in the days of, you know, working remotely, we don't want to put our business data at risk because you're going out to a gambling site and now that gambling site has been affected and now it bleeds over into the business information. Or if it, you know, it installs some type of keylogger onto your system and now you're going back and forth with the gambling site, the affected gambling site, and you're doing work at the same time, you could be letting out the business information without even knowing it. So we might want to put content filters on there, restricting certain categories of websites. So if you didn't know, every website out there, when you register in your website, you kind of are asked, what is your website going to be categorized as? So, you know, whenever you apply these URL filters, it can have, you know, you don't have to worry about allowing every website. You could just allow the particular categories. So it should block all of the gambling sites across the board if they're categorized right. Now, if you see something on the other side, you know, you can always get with your provider and have them block that thing out for you. Now, you can also do this on your router. Again, I know I've been at my router so many times today, but you can, you know, in your home environment, if you got kids or what have you, and you want to block particular sites from them, you can log into your router, and you can go. For me, it's my parent control, and now we can go in here. We can do. We can block sites that are categorized by keywords, or we can do that by the URL. Okay, and this is a good way of putting that kind of a content filter on your home devices. You can also block the actual devices, which ones are getting internet and which ones are not. So a lot of good stuff here in your own router that you can just go into and snoop around and see how you want to manipulate your own network. Okay? I'll leave that up for now. So that'll bring us to our last slide, which is a SIM, Security Informational and Event Manager. This appliance is wanted by every big name corporation, but a lot of people don't know how to read the information out of a SIM. I personally don't. To be effective, I'll say that. To be effective, I know enough to be dangerous. But basically, a SIM is sitting on the network, recording every action that you do or someone else will do. And it records this information down and records the events down along with the time. And so if, as a security professional, if you are researching an event, an intrusion, some type of attack, we will normally use our SIM in order to do more research on it. When did it happen? How did it happen? What happened? Okay. Now that's what I was trying to set up over here on my virtual machine. So this is a open source SIM called Wazza, and it's entirely too expensive for me to buy. But I wanted to show you guys on what one would look like in a corporate environment, just in case, you know, whenever you guys do get a job in cybersecurity, that you're not just kind of lost about what it would look like. So while that's doing its thing, remind you this is on a virtual box, so it's going to be a lot slower. I might just do this on my
regular PCs. Okay, while that's doing that, let's pull this up to event. Viewer on your host, on your actual host, your actual box, you have an event manager that's constantly taking down everything that's happening on your PC. So along with the logs that we're gonna see on the SIM appliance, we're gonna see similar logs on our actual device. So I went into my start menu and typed in event viewer, and now I can see all the events that happen with my applications that I have open. Right? When it comes to the audit log, every time that I logged into something, it takes a log of it. It doesn't take down what I'm typing in. It takes in the fact that I have logged in. Okay? And this is important because if we have someone doing something in the background that we're not aware of, this audit log is going to be how we actually prove that it happened. A telltale sign that someone has been on your PC and has been doing anything is that when we suspect something, we look up the time and date of it, and a lot of times an attacker will erase the logs corresponding to whatever attack that they have done. So whenever they erase the log, you know that you've probably been compromised in some type of way, and someone's trying to clean up their act. But there's no way of, putting fake logs in there. There's no way of, replacing the log that they have taken out. It'll just be an empty factor here. So that's a good way of just, kind of doing your research, making sure that what you think happened actually did happen. Now let's go back to our cloud instance here. Another reason why I'm not buying this appliance is that it's $500 a month just to use this doggone thing, and I don't think that that's worth it. I really don't. I just wanted to show you guys what it looked like, but $500 a month is insane. So I'm definitely gonna erase my account after today. I'm not doing that. And we'll have another, for the live event, we'll have another solution for a SIM. But we're definitely not going to use this. This is insane. But as you can see here, you can see from my last time we talked about passwords, you see what type of password that they use. Very strong password. I would have liked to see some special characters in there, but that's very strong. Now, going over, this is exactly what we see in the real world. You'll see these type of dashboards, and they give all types of information out across the board. So unlike my host SIM or event logger that's sitting here just taking down everything that's going wrong on my PC or what has happened, this SIM is designed to put the agent onto the PC and then take down particular information on those agents. So that agent will sit on that PC. It'll sit on that PC here with the this little icon down here. I don't know if you can see it, but in the lower right-hand corner, it'll sit down here, and it runs in the background and pulls information off of it in order to show you from a grand scale of what's going on. So if you see any type of weird event, a brute force attack going on, someone's constantly being locked out or trying different passwords to one particular account, it'll show up in a SIM like this in different types of files, just putting it in a prettier interface. But as an analyst,
you're probably going to be in a sim more often than not, looking at logs, trying to determine what happened, and this is called threat hunting. And you know, I'm not really showing much here on here, just because I don't have an agent set up for it, and I really hate that. Maybe I can have it set up for the next time that we have class, so I can actually show you how it looks over the internet. But this is a cloud-based sim. This is more likely what you're going to see. Remember that sim is going to take down any type of action that has been taken on that agent, and record it. Now, once you get to a certain amount of logs, because you can imagine, once you get so many logs allocated, it will begin to bog down, become slower. So you do want to erase files after a certain amount of time. And maybe that's why this is so much, because I only got 100 gigs of storage for files here. And you can imagine if we had 12 CCs to probably look after, that 100 gigs of file space will probably be eaten up pretty quick. Okay, but that's a sim in a nutshell. Is going to watch over and create a log sheet of everything that's happening, so you can do research on a incident that you have later on. Also, I want to just reiterate, if you guys wanted to download VirtualBox, let me know if you guys want to do that, and I can put an ISO in the Google Classroom so you could download it and load up your own virtual machine. And tell you the truth, if someone wants to do that, that's more PCs we get to work with on our live session on the 25th, and it'll be more interactive that way. So the more we can have virtual machines ready to go, the merrier. So if you wanted to do that, just let me know. Shoot me something in the chat or shoot me an email, and I'll put that ISO out there for everyone to get. Okay? That's all I have. Dr. McBride, turn it back over to you.
Okay, all right. A very practical experience this morning.
And what I'll do, man, is after we go through this lab today, I'm gonna chop it up, and then I'll send it to you either in a Google Drive link, or if I can upload it to LinkedIn, I'll do it that way, and have you download it and put it on your profile. Oh, this is another thing I wanted to show you. Check this out. LinkedIn. So after this year's, after the class is done, we're gonna be, you know how we give out that certificate saying that you completed the class or whatnot?
Yes, sir.
I got it now, and let me know if it look whack. Because if it look whack, I'll go back and change it. Where right now, what I want is to have that not say Mitchell Technologies, but say Wally K Foundation. Mm-hmm. Say Intro to Cybersecurity. Change that logo to the Wally K Foundation. But the most important thing is to show them credentials. And once you click that, then it can go straight to the certificate. Maybe I might change that little seal or whatnot. And then once you scroll down, it says everything that the student has performed in this class. And I list the name of the tools that you guys have used. So in theory, you could put this on your profile right now.
Yeah, that's why I asked you, because that thing look amazing right there. Might even boost my so I can't see who's viewing the profile, my profile, but on average per week, I'm getting about 21 to 28 looks a week.
Okay. Well, I seen that your friend list went up too. So remind you, whenever even when you post your like you post a cybersecurity story on your post,
Yes, sir.
it not only show up in my feed, it shows up on every one of those, every 100 of your connections feeds.
Okay.
And so think about that's 100 times where it's posted on different people's feeds, and then their friends is looking at it, and they might say, "Who is this guy?
Yes, sir.
Oh, let me go ahead and check him out." Or let me compare my profile to his profile. And then, that's why the profile needs to be on point whenever they do come and look at it, because you never know who's looking.
Yes, sir.
But yeah, man, I don't mind if you use it. I'll send you the link for it. And you can set it up the same way. Just put the skills of cybersecurity, informational security. Yeah, you can put 2021 too.
Okay.
And I don't have a official, because you see this come from my Canva site. I don't have an official website for it, but I was gonna buy it, and whenever I do buy it, because I have to buy the domain, that's probably gonna be like $12 a year. Whenever I do buy it, then everybody can use it. But yeah, when you look at all of the bullet points here, I think this is the selling point. This is what I was trying to say to Dr. McBride. These are all the skills that you guys went over, and these are the platforms that you either logged into, except for Xenium, but you have that.
Yes, sir.
And yeah, you've worked with all of these tools right here.
Mhm.
So, matter of fact, I'll just go ahead and throw that in the chat, because that's the only link you need for on LinkedIn. Throw that in the chat. What's up? Yeah. Okay. You need some? Okay. All right, so I'll put that in the chat. And all right. So with that being said, okay, let's go over the changes I made in Xenium, or what I've seen. So looking deeper into Xenium, I put the EDR, not the EDR, but the antivirus on two of my machines. The one that I'm currently on, and then my personal PC downstairs. And the reason why is because I wanted the function to scan. Now, obvious question, I do not know why it says at risk. I'm going to find that out. I don't know how, but I am. It just popped up today, so because I just asked for it to be installed on my PC today.
Yes, sir.
But the reason why I didn't put it on all of my PCs as far as the AV is concerned is because I don't know how much it's going to cost.
Okay.
And I ain't trying to have these people break me like that.
Yes, sir.
So as you can see, going into the licenses, I'm already over. I'm over in my mobile right here, 5 seats, and now I'm over in the advanced endpoint protection. But I wanted that scan capability. So check this out. So if you go to security, the security section, and then you you can scan free. No, I take that back. You can scan whatever has the antivirus platform installed on that agent. So I can scan these two tablets here.
The Samsung and what's that?
A Lenovo tablet. The crazy thing is about this is that I gave this to my aunt last week. So I probably need to get that back off her machine, or I probably need to delete this altogether.
Okay.
But let's save that for another day. But this is my father-in-law's tablet. And so I could scan his tablet, and I don't know any other antivirus that could scan a mobile device like that and give you, and maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know any antivirus that goes onto a mobile device such as a phone or a tablet and you're able to scan and then see the results as if it's a PC.
I have to try that with because I have Malwarebytes and Trend Micro on my. I have Malwarebytes on my phone and both laptops, so I can play around and see if I get the same output that you're getting with this antivirus update and see what happens. I don't have Trend Micro on my phone though, but I have it on both not PC, laptops.
Okay. And like I said, I could be totally wrong and sound ignorant in that, but this is the first time I can see it.
Yes,
and
sir.
so I had it installed on my two PCs, and like I said, I don't know how much these cost, but if they don't hit me over the head with it and be like, maybe, man, it's like $3 per agent, then I might throw it on a couple of more machines that I don't deem to be, well, I might throw it on a couple of more machines that I deem to be critical, and I want to scan and have it, be able to look into it deeper if something were to happen on it.
All right,
All
so
right.
go to, hold on 1 second. Trying to set my board up. All right. You said go to device, then security, then to, sorry about that.
Yeah, you can go to endpoint security status.
There we go. Okay, all right.
Matter of fact, let me get out of here. You share your screen. And I'll stop sharing. Let me make sure multiple participants can share. You share your screen, you drive from here on out, and we could take this and we could start the lab.
Okay.
And I can navigate you around the console.
Yes, sir. All right. So this is
All right, so my bad. Go ahead.
This is what you was looking at here.
Yeah. So the reason why I want to do that is because I wanted to scan at a certain time. And so highlight my PC and the GWTN at the bottom. Just highlight those two boxes, and then click that caret down right beside scan. It kind of gives you more options. The little caret down button. Yep, and do a quick scan, antivirus quick scan, and that's pretty much really what I wanted. Not to be able, because with Windows Defender, you got to go into each and every agent because we don't have a license for it to do it remotely in Azure. We have to go to each particular PC, set up a schedule for it, and then let it run that way. Here,
for your job at work or just in general?
In general, right now, me and you, like personal.
Okay.
But at work too, it's like well, let me take that back. At work, we still have a license. We have a license version of Windows Defender, and we can schedule those scans in Azure, and then it does it automatically. You get that functionality here, but I just don't know how much it costs.
Yes, sir. I got you.
But that was pretty much the only thing that I really changed here. Everything else should be the same. And I've been writing out what I wanted to go over as far as the categories for each one, but I'm gonna save that for a later date. What we're gonna do now is we're gonna go and we're gonna harp on malicious websites, and then how we're gonna stop that traffic from getting to and from our network. So do me a favor. Make sure you save everything you need to save. Go ahead and stop sharing your screen and shut down everything that you need to shut down. And I want all windows closed. But don't shut down the Zoom call.
Okay.
Yeah, 'cause this one like while I don't mind playing with these sites on my PC, I don't know what it might do behind the scenes.
Mhm.
So I don't know if you have anything open that's logged in as far as a profile is concerned, banking statements or anything, like a social media site. LinkedIn might be automatically logged in. And the sites we're going to, I can tell you right now, three of them are phishing sites.
Ooh.
So I don't know if there um, will be anything actively listening, but I highly doubt it. I already tested each one, and I didn't see any um, weird activity. So, and we're going to be operating in a incognito mode, so it's automatically not going to be on your browsing history. And once you close down that site, that window is automatically deleted. So,
Let me ask you this question. Is it
mhm.
possible to pull up what we're about to attempt to do on a virtual machine?
Yeah, you can do that. I don't know if you have enough memory to do so.
Okay. Can you give me 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Because I can get my HP. I know I have enough memory on the HP and start up the virtual machine, switch over to that, then the Zoom call, and we can continue to pick up from there.
Okay.
Let me go upstairs and get it and set it up. I'll be right back.
All right, no problem.
You want to pause the recording?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'll be right back.
All right.
That's not. I gotta try to remember how to add the PC. Okay, so that's up and running. This the other app that I have. So, give me 1 second, Mr. Mitchell.
No problem. Just getting a little snack in.
All right. You got it. You know, I had another remote desktop for this one right here. I'm trying to find it. That's not it. Um, Team View. That's what it was. All right, here we go. All right. What I'm doing here. Yep, that's it. Connect. Password. Okay. Let's see here. And you can't see what I'm doing yet.
Right.
All right. So I'm remoted into the VM. We need to go to a web incognito web browser.
Yeah. And on that team viewer in the lower right hand corner, tuck it in by hitting that little tab. All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay. Get rid of that. Now I don't really use what is this?
Edge.
Yeah.
You me and you both. But it should be in that. So new private window. Now, type in virus total. Let's go there first. So, like last time we had talk, I told y'all about virus total. And I listened to somebody else give a class on it. Did not know virus total was owned by Google. And so when I think the last time I showed you this, I uploaded a resume to it. And I said, oh man, if it's owned by Google, so you know what that means. Google got more information on me, right? Because I just all of a sudden just uploaded a resume thinking that it was just going to be to that particular company, but hey, that's how stuff get leaked, man.
Yes, sir.
Anyway, but more importantly is that when you have a paid subscription to Virus Total, you can go in and see the files that people have uploaded. So not only does Google, the company, can see it, any person who has a paid subscription to Virus Total could see uploaded files. So imagine if I was a malicious person and you was uploading files at your job thinking that, okay, let's just make sure it's clean and it has sensitive information on it.
Yes, sir.
Ain't that messed up? And anyway, but this still is a wonderful tool to use when it comes to getting a hash of a file and then making sure that it checks among the top vendors on if it's malicious or not. From what the study says, they are checking among 75 different vendors. So do me a favor, in the top where it says URL, IP address, and domain, type in espn.com just so we get a good understanding that, hey, what a clean website looks like. And we could see, as you scroll down, all of these different antivirus companies have checked this, have deemed this website to be clean for the most part. There's no hidden links in there that would be malicious. Okay. Now I'm gonna drop something in the chat, and I want you to copy and paste. I gotta get to it again. I want you to copy and paste this into Virus Total. So in the chat, I'm gonna put this website, and let's copy and paste that into where you have espn.com.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if this one's set up as
with And being able to copy and paste in.
Um,
Troubleshooting time.
yeah, I'm trying to remember how to do this.
It'll be in the inputs, I believe.
Should be. That's it right there. Still want to do it. I think that was try something. Still want to do it. That's really how you're supposed to do it.
Isn't drag and drop. Go over to input. Keyboard. No. Mouse integration.
Carrot, yeah. What is this? What guest to host to guest? You put it in a host computer.
But if you had bi-directional, it should work both ways.
Yeah, I'm wondering if in order for it to take effect, I would have to turn it
Stop
off
it.
and turn it back on. Yeah, and I hate doing that. I mean, it won't take a moment to boot back up, but then you got to cut that video. And
Well, I'm gonna edit it anyway, so it don't matter.
okay, let me terminate this connection, restart it. Sorry about that.
No, you good. You good. Give me a chance to open up these crackers.
Let me restart the machine. Settings. Is it user interface? All right, booting it back up. Hopefully this will work. Come on, buddy. I need that 32 gig of RAM type speed that Gabe got.
Yeah, I know, right?
My HP got compared to the MacBook, the HP got some RAM on it, but 32 gig is a whole nother beast right there to deal with. I wonder how much that's.
Well, I know them gaming laptops or those gaming desktops. I don't know if he's on a desktop. Look like he's on a desktop.
Yes,
if I
sir.
had to guess, but they The RAM is what you're paying for.
Mhm.
Every time I seen anything over 16 is touching a grand or more.
I think the best time to get that though is what is it? The tax-free holiday when they're going back to school.
Yeah.
And that's the best time to get it right there. Cause that's when I bought my HP. I'm thinking about. I had hoped to have me a job by this so I could just pay out of pocket and get me a updated MacBook and sell my old one to, freshmen going to college. Because it got 8 gigs of RAM and 120 gigabyte solid state hard drive. So that's all they really need first year college.
Yeah.
Right.
And really, I'm kind of hesitant, stagnant on buying any kind of heavy duty laptop just because I think with so much stuff going to the web, onto the cloud,
Yes, sir.
I really think once they get like a super duper Chromebook type thing going on, and with Apple, I think it's going to be replaced by the iPad before you know it.
The iPad Pro. What's that?
Yeah.
I think they got a new one called iPad Max that's coming out this year.
Oh yeah.
Seen some others would be specs on it, but I'm like you. That makes sense because I mean basically my iPad Pro is pretty much the one I have now. It's an older model, 2020 model, but it's like a Chromebook.
Yeah, if you could put enough memory in it, and have people save to the cloud instead of on a directly device, you could buy a cheap little mouse and keyboard to go with it, and you could take it everywhere you want. And the only thing you really needed to do is just communicate with with the iPhone, and you're good to go. So
see, that's the thing I don't have. I don't have the iPhone. I refuse to get one of them.
I was on the iPhone trip, and then I tried my for the first time I tried a Galaxy, and I've been missing out.
On the iPhone or the Galaxy?
The Galaxy is a beast.
Welcome back to the good team.
Man, I didn't know that I didn't know the iPhone didn't do as much until I got on the Galaxy.
Do you have a 24 now, or you?
Oh man, I got a 22. My
Okay,
wife got the 24.
Oh yeah, how she like that one? Because that one got integrated AI in it.
Man, she don't use that stuff, man. I just be looking at that joint like so much untapped power just sitting there stagnant.
Yeah. Did you get the? How did they market the 22? It's up to 12 gigs of RAM, but you never get to that threshold. I've never gotten to mine.
No, I think I got I think I got I don't know. 12, I want to say, but I ain't too sure.
Mine is 12. It's supposed to be 12 gigs with 512 gigabytes of hard drive space, but you never really access the 12 gigs of RAM. I get up to 8, and then I just go ahead and clear the cache because it slows down tremendously. But with the 24, it is dedicated 12 gigs of RAM.
Let's see.
Buying a mini computer though, that's all it is.
That's all it is, man. When I hooked it up to my monitor, and Dex came on, and I hooked it up to my keyboard and my mouse, and I was like, oh snap, this ain't nothing but a Chromebook.
Pretty much.
So I'm like, I was wondering, because that's my whole thing. I want to clear off my work desk and have a minimum footprint as much as possible. But for right now, I got to keep with the laptops. But if I could, I would just hook it up to the Galaxy phone and then just run everything like that. But I can't do like Zoom calls with you guys like that, because I'll be taxing the phone. But I know it eventually would get to that point.
All right, so I think I got it now. Let's go back into this. Private window. Let's hope it works.
They got you on the typo squatting.
You got me the typo squad? Oh,
Yeah, switch that around.
It's total virus, right?
Virus total.
Oh, okay. Yep. That's the reason why I didn't go through.
It'll be like, oh yeah, got him.
That is in chat. No. Oh,
Still no.
still won't work. I'm sorry, Mr. Mitchell.
No,
The only other thing I can think of is I will have to actually do it this time. It's not pulling from
give me 1 second. Let me think about it. Let me think about it. Open up. Can you get to a Gmail on this virtual machine?
Yeah, I have to log into my Gmail account. Send it to myself as like an email.
Or you could put it in like use Google Drive or Google Docs, and we could just copy and paste within the virtual machine. You know what I mean?
Okay. Let's see if I can find it.
Just open up another tab. Type in Google. And maybe you want to do it in if you remember your password for the Metro Tech Google account you got.
Okay. Yeah, I got it in my phone. Oh, I meant to tell you. Somebody in California, and I don't use this debit card except for 2 places, but somebody in California got my debit card number for one of my bank accounts. I was with my aunt. Hold on, let me pull this up. And I got a fraud alert. Somebody tried to join some kind of LA Fitness 24-hour center using one of my debit cards, which I've only used at 2 places.
Hey, did they change your number or they
Yep,
just?
they can't record and I'm trying to find the thing. There you go.
So when you get logged into that, I'm going to start a chat with you. And sometimes this is how you work around those issues when it comes to virtual machines. Because you're right. Since we're all right, so go to those 9 looking dots. Yeah, let's go to chat. And I never use chat, but okay, you see where I just my name down there.
Okay, let me this.
Test. Okay, so keep that open. I'm gonna send you that so you could copy. But like I said, yes, you're right. Since we're working with something malicious, you do want to be in a virtual machine.
Yes, sir.
But a lot of times it may not have the bells and whistles set up. But just keep in mind that it is connected via the cloud in somehow, some way. So we can always go through the cloud and get around those, copy and paste type of deals.
Okay.
And it'll be that third symbol when you right click on that again.
The mouse don't there. Oh yeah. It's not gonna
You see those ellipses, those three dots that's in a row. Click on that. Copy link. And then throw it over there to Thingney.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Really? They still won't
Try you doing Control V or
yes,
just
sir.
a right click?
Even within it still wouldn't
Okay. Open up a go down into the middle of it and where in the middle of the web page and see where it says URL. Back up a little bit. Above that. And then click on that tab. And then try to put it in the middle of it. Control V.
Nope.
Odd. Okay. Open up a notepad.
Let's see. Ooh, that is not what I meant. Now it's starting to slow down.
Yeah, that joke again. See if you can paste it in there. Just in Bing.
Nope.
It didn't copy it then. I don't think. Well, maybe. Let's go back to it. Let's go back to it. And this might be the security of Google stepping in, knowing that it's a, not malicious site, but it has malicious things on it.
All right, so now I gotta try to distinguish this from mine. Is this no? That's not what I want to do.
Got a lot of things going on.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I see what I'm looking at now. Hold on. I know what I did wrong. I had to cause the bottom panel threw me off a little bit. I was like, which one is mine?
That's what I say. I say, hey, close everything.
All right. Now I need to find where we're at. Drag and drop operation from detail. You just not showing me this?
It looked like it was hidden the whole time though.
It was not supported by the guest. Make sure the guest additions are properly installed and running. All right. I need to make a note to myself to do that. That's the reason why it didn't work. So I might have to update the iOS file that supports that and then reinstall the drag and drop. Okay. All right. So now that I got that out of the way, let's get back to what we're doing. And what did you want me to do now?
Notepad.
Okay.
And it might not have copied because it's in those private that private tab. So you know what? Since it's in the open up a regular tab. Yeah. Well, we might have to close out of all of this, and we may have to log into Google again. But let's just close all of this.
Okay.
And let's go to Google. And let's log into Google Mitchell Tech. Yeah, two-factor.
Come on, come on, come on.
Okay. And go to the chat. Scroll down.
This right here is copy.
Yeah, copy. Yep. Copy. Go to open a different tab and go to virus total. Throw it up in there.
Yeah, same thing.
Dang. All right. Yo, just type it in. EICAR.org.
EICAR.
EI.
Oh, I did IE. EICAR.org.
.org. Yes. And hit enter. That should see it. All right. So here's the difference. So when you scroll down, you can see it's different than everything else that we've been seeing on Virus Total. We
Mhm.
see that one vendor has said that, hey, this is a malicious site. And theoretically, they're right. Now, what we're going to do is open up another tab and then open up that site. Go to eicar.org, and I'm gonna show you this site.
Okay.
Now, you'll be at work and you'll be like, hey, is it malicious or not? Because 76 of different people said it's not malicious. Go ahead and hit that X right there. 76 different people said it wasn't malicious, and then only one said it was malicious. You go to the website because eventually, even at work, you're gonna have to at least go to these sites to see if it's malicious or not, unless it's just it wowed it all the way out and just like, no, I'm not going there. Adult sites or gambling sites or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
But if you don't really know what this is, then you don't know if it's malicious or not. And from what you see, what this is a site. As you scroll down, this is a site that allows you to download and test malware on different systems.
Whoa.
So, in essence, they're trying to help you because, hey, we have something that every vendor should know about. And so it should, if you are able to download this, it should go ahead and fire off and said that, it should block and quarantine this file before it gets down to your hard drive.
Mhm.
So, but I wanted to show in Virus Total how one vendor may not have been up on the latest and may see this as a malicious file.
Yes, sir.
So, or a malicious site. But always good to have if you wanted to test out. Let's say if you get your job and they say, hey, we're going to bring in a new vendor for antivirus. We want you to test it out. Well, how do you test it out? Keep this website in mind on how to test out a particular antivirus to see if it actually works.
Okay, so
Because
let's try that in theory. Let's see something here.
make sure are you putting in Trend Micro? Like, oh yeah, okay.
Okay, I like this.
And so that's a good way to see, like I said, if you had a file and you wanted to check it against 75 different people, different companies that do this for a living, then yeah, you could check it right here in Virus Total and see what's the problem with it.
Yes, sir.
So now let's get down to some other sites that are. So let's go in Trend Micro, go back, clear it out, and type in 777.com.
3 sevens?
Yep. So you may get something like this, or in our case, I seen this at the banking institution I was at. This is a gambling site. Okay. So your policy may say, hey, we don't support you ain't got no business being on a gambling site at work. So we shouldn't allow that. This category should be blocked. The way you see that category is in the details section there. So go ahead and click on details. And you see how each website has a category. And I forget what categories, all the categories they have, but I think it's maybe about 40 different categories. And gambling is something that pretty much every business is going to block across the board, unless you work for MGM Grand or something like that. You know what I mean? Like it's going to be something crazy like that, or you work for Prize Picks, or what's the gambling fantasy sport thing?
DraftKings?
Who?
DraftKings?
DraftKings. You know what I mean? So those categories play a big part when it comes to web browsing, and then what people can see and what they can't see, because it's easy for me to teach a class and say, hey, make sure you block 777.com. But you as a security professional, you as a smart guy, you'll say, well, that's not the only gambling site out there. But and it's, you could think there's maybe millions of gambling sites out there. Well, you can't block all of them, but you can block these categories.
That's what I was about to ask you next. Is like you said, you can't block all of them. You could block categories, right?
Right. And if that category, if when you register your website to be online, they when you register with GoDaddy or Squarespace, they're going to ask you, what category what are you doing? Is this for IT? Are you selling products? Are you going to be in the marketing field, the marketing category? And this is how they put you in these columns. So this is, how we're going to base people off of, okay, if we're working for a school, yeah, for sure. We're going to block violence, adult, maybe drinking, drugs. You may even want to block the category for some medical sites. And what I mean by that is we had a special case where this was back when Trump was about to get into the office, and abortion was a big thing. And so we didn't want our employees getting into fights about abortion. So what we do? Well, and before anybody loses their mind behind what the president is going to say, we just go ahead and block that whole abortion or that medical category, because we're a financial institution. Yeah, we'll see if anybody yells about it. we'll go ahead and shut that whole sector down.
And so that'd be like something y'all have like Monday morning meetings, like, hey, this could be a potential issue. I
Yeah.
need IT and
Perfect.
security to go ahead and block this, these keywords.
Yeah. So like every Monday where I'm at now, every Monday at 10, we have a team meeting and we'll say what we're working on, any concerns that we bring up, what have you. And that'll be something that you bring up. Hey, I seen in the AT&T outage. Hey, I had, I'm pretty sure everybody's aware of the AT&T outage. Just be on the lookout for different phishing scams that may come out of that. And, just to, kind of keep everybody up, their guards up, make sure we pivot right. But this is how you get everything under an umbrella. And you're not just trying to block one particular site.
Yes, sir.
Because while everybody may know of 777.com, everybody might not know about DraftKings.
Okay.
Especially, what I'm saying, if you're an older guy, you're not even really into social media type of platforms. You think social media is the big four, Twitter, Instagram, and it's not, you're not even think about DraftKings being a social media type of platform.
Yes, sir.
So that's categories. Okay, now let's get into the heavy stuff here. Now, these next three, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna throw all of these into the chat, right? And we're just gonna go one by one. Well, let's just go one by one. I'll just throw one at a time.
Okay.
Because this first one is a site where they spoof Facebook. Let's see if we can and you may need to type it out if it's not going to let you copy it correctly. And then, if it won't let you copy it correctly, then let's just go ahead and type it out and beat the odds there. But let's look at it in VirusTotal first.
Okay.
All right, so you see how bunch of people flagged this one, right?
Okay.
You got phishing, malicious, and you got some of the big dogs saying that it's malicious and phishing. Go back, you see Bitdefender is a big dog, Fortinet is a big dog, Kaspersky, that's a big dog. All of these it's on their radar. They're probably gonna, block this before we even get to it.
Okay.
Right. So that's the great thing about it. But if you're at work, you see something like this, for sure, yeah, I'm blocking this. And that'll be step 2 of what we're gonna do. So keep this in mind. But as you can scroll down and see, pretty much everybody blocked it, right? Or they say it's malicious. Now here's the thing. This is a little tidbit, right? You see these people that says it's clean?
Yes, sir.
These are probably the people that you probably don't want to bring in as a vendor for your new antivirus.
Especially, what is this, criminal IP? Oh, okay, all right.
You know what I'm saying? And it's like, okay, and Acronis should know better.
Yes, sir.
They're a big dog, and it's not on their radar. And maybe, benefit of the doubt, maybe they didn't update their database just yet. Let's keep scrolling down. Let's see who else missed out on it. The funny thing is, OpenFish says it's clean, but that's who I got this website from. So okay, and maybe it's it's the part of the failure on VirusTotal, and they don't have it updated just yet. But either way,
yes, sir.
Oh man, now It's just not coming up with your with your errors.
Yes, sir.
But okay, so yeah, that's where you may get some people saying that it's malicious, some people saying that it's not. Scroll back up to the categories. Let's take a look at those real quick. So those categories, let's go to details. And now we done changed. Now, even if they started off as a Facebook spoof, they said that, hey, we were social media at first, but now since it's deemed to be a phishing site, they changed the category of the site, which is great because now as a security professional, you know to look in this and say, okay, I'm going to put this in this group of phishing and malicious sites. Okay. More importantly, let's scroll down. We want the IP address. So scroll back up just a little bit. And let's just remember those A records right there, those 2 A records.
All right.
So what we're going to do in our second part, we're going to take these 2 IP addresses and we're going to block all incoming and outgoing traffic coming to and from those IP addresses.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying? So now,
Firewall.
remember, say it again.
On the firewall, we're gonna block those 2 IP addresses coming in and coming out.
Correct. That way we don't worry about any type of traffic. If they were, let's say, you remember when before we started and before you suggested the virtual machine, I said I don't know if they're listening.
Yes, sir.
Well, if we block it at the firewall, then we cut that communication.
Okay.
You dig what I'm saying? So that's the reason why we want to look at those A records and get that IP address, and then we'll take that and put it in on our firewall. So go back up to the categories one more time, and I want to show you one more thing.
Okay, cool. 1 second. Let me write down these IP addresses right quick.
Okay. And make sure you say that this is for fake Facebook.
Okay. All right. And you said scroll back up to
the categories real quick. So now you see community. Click
Yes,
on
sir.
community. Now the good thing about the free version of Virus Total is that they'll still let people come in here and give community suggestions about those malicious sites or clean sites or whatever, however you want to put it. And this one doesn't have a particular comment yet. You can log in and say, hey, this site is a phishing site confirmed by OpenFish, and leave it there for anybody who may have any doubts, because they only had one person said that it was malicious, but they deemed it, they just don't know just yet, right?
Yes, sir.
So you can always look and see what they're saying about it in the community section. Now, let's see if you can copy that address from the top and throw it into a tab, and let's go to it and let's see what it actually looks like.
Nope, still won't let me. I'll just
I
type it
don't
in.
know what's going on with it. I think that might be the settings all the way in that the settings in that that VM.
I probably have to break it down and start it back over again from scratch.
But let's type it in. Let's type it in and let's go there. And you're gonna get the big red screen. Should maybe hit refresh. It should have gave you something. There you go. All right. So what do we see here? Not Google, but Chrome has already seen that this is probably a dangerous site. Matter of fact, this is by Microsoft Defender.
Mhm.
All right. So this site has been reported as unsafe, right? Because we already confirmed that. Microsoft recommends that you do not continue to the site. It has been reported to Microsoft containing phish threats and may try to steal personal and financial information. We're going to click on more information. They give you more explanation about a phishing device, phishing sites, and we're gonna go to continue to unsafe site, not recommended. And this is what we may have to refresh again. This is why I don't like
Virtual machine?
Edge. No, Edge.
Oh, Edge. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's blocking everything.
Open up. Do you got Chrome on this virtual machine?
No, I can put it up here, but I
No, don't
don't.
worry about it. Open up. I seen Firefox stuff, right? Firefox will pretty much let you get away with everything. Throw it up in the Firefox. See if you could paste in Firefox. I wonder if it was just the Edge thing that was messing with us.
Oh, the chat. Let's test this chat out first. See if that works. No, it didn't work.
Yeah.
That
Let's
worked.
see what Chrome talking about.
Okay, I spelled it.
And put https:// at the front.
Oh, I did the same exact thing. All right.
Mm-hmm.
That is G-A-R, right?
G-A-R-A-Z. Sorry.
G-A-R-A-Z. Oh, okay.
.com.pl/. All right, yeah. Now, let's try it again. Let's see if we can continue on to the site. See details. And ignore the risk and go to unsafe site. Click on the ignore the risk. Because we're trying to learn here, Firefox. Man, oh man. All right. Unshare your screen real quick. Let me show you on my side.
Yes, sir.
Matter of fact, we'll just do that.
You sure?
No, I'm not. You still gonna drive. I'm just gonna show you what it looks like on my
Okay.
side.
Okay, I think I'm still signed into. You want me to stay signed into TeamViewer on the virtual machine?
On a version, yeah. They sign in and everything.
Okay.
I'm just gonna show you how it looks.
Okay.
So I'm gonna take it, copy the address, and then I'm gonna throw it over here to my guest. This is what you see. All right. So off the rip, you can see it, right?
Yes, sir.
Off the rip, you can see that one is already going to tell you that this is a dangerous site. This is not going to go anywhere. But the funny thing is that the certificate is good.
Yeah, that's what I was about to ask you about. This
This is, sometimes you can't really go off of that. And you have to be careful. And if you see someone on a site that's using HTTP, or if it's deemed to be dangerous, we're just not going to put anything into this site.
Mhm.
Now, I don't know if it downloaded anything on the back end of my PC, but I'm not worried about it. But what I'm not going to do is you could put things into this, right? And I could put something here and hit that, and it would react as if I'm putting in the wrong materials. And it would ask me to do it again. Hold on, so let's see what Google says, because I don't know what it says. Server is overloaded. Please try again later. It already took my credentials. You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
So now somebody might look at that like, I'm trying to get into Google. It looks the part. That's how Google. Google. I'm trying to get into Facebook. It looks the part. Got the the colors right. This looks similar to what happens, but you don't see your profile picture or anything like that. It even gives you a place where you can go in and I think this is the forgot password link, but it does nothing. But you don't know what it's doing. You see those links at the bottom of my webpage?
Yes, sir.
This where it says MTP m.facebook/click.
Yes, sir.
Like, I don't know what that's doing. You know what I mean? It could be reaching back out to a home server somewhere. You get what I'm saying? So this is a perfect example of a phishing site, a spoof site, live out here in the wild.
Okay.
Look good too.
Yeah.
All right. So that's the first one. You go ahead and I'm gonna stop sharing and you share yours again. We're gonna put in the second one. The second one is for Yahoo.
Did you put that in the?
I put it in the chat, the Google chat. And you can close these out. Yeah, close these out. All right. And then that Google chat. And let's just go ahead and let's throw it in virus total so we can see that it is malicious and that it's
This one
been
right here, HJ88.
Yes. And while it says that, it's going to redirect you to a spoof site that looks like Yahoo.
Pages developed. What was that? Oh boy, my brain is getting old. I used to be able to look at it once and remember it and go on about my business. Now I gotta go back a couple of times, make sure. Did I see that right?
All right, no matches found. Cool.
Yeah, I put that in there, right? HJAA pages develop /.
Put in the HTTPS. There you go.
Ooh.
Everybody seen this? Except for Cronus.
Okay, yeah. Yeah.
Cronus.
Is that so? A Cronus supposed to be one of the big guys in
They're big dog. I put them. They on the job board that I showed you earlier.
Man.
Somebody so if you get a job with a Cronus, I'm gonna be like, hey, Chris, what y'all doing over there, man?
Yeah, we're not updating the definitions up there, it seems.
That's what it looked like. You know, if everybody else up on it, I mean, Fortinet up on it, and Acronis should be, I think, bigger than Fortinet.
So let me ask you this, Mr. Mitchell. What do each company has different criteria for labeling what is malicious and phishing? Could it be that this website isn't meeting their definition of what is
Could
phishing?
be. Could be. I can't answer that across the board,
Okay.
but yeah, it could be that. But I'm going off of the signatures that it has.
Okay.
If we take, and maybe it just hasn't come to their knowledge that they needed to check that website just yet.
Okay.
Or maybe they don't have a big enough team to update the database.
Yeah, that's true.
So I can't really say the reason why they're not. And I'm picking at Acronis, and they still a big dog, even if I'm picking at them. But you know, when we checked this last website, and if they still haven't, that's 3 different phishing websites we've seen, and they still haven't updated none of them, then I might take them off my job board, because it's just kind of like, I don't want you working at a spot where it's like your clients is going to be like, man, you got us hacked.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Yeah.
So throw this up in a try to go to this in a browser, that web page. See if it lets you go there. And we don't have to try it in Firefox. We can keep it in Edge, and
Okay.
if I need to share, I'll share again.
Didn't mean to do that. Chrome back up. Yeah, no, there we go. This Firefox, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I know the risk. Nothing. All right.
Stop sharing.
Yeah. And so this is what this one looks like. No, that's not what I want. Get out of here. Because I just looked at this. My guest still open?
Just like Yahoo sign on.
Go ahead. Put your email in there and see what you get. You know what I mean? But look at that photo. No obfuscation, no dots.
Yeah.
It shows you straight password.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
I mean, even if I overlook this, everything looks the same. I'm just kind of drowsy for the day. I'm just kind of going through the motions. And you'd be like, I ain't had to hit the I to see my password. They just got it open like that. Oh well, hit next. You go to
Yep.
Yahoo's acting kind of weird today. That's weird. That's odd. They never did that before. Look at that, still spinning. Hit forgot password. What'd I do? Nothing. Hit help. What'd I do? Ew. So they even got it to where did this just throw me to the legit Yahoo? It seemed like it did.
they got to be a spoof number, because if it's doing all that, and when you try to log in, it take you to a 404 page because it's already have your credentials. I'm guessing that number can't be real.
Want to call it?
It got to be a voice over IP that's rerouted to whoever made this fake website.
I can't trust anything right about now, because as you can see, my danger sign went away.
Yeah.
And if I hit sign in, see, this is different. You get what I'm saying?
Sure.
But if we go back a couple of places, back on my man page, it's still trying to log in. But he probably, see, this link here is probably linked to a legit Yahoo page.
So, let me ask you, would this be the definition, a true definition of a man in the middle?
No.
Okay.
This is spoofing.
Okay. All right.
This is spoofing, typo squatting, okay. Not really typo squatting. This is spoofing and phishing.
Okay. All right.
Man in the middle
was he put, I mean, the website is obviously fake, but when you put in your credentials, it goes to, I guess, whoever designed the website, as opposed
to the hacker.
Yeah, the hacker, as opposed to hitting the actual Yahoo server itself.
Right. And I get what you got, that's the concept, but man in the middle is live.
Okay.
Man in the middle is like Gabe he been on this phone call the whole time, listening to our whole conversation and never said anything. And everything that we've been, going passing back and forth, he's been looking at it the whole time.
Okay, I got you.
Man in the middle is more of you running a Wireshark testing in a Starbucks cafe versus anything else. That's you sitting on that web traffic, snooping, sniffing the network, looking at the traffic.
Okay.
This is just sitting out here like a fish. It's a bait. It's a piece of bait sitting in the middle of the lake, just seeing who bites. Oh, you bit. All right. Thank you.
I got you.
Now, now let me bring it home to you. Stuff like this is how you get people's debit cards.
Yeah.
Just saying. You know what I'm saying? It's like they take information, not saying that you went to a spoof site, but in order to get something closer to your debit card being intercepted, they had to get something close to you.
Yes,
they had to have some kind of information about you. So what I would suggest to you is that bank that you got that debit card for, even though they're going to send you a new card, you probably want to change that using that password for that banking system.
Okay, I'll do that then.
Because if you went to a banking page that looked just like this and put in your username and password, you'd be like, that didn't work. Oh well, keep it moving.
The only problem is I don't use that card online. I use that card physically.
Okay, I'm not saying that that's what happened.
Okay.
I'm just giving the example of, hey, I've seen it. It could go this way.
Yes, sir. Okay.
So,
I'll change that password then.
That's what I would do.
Okay.
Either that or, somehow, some way, because you gotta look at it like they're able to get 16 digits and an expiration date and a security code linked back to you and your address. That's sitting somewhere for somebody else to see.
Yes,
and
sir.
they tried to go to a doggone gym to get it ran through. That's crazy.
In California at that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that was perplexing to me because I'm like, dude, the only place I use that at is the liquor store on Killian Road. I just
And it
go
may, I ain't gonna say that. I ain't
so.
gonna say that. But it may be, you know, careless on their part.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? And you can't help that.
Yes,
But
sir.
what you can try to do is do what you can. And so the most you could do right now is change the password. At least change the password.
Yes, sir. I do that today.
All right, let me get this off because I don't know. He may be listening to he may be doing a man in the middle joint while this thing been spinning the whole time. All right, so I'm off. All right.
All right.
So did you get go ahead and share your screen again and
You still
copy
showing
down?
yours.
Oh my bad. Copy down those IP addresses for that last page. And then this is the last site.
Oh wait, hold on. It was
Colon / change that semicolon. HJAA pages.dev/. Yep.
and that one has 3 community notes, it seems.
Yeah, let's see what the community say. "27 days ago. Newly observed. These people out here in the wild today. This URL is presented in a sinking yacht antivirus anti-phishing list. Dang it, man. Well,
So
Cronus need to get up on it, man.
this right here, the 19 out of 93, that means there's 19 reports of phishing versus 93.
Yeah.
There's not.
Yeah. And like, you know, it could be of those the ones that didn't report, could be several reasons. We're gonna take that servant IP address and copy that down.
Okay.
Could be several reasons why they ain't updated. Don't take virus total as the end all be all. It's
Yes, sir.
not, but you know, it can hold heavy because it's Google.
Yes, sir.
Google's gonna always be, you know, held in that regard.
And that was fake Yahoo.
Yep. Fake Yahoo. This last one is a fake. I didn't write it down. I don't know. But I think it's AT&T. That was weird. That was you?
Yes, sir. Yeah, it just let me know the message came through.
Well, I was about to say. You about to see me come out of character for real. All right, man, let's get off the thing.
Let's see here. That is Brandon. Nice.
I knew I shouldn't have showed Chris these doggone sites, man. We done got hacked. What to do?
Let's see. I'm just writing this down so I don't have to go back and forth.
Yeah. But this one's the reason why I wanted to show this one because they use Wix. And Wix is like Squarespace and GoDaddy or, you know, any one of these web browsing sites that allows you to build a site.
Okay.
But yeah, this is good training, man. I think that I'm gonna do this for a lab for the class too.
Yes, sir.
And I don't know how they'll feel about doing this on their own. We'll see. I gotta think about it more.
I mean, if they can spin up a virtual machine, that one. Oops. Is that right? Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yep, that is. So 8 people said that it was. Now, Pete, this. Of course, hold on. Acronis didn't. No, they said it was clean. All right, so Acronis is not. But look at Fortinet. Fortinet, I think Fortinet reported on each one of these sites.
Yes, sir. Yep.
And Fortinet is climbing. Kaspersky is up there too. But look at some of the big dogs that didn't report on this one. Scroll down a little bit. Bitdefender. Is Google on that? Go down a little bit more. ForcePoint didn't do anything. Google didn't say anything. Jupiter didn't say anything. So you have these. Is the community saying something about it?
That was my next thought. You read my mind. Nope, they ain't got no notes on it.
So, and this came off of Open Fish. Let me show you. Go ahead and record the IP address while I show you what it looks like. So you'll come here, right? Here, let's say, I throw this link somewhere in an email somewhere and say, hey, I've been working on your website, but I'm having some issues with this certain piece of it. Do you mind logging in and just taking a look and correcting, this, that, and the third? And it takes you here. You get your classic, hey, we don't know what's going on page. And all of these are clickable. But it's so important for us to, pay attention to these obvious informations here to say, hey, this is a dangerous site. But you can click on these, and now I don't know. See, this is where we say it again.
It changed up in the URL browser. It don't have dangerous anymore.
Right. So it's just like I don't know. I'm not too sure what's going on here.
So best practice would be to just not mess with that, right?
Yeah, that would be my suggestion. Just let's not input, like, for any one of those that we seen that was phishing. We don't need to input anything.
Okay.
But just in case they install something that we was not aware of, then we need to make sure we block those things at the firewall. And so you may be asking, well, Mr. Mitchell, how do you know if he's putting something on your computer right now? Well, you and me have user access control.